2x2, 7 rows deep.
And rolling up to the start-finish line. Looks like Asher going a little bit off track as the inside as they can. Saber making an amazing dive into turn one, and electroshocks off. Eggful gets the move, but MNU trying to take a move.
Big contact from 5 different punches.
Big incident with Snowdog, our leader.
As we head into town row, it's a big crash. It's a big crash between the two title contenders.
Hello and a happy 2026, everyone. Welcome to the first Simufur hosted race of this year, and it's going to be a special one, for we are going to be doing a race for charity. We are going to be doing the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, as it says there in the live commentary there, because we're going to be doing this and everybody who is going to be participating here can participate in this Just Giving charity to donate for some very good causes here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're donating for the Wildlife Trust in the UK. Their goal is an independent charity formed by groups for getting people together, working together for helping wildlife and whatnot in the UK. Very good charity. I'm very happy that we're going to be here. We're also going to be doing a few raffle prizes. So there will be a donation link through the screen, and then what you do is you send your donations and you get a raffle ticket. Some of these prizes will include a commission from two of our great artists, Raph and Newt. 4 of our new prototype shirts. We actually are getting merch now with our new mascot. We also have some monthly or a year's long Patreon sub and some stickers. So big prizes on the line. Big racing is going to be happening. I'm super excited.
Indeed, it's going to be lots of good prizes for everybody that participates. And as a reminder, if you want to be participating in this raffle, you need to be giving us a minimum £10 donation to the Wildlife Trust charity, at which point you can go fill out the form on our website here to participate in the raffle here. But speaking of the racing here, it's going to be, again, 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. And this time, there's rain. It's going to be a potentially mixed weather race, and that's going to be putting a big wrench into the gears of all of our drivers here, because you're not going to be knowing when it's going to be raining, when it's not going to be raining. You need to be prepared for all kinds of mixed conditions throughout this race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is, again, an endurance race, so it will be anything can happen, and it really just comes down to taking your time, working to not die, and it should be good.
Yeah, it should hopefully be good here, because we do have quite a lot of cars on this race as well here. We have a whopping 23 cars who have decided to participate in this championship here, and quite a lot of them have also decided to be solo entries here, as we see here with Horace Forbes in that Wolfin Racing Lamborghini Huracan. So it's going to be not only just the skill of your endurance, but also a test of your bladder, because you're going to be driving in that car for potentially 6 hours in a row, and the only breaks you're going to be having is going to be the very short 30-second pit stop you're going to have when you're going to be switching for fresh tires, putting also more fuel on the car here. So I hope these drivers are going to be ready, or probably have gone to the bathroom before the race, or at least going to have an iron bladder when we actually get live here. But we currently have our practice session going here with about 5 minutes left to go here, after it's going to be following by our qualifying session. So it's a little bit of time for our drivers to get connected to the server, get ready, get accustomed to these weather again. I think a lot of these people are going to be cursing the fact that it's going to be raining right at the beginning, because that's going to be mixing up the pack for sure going into the qualifying.
Yeah, agreed. It's going to be very interesting. I'm interested to see how this goes. We actually have a lot of drivers for this race. 19 cars online, Now, granted, some of these cars are run by multiple drivers, and as Dan explained, it's going to be some of them are solo. I really hope that they prep for this, the Mad Lads. However, I think at the end of this, it's going to be very, very interesting to see where people stack up, because we get ready for a full test of the full course yellow. Ooh.
Yep, we're going to be having a full course yellow test here at the moment, and that's going to be bringing us to our other part of this race here, because we have live stewarding for the long time here. We used to have some live stewarding sessions on our previous sprint races here, but we have not had them for a long time. But because this is a special race, special event, donating for a good cause here, we're going to be having live stewards here monitoring the chat, monitoring the race, and if there's anybody that's going to be causing collisions, going off track, making any kind of moves that are not to Simufur standards, they're going to be getting lifetime penalties. That's going to be also further extended the pack. And I think I just saw there, we had just another £100 donation, if I'm not correct here. So thank you. I would just make that £100 donation to a very good cause for the wildlife trusts.
Yeah, and we're going to be keeping an eye on the donations as we go. If we do miss your donation, please don't fret. We will notice it. It just does take us a little bit on our end to get the notifications. So bear with us. We're doing our best. We're trying. As we follow this 4-car pack going down the main street into La Source. This is going to be interesting. One of them is very, very close, diving into the brakes. Like, guys, this is practice. This isn't the race. But a very nice set from, I believe that is, I think that was one of the Tank Gang cars, if I'm not mistaken, Denak.
That is correct. That is the McLaren 720S of our number 716 TGR car. It's going to be this Schnell-themed car driven by my drivers, Robbie Kelly and Mark Lawson, and good luck to them. But of course, we here at the commentary booth, we are both part of our own teams, and we try to be neutral. We're going to be supporting for everybody equally.
Yep, agreed. As you know, I'm a member of Bluey. You definitely got to keep your biases. There's trouble in the background. I don't know who that was. I think it was Charter. It just kind of got a little bit loose. Yeah, just a little bit of problems, but better to get it out now than during the race. Heading down into past Melmany, and so far we got I also wanted to point out another thing. We've got a very wide selection of cars. Some of these are actually Uber cars, as we're following along now with Alexander Van der Wold in their Bentley. Probably the biggest surprise, I think, for me is that we've got this variety of cars. So, hopefully, it's going to keep things very interesting, because I know that these cars do have the LFM bomb, I believe.
Yes, we do have LFM buff for these cars here, but because most of the cars, or at least some of the cars here who have signed up, are in the old Uber class, that we call them, they all just get a default minus 30 kilogram buff on their cars here. So it's going to be interesting, because as we see with Alexander Van der Wood here, they do have the old Bentley Continental GT3, which is usually still a pretty competent car for endurance racing, but we also have some other very unusual picks. We have one car that's signed up with a Honda NSX, if I'm correct, and we also have a couple of one Nissan GTR here from the Fetch Motorsport team, and we also have the old school Porsche 991, so not the modern 992 Porsche here, driven by the two Tank Gang drivers here of Christian Kleber and Bossy Tigris. And yeah, I think because it's of course a competition that started to be quite an old sim, this could be one of the last times we're going to be hosting these endurance races in the game here. That's going to be probably a chance for everybody to just run some more unusual, more fancy cars here. And because it's, again, special event, special stream for charity, so why not do something unique, something different for
exactly. I completely agree on that. It's hopefully going to go well. I believe when you were talking about some of the older cars, I also think somebody's running the old 670, by the way.
That's the 650S, and that's going to be the SQ Red Racing team. Let's see how they actually connect them. They are on the track running P20, and I did hear a lot of comments about that particular 650S, and that it does not drive very well. And I believe, from what I talked to Fury personally, is that they were used to be pretty good with that back when Spa-Francorchamps was a brand new sim. But then later on, as the times have gone by, there's been new cars, some bob adjustments, some new balance patches here. The 650S does not drive that well anymore, so it's going to be definitely a challenge for them to keep the car on track here. But with an endurance phase, I think it's going to be more about just that consistency, keeping the car on track, especially in these very tricky mixed rainy conditions here, as opposed to just having pure raw speed.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about not pace, but consistency in enduros, and especially if you're a solo driver, that's going to be very, very important. So hopefully, ooh, that's an awkward spot to get spun sideways. Thankfully, everybody was able to get around that pretty quickly.
Funny you should mention that. That was exactly the 650S McLaren that just spun there off the exit of Wuhan here. So hopefully that's going to be something they will be able to avoid going into the race here. And we actually did get another donation. It's going to be €70 donation from Wushu and Luna. So thank you very much for both of you. We almost reached our full £1,000 donation goal already here. We've not even started the proper racing here. We're only just coming to the end of the practice session here. So if everybody has quite this much money still left in their pockets here, we're going to be having quite a nice big donation for a very big cause.
Yeah, absolutely. And following along now with Indigo Lopez, aka Suzuka, I'm a little bummed. Unfortunately, their livery has not loaded, and it's a very interesting livery from what I've seen. So I'm a little bummed that it did not load, but it is what it is. We'll roll with it. Maybe if anything, we can just send a photo of it or something. Now we're following along with Skylar Vixen with Kvetch Motorsport, heading down into the next world, and that is that. Yep. So now we're gonna be getting into quali. So normally we'd have different classes go out at different times. So for AMs, it would be AMs and silvers or something like that. But for this one, it's a free-for-all because we don't have the cars for it. And one, there's only like 16 cars, and two, it's all varying driver class. All these drivers are in different classes. So it'll definitely be interesting as we follow along now with Azure, who's out on track, getting their tires warmed up down the Camel Straight with that amazing Sovalu livery. So
yeah, some things do never change. It's always going to be Azure there at the front, first car on the track to do their qualifying runs here. Usually the first car on the pit lane here. So despite us having done these ACC races for 5 years in a row now, coming up to almost 6 coming up in this year, it's always going to be Azure there at the front. Now going to be partnering up with their other teammate Sosh Dragon. So they have their special 5-star racing team Sovalu combined livery here. And as a personal fan of Wipeout, I'm very happy with seeing that on the track here. But we see more cars on the track here getting ready to go here. So we're going to be keeping close eye on it because it's going to be, again, you see all the feeds right there. It's going to be torrential rain pouring down there. So it might mix it back here to see who's that, and we'll see that maybe not the usual people going to be at the front here, but they're going to be getting close, ready for Azure to do their fast onboard lap here. So before we do that, who do you think is going to be getting pole? Is it going to be Azure, or is it going to be our Red Bull drivers or somebody else?
I'm just gonna go with the default. It's gonna be our dynamic duo of Jordan and Sarabine, and I'm gonna be real. I don't see that changing because they've always been consistently fast, especially here at Spa. I don't honestly see that changing at all.
That is valid indeed. So we're going to be seeing if that's going to be the case here, because now it's going to be Azure, Damon Wareham, apologies, driving down the track here, getting ready for their first lap on this very heavily raining track here. So we're hopefully going to be hopping on to the onboard view here to start our commentary on our first full lap around the track here. Actually, no, I'm mistaken here, because actually the onboard lap does not happen until after the start, because we're running this special GT endurance race here. So we're going to be waiting for a little while here. Now we're going to be coming on to the live onboard view with Damon Wareham going down into the source, hard on those brakes to get that car tucked in just tight onto the inside line here and just drifting out wide on the curb. So careful because it's going to be a bit slippery in the wetting conditions here. It's going to be time to unleash the power of that 720S. McLaren GT3 Evo going up that very sketchy Rouge Radion up the hill here. Big lift. It's going to be actually going sideways. It's going to be, that's going to be an end of their qualifying run right away because you can see right away. This track is not forgiving for anybody.
No, it's not. Now following on board with Orez, well, hopefully they will be able to have a little bit of better luck going up Rouge Radion. So definitely excited. Definitely a bit of a bummer that Azure had that moment going into Rouge Radion, but you know it is what it is, I guess.
It is what it is. And that's going to be trying again now with on board with Oraz Volpes in that Paliku'i GT3 Evo 2. And that's again out up the hill here, left, right, almost into the back of the BMW M6 up ahead here. So it's going to be already chaos in our qualifying. It's going to be the M6 on gravel. Oh, that's going to be an important lap from Oraz Volpes as well here because they just cannot really overlap here because it's carnage. Nobody's able to drive the hill.
Yeah, right at the top of the hill, and that is, Martinez.
Yeah, I think at this point we're just not going to be doing a narrated onboard lap of the track here because there's just not many people who can even put a single lap on the track here. So we're just going to be keeping an eye up on our deltas here, see who's going to be crossing the line first. And we don't have any valid laps on the board so far, but I do see. I think there's going to be a couple cars who at least have a valid lap currently happening here, so we're going to be watching them closely here. It's going to be happening in the next minute or so, and I think there's going to be the Red Bull Racing Team Reach is going to be one of the cars that's going to be on the valid lap here, but we're going to be keeping our eye now on Alexander van der Woede's Bentley Continental GT3 going across the finish line. I think that's going to be our first valid lap on the board here as soon as they cross the finish line. That is actually incorrect because they did not get a valid lap. They had a bit of an off-track moment, so still no laps so far here. But I think there's going to be the Audi R8 LMS of the Red Bull Racing Team. It's going to be doing it. But we're going to be trying one more attempt at onboard lap here. Now it's going to be with Alexander van der Woede here with a different view here because that's going to be on the right side of the track instead of the right side of the car instead of that side here. So they finally navigated Rouge Radion successfully, easy on the throttle. Now they can just unleash the power again going down the long Camel Straight. Going up to that back section of the track here with that tricky left hand of the lake home. Just finding that right braking point a little bit earlier for the wet conditions here, but again the car's going to be having nice grip here, hooking your car nice and tightly on those inside curbing here. Again, just a bit of a lift here going up to that right down into the Bruxelles hairpin here. Just with a big spray rain here. I don't think the wipers are working on Alexander's car. I think they might have a look on that, but they seem to be not affected by that at all because they're still keeping that nice and tight line going through Bruxelles and then down into that turn 11 million corner here. Until it's going to be very tricky in the rain section for sure. It's going to keep on. It's going to be going as fast as possible, carrying as much speed as they can going down. It looks to be nice and tidy so far. Yep, still nice. And that's going to be down. Oh, that is quite sketchy there for sure, but still on the track here. That's going to be down into the next turns here, through to the campus corners here. Again, keep the car nicely on track here, avoiding those curves because it's going to be easy to spin the car going through these sections here. So again, we get nice and tidy so far. Now it's going to be down to Stabilo 1, Stabilo 2, riding all the ways out onto the curbing here. Again, not minding the curbing despite them being very slippery in the wet section here, but they navigate through it successfully. That's going to be down to the Blanchemont there. It's going to be seeing how brave they are if they're going to be going full out, flat lift a little bit here. So let's see. Just going up the gears, so going almost onto 250 kph here, but a big lift going through that left turn here just so they can navigate through it safely here. That's going to be time for the final turn. It's going to be the bus stop chicane. Finding that right braking point here, trying to hook it nice and tight so they can just straighten out that exit going through the final turn of the corner here. A bit of a sluggish exit there from the Bentley as the big bulky car that it is, but looks like they managed to get a nice battle lap here across the finish line. That's going to be a pretty solid time overall, but with the looking at the times overall, we actually have the number 716 Tigan Racing car sitting at the top at the moment with a 227.7, which is a whopping second ahead of the number 2 Denak racing car here. So pretty good results overall.
Yeah, so far so good. Followed by, isn't P3 also a take gang car? Did all 3 take gang
That
cars?
is actually correct. It's actually a take gang 1, 2, 3 at the moment here. So somehow, despite the 2 Porsches running on ancient hardware, probably on like almost a 10-year-old car with a Porsche 991, they've still been able to put the dominating times on the wet qualifying so far. So perhaps the wet is just working a lot for them.
Yeah, I've just been informed we've done it. We've made the goal and we haven't even finished qualifying. We are currently over our goal of $1,000. Wild. We haven't even started, guys. What on earth?
Absolutely wild indeed, and thank you everybody for doing those kinds of donations here. But that does not mean that the donation goal is still done, because you can still keep doing, you can still keep more money to our charitable cause, to a good charity here. So just keep that money flowing here, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Keep it going. In fact, I'm probably going to be making a donation midstream, because why not? I'm definitely super excited as we follow along now with the leading car, the Big Gang Racing, Robbie Kelly. I'm honestly surprised. I don't think Jordan and them have set a lap yet. I wonder if they're getting something set up or they have a different driver. I haven't looked and I don't know their number. Oh, that's wide. That's very wide.
Very wide indeed. That is not going to be an improvement from them, but I do see an improvement coming up from the number 236 Porsche of Christian Kady here. But we're going to be keeping our eye on the Red Bull Racing Squared, not Red Bull Racing, but Red Bull Racing Squared Helmut Marko's rejects that are going to be driving with the Audi R8 LMS. A very, very tricky car to drive for sure, but I feel like despite Luis Adeline and Jordan Johnson being kind of washed out from the Red Bull Junior Driver Program. I'm not quite sure when they were actually part of the Red Bull Racing Junior Driver Program, but I think they're going to be fun anyway. They seem to be keeping the car nicely and tidy on the track here. They're going to be looking at a nice 3/4 improvement looking at our splits so far, but they're still quite a ways away from that top line set by Robbie Kelly in that 716 McLaren here. So going down now into the Blanchimont corner complex here. Let's see how brave they are going to that fast left-hander turn here. They're looking at another good improvement here, another 3/10 up on their delta here. Let's see how much more time they can gain as they just send it through that tight left turn here. Well, not really tight, a sweeping left turn there. Big left here, bouncing on that curb and just barely keep it on the track here, just barely keep it on the track limits here. Still on a good improvement here, now going down into bus stop, that tight right and left turn there. Looks to be a very, very good improvement, almost a second up on their previous personal best here, but that's not going to be enough for them to get a top position, but that's going to be enough to put them up at least one position
P3.
up into P3, yes.
Yep, absolutely P3 if they've split the trio of Take Gang cars in the top spot. We were just given the... Yeah, we're going to be, as we still follow along with Luis Alfonso, or Luis Adeline, I'm so sorry. I'm so used to their previous name. I really apologize. Down the main straight, they're still trying to improve on their lap. 18 minutes to go, so definitely plenty of time. So hopefully things will improve near the end.
Plenty of time indeed, with about 80 minutes of the track left to go. So we're going to be watching. There's still going to be quite a lot of improvements here. And looking at the mid-pack, it seems to be more of a tight spread here, from P4s all the ways down to P8 there. All of the cars are separated by about a second here. And I think there's still a lot of gains to be had here. We're going to be keeping our eye on Damon Warehams' car here, of that 773 car, not a 765 as they normally would have there. Going across the finish line, it's going to be another good improvement. They're going to be elevating them up into P5, just behind the Red Bull Racing Luis Adeline car here. So looking to be quite a tight competition, at least from P4 downwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a four-way fight for the win. And I mean, all these people are technically pros. I think they're all pro project. They're definitely pro drive. All these drivers are part of our pro class that are on board right now.
I do
As
have
we
to make a
hop back.
correction because at the top it's going to be Robbie Kelly, and that's going to be a pro driver in P1, but in P2 that's going to be Christian Clippert and P3 Vossi Tigris. That's going to be both 2 solo drives, and they are in gold class, not pro class. So it could be a mix of either the tricky wet conditions benefiting the Porsche, or the other 2 solo drivers just benefiting, just being more comfortable around the wet conditions here, able to extract a lot more pace out of here. But it's not going to be a fully wet race throughout, so once the track dries up at some point, that could also be throwing another wrench in the works here.
Yeah, agreed. These times are definitely going to improve once the track dries up and it goes from wet to dry. And then that will also play into the strategy side of things. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes.
For sure, indeed. Now we're going to be keeping our eye on the only 3 driver team of our race tonight. It's going to be the Racing Team Echoes number 847 Aston Martin, currently driven by Frey Fireblood. They're going to be one of our newer teams that just formed after the end of our GT3 Season 7 lineup, if I am correct here. So it's going to be their first debut race in Simufur Spa-Francorchamps here. It seems to be doing pretty good here at the moment. It's going to be them getting a 2:32.285 as their fastest time here, currently sitting them up in P12. But they're turning out last year, so they definitely have a lot more pace to gain here. And I'm not quite sure if I can see the weather radar here, but there's still going to be a chance where it could get lighter rain towards the end of the qualifying session here. That is going to be them making the track faster, which is also going to be improving the times here. So with 50 minutes left to go here, about halfway through our qualifying session here, there's still a lot to gain.
Yeah, a little add-on to that. As far as I'm aware, Frey is still within Paliku'i, so this is actually a mixed team of Echo and Paliku'i. So this is definitely a new team. Always great to have new teams. These guys have hit the ground running. A lot of these people are big endurance racers. So this is going to be right in their wheelhouse, and we'll just have to wait and see how it goes.
Absolutely indeed. Now, it seems to be a little bit quiet at the moment here, looking at our timing splits here, but it still looks like Robbie Kelly in that 716 racing car is still going on a bit of an improvement here. And it's quite a surprising team that's still trying to push for improvements here, because currently they are a full 1.1 seconds ahead of the P2 Porsche 991 car here. So I don't think they're going to be in any sweat here, at least going into the race here, or going into the end of the qualifying here. But in the race, it could be different here. And I'm going to be very much eager to see if the race start is going to be wet or dry, because I know with the wet, I've done a couple of wet race starts here, especially in Spa, and if you're starting anywhere not at the front, you're going to be just seeing a gigantic wall of fog ahead of you, and that could cause quite a lot of chaos, especially going up a very tricky Rouge Radial complex.
Agreed. And as we were talking, we got more donations from Kodo the Squirrel, and I believe it was Simon, so thank you. And Vex, I apologize, and Vex. So thank you all for your donations. They are going to an amazing cause. So again, we are going to do our best to try to keep an eye on those donations. I know some of them came a little while ago. So again, please bear with us. We're doing our best.
Yeah, we're trying our best here. We are a small team here, but we are also going to be having another commentator on board here. We do have me and Wolfin Ravenloft here in the commentary booth at the moment here, but later on, because it is indeed an endurance race, and it's going to be an endurance commentary for us commentators here as well. So at some point, we're going to be having a relief commentator, Kady Timberfox, coming up in the commentary booth here. But for now, it's just going to be me and Wolfin here for the first couple of hours here. And now we're going to be keeping our eye on Saber Kitsune here, going with their Ford Mustang GT3. And I know from personal experience, Saber Kitsune is very comfortable, very fast around Spa-Francorchamps here. So quite surprising. I mean, not surprising in per se that they are P4, but I feel like they have a lot more pace left to give in that Ford Mustang GT3 here. Currently chasing down the BMW M6 of, I think that is going to be the team of Wolfin. I think it's going to be, not quite sure which team it is. I think it's one of those smaller teams that don't have a steady appearance in our race here. It looks like at the end, Saber Kitsune decided to abandon that up here after being caught up in traffic here, which is going to be another tricky part as well here, because with the tricky wet conditions. Some of the cars might be quite a way slower than you might normally expect in the dry conditions here, so finding a clean spot on the track here to actually do your lap with, it's going to be a challenge here. So we're going to be now keeping our eye on Inigo Lopez here, one of the only drivers currently on an improvement here on a lap here, going down into Blanchemont, the big lift. Again, on that left-hand turn here, keeping it nice and tidy, not too wide onto the exit curbs here. Looking to be a nice improvement here that could elevate them up a single position here. We're going to be watching them going through that bust-up chicane here. A bit of a bounce on the curbs, it might slow them down a little bit here, but they did seem to kind of compromise exit going through that last turn here. Only about a 2/10 improvement here, but that is going to be just enough to put them up in P5 ahead of the ARF Racing Ford Mustang.
Yep, absolutely. And I also know that Sabres has a normally they would be in the GTR, but for this one they are actually in the Mustang because they are teamed up with their partner Sarah, who is I don't think is used to the GTR as Sabre is, so definitely going to be interesting. Following along now with Blade Wolf as they head down the hill, and it's different. Like they've been kind of just having an average. They've definitely having an average race or qualifying, I should say. Currently in the mid pack, just outside the top 10, but they are on an improvement 2/10 up. It might be enough to kind of get them back in the top 10 spot, and that'll be very handy for the race.
I'd say you're being quite optimistic there because currently Blade Wolf Kageki is sitting over a second behind on P10 here, just between these Porsche 992 here. So I don't think 2/10 is going to be quite enough for them to get up a spot. They would need to find at least that's 1.2 seconds at this point.
Yeah, if it was 1.2 seconds, I agree, but one can hope. One can assume.
One can hope indeed here, but Blade Wolf is one of our very solid, very reliable drivers here, and I'm not surprised seeing them in the mid pack here because they seem to be quite comfortable out there. They've been a silver driver in our prime GT3 leagues here for as long as I remember here. Like when I joined Simufur way back, like 4 years ago at this point, Blade Wolf was still a silver driver here, and after me going up and down the rankings quite a lot here in my own career in Simufur here, they're still in silver here. So if we want to talk about a reliable, consistent driver, Blade Wolf is absolutely one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And funny enough, you actually joined like the race after mine, like the first race that I did after mine, which is kind of wild and kind of sad because I'm still an AM after all these years. But you know, I unfortunately just don't have as much time to kind of just work on pace, but I'm glad to be an AM. But who knows? Maybe this year will be the year.
You never know, and like the big thing to remember in the end is that as long as you have a good time racing, that's going to be the important part. I mean, sure, there's going to be people at the very front there who are going to be very eager, very fast, and going to be just motivated to try and get those wins, those podiums and whatnot here. But at least for me, I try to keep my sight on just having people around my pace that I can compete with. If it's going to be for P1, P2, P10, P25, as long as I have a good race, that's the one thing that matters for me. And I think that's a good mentality to at least have for this race here, because it's not going to be for any rewards. I mean, if you participate in the raffle for the charity, that's when you get some rewards here. But as long as I've been here as a member, it's always been just for fun, for bragging rights. And I think with how many weird, odd cars we have on the grid, I think a lot of our drivers are going to be going there with that same mentality.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just for fun. We're doing this for a good cause. And at the end, it's going to be a very, you know, it's all for fun, and that's all that matters. This isn't a championship. This isn't a main race, as we see Squiggly just get teleported mid race. That's interesting. I wonder if they had an internet issue. Following along now with Bossy, as they are now catching up to the back of Sabre. Heading down, I believe this is... No, this is not Camel. Oh, they're heading down the hill. Yeah, they're
corner down
there.
Yeah,
Puan. Yeah, we're in Puan.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be Bossy Tickers currently sitting in P4. They don't have a valid lap at the moment here, but they're probably lining themselves up for another runabout here. With only 8 minutes left to go here, and the lap time sitting at about 2 minutes 30 seconds here. There's not going to be that many more chances to dual laps around here, so it's going to be at most 2 or 3, with also considering traffic and also doing a good outlap here. So we're going to be getting close to our end here, and still nobody has been able to come even close to the stonking early lap time that Robbie Kelly was able to put in that 716 McLaren here with a 227.0, the only car currently able to get a 227 on the board here. So in fact, they're going to be quite close to even getting a 226, a whole second ahead of everybody else here. So it's going to be interesting to see how... I mean, Robbie Kelly is going to be very fast for sure, but Robbie Kelly does not drive alone, so something else to consider as well here, because especially for the cars with 2 or 3 drivers in the team here, there's going to be a variance of pace between all of them. So not all of you going to be exact same lap times, exact same consistency. So especially... I think that's what I also have in my own experience in endurance race here. That if you feel like one of the drivers ahead is a bit too fast for you to catch, you can just wait for, kind of just hang on and wait for the other driver who might not be as fast, and then have your chance to catch up there and make the pass.
Yeah, exactly. It's all going to be about pace, which is, I would say it's a little surprising that they had our reject Red Bull team did not have Jordan in the seat before qualifying, but I guess they wanted to kind of, I guess they're still waking up. They didn't have their morning coffee. I don't know, but they're currently sitting in P9. As we keep following along with Bossy heading off the Camel Straight and into the S's there as they head toward the hairpin. I don't know. Like, it doesn't seem like, I don't think it's going to be, I think we're pretty much locked in as far as pace goes, or as positions go. I think maybe Van der Rohe, if their pace continues to improve, they may have a chance. Yeah, they are up 3
sure. And like historically, the Porsches have always been pretty good in the wet here, so not surprising that they're going to be staying there close to the top here of the standings here. And yeah. Going down to our last 5 minutes of the race here, and we do see a little bit of improvement here. We do see Alexander Van der Voort here with a pretty decent improvement here, but I think went pretty wide on that Wuhan corner here, so that's going to be them losing all of the time they had just gained there. So that's going to be them having to abort the lap, because I don't think they're going to be gaining that pace back here again. So one more to go off the track here, and I think with them going around, that's going to be only 2 more attempts left that they can actually pull off here before we are going to be running out of time here. So we're going to keep keeping our attention on another car. It's going to be the Fetch Motorsports Nissan GTR going now to the La Source corner here. They're actually quite far back here, currently sitting in P11, but they are within reach of trying to get ahead of Jesper Swingley in their own car as well here. So it's still going to be a lot to gain for here, and I think for a lot of our drivers, just getting to the top 10 is going to be a pretty good accomplishment overall.
Yeah, agreed. They did knock Blade off the P11 spot. That must have happened while we were off camera, and Blade is only, let me just double check my notes. They're only about 3-4 tenths off, so it's not impossible for them to make a climb back and see if they can steal back that P11 spot, but we'll just have to wait and see. Following along now with Flores as they head into down, or they start their climb down, or they start their descent down the hill, and definitely interesting, but they run into a little bit of traffic, and that's going to make things very awkward. Thankfully, it did not lose them a lot of time, or actually did, unfortunately, because now they're running wide down Puan, and unfortunately they're starting to lose time. So that was super unfortunate to catch traffic exactly in that spot, but it is what it is, unfortunately.
Unfortunate indeed, but they still have 1 more chance to be lap here, maybe 2 if they have enough fuel in the tank there. And looking at our splits as well, we do see an improvement coming in from Robbie Kelly as well, so I think they're going to be gunning to get that sub 27 second time here on 2 minute 27 seconds time. Apologies there. So we're going to be watching them closely now. That's going to be going down towards Bruhan. Ooh, a big oversteer moment going through their corner here, but they're still holding it there, and that did unfortunately cost them quite a lot of time here, so I don't think they're going to be able to get that sub 22 minute 27 lap time here, but they're still going, they're still on the track, and they're still trying their best to extract as much pace out of that McLaren 720S. Again, a bit of an oversteer moment going through those S's towards the Stabilo corner here. And they have been able to claw back a little bit of time here. So I think they've just got a good exit going down to Stavelo 2 towards Blanchimont there. They might be able to just squeeze in a little bit of an improvement here, but we're going to be watching them close here. See how much time there. With how much driving there's been on this track here, there's going to be a bit of a dry line forming. That is going to be improving conditions slightly here, but the rain has been relentless the entire qualifying session. It's going to be going very wide on to
that I think is
There's going to be another
invalid.
bit of time lost here. So let's see if they're going to be just making a big send going up into the bus stop chicane here. They have a big gain there, but let's see if they can just get that power hooked in going towards exit here. It's going to be a tiny hair's width ahead going across the finish line. I think it might be just enough to get a 27 flat, but not a sub 27, so quite close, but no cigar.
Yeah, a definite improvement, but unfortunately it was not enough to get below 27s.
Don't fall asleep now, Wolfin. We still have another 6 hours to go.
I'm still awake. Don't mind me. Jeez, I can't yawn. I'm still having my coffee.
I'm just making sure that you're not gonna like doze off in the middle there. I mean, you'll have a coffee. I have my water here, so I think it's gonna be endurance for both the drivers and for us for sure, because we both have been preparing quite a lot for this and have to have some quite awkward sleep schedules to be able for this. So,
Yep,
yeah,
this
it's
will
not gonna
be...
be only 1 minute 30 seconds remaining here, so everybody's gonna be pretty much on their last lap here or starting their last lap here. We do see Robbie Kelly's the TCAN Racing 716 McLaren 728 again going on another charge on the lap here. They do seem to be going a lot better this time around here, now going towards the Bruxelles hairpin here, getting ready for another send over through Hot Corner here. So we're watching them on their onboard view here. See how they're going to be wrangling that McLaren 720S here. You see that there's just so much water on that windscreen here with the torrential rain here, but that does not deter them at all here. Going sending it very fast, going into corner here, keeping the car nice and well tightly in control there with that big spray of water there, and not bothering the Robbie Kelly driver at all here. Now going through to the turn 13, turn 14 campus corners here. Again, just keeping it nice and hooky here. Another improvement here going through that turn 14 corner here. All up now 2/10 on their previous improvement here. That's where they lost all their time previously. So it's going to be now going down into Stavelo, trying to keep it as close to that inside curve there as possible. Drift out wide onto the AstroTurf here. And again, just sending it as early as possible to unleash the power of that McLaren 720S GT3. Going down into Blanchimont. It seems to be a bit up from their previous lap time here, but we're going to be watching them closely. If they can just go be as brave as possible going through Blanchimont, but not too brave because you cannot be going wide on there. To the AstroTurf and just sending it as fast as possible onto the curving, onto the AstroTurf again here. Again, it's going to be a bit of a time lost there, but it's still going to be a hair's width, an improvement on their previous lap time. So it's going to be down into turn 19, turn 20, sending it as tight as possible on that last turn here. It's going to be at least the power. It's going to be another small improvement. I think that might be just barely.
Oh, it's invalid.
It's like, no, it's going to be an invalid lap time here, so that's going to be their last chance to get a sub 27 lap time, and unfortunately that did not come to be here. So on to other drivers here to see if they can even get close to matching the 716 car's lap time.
I don't think that's going to be possible. The closest driver that has an improvement is, well, it was Vossi, but unfortunately they lost their time. And now the only one that's close to with an improvement is going to be Olraz with 0.3. So unfortunately that's not going to be enough at all. So right now they are the only one with an improvement as they head down the hill toward... I always forget that corner. Oh, Puan. Why did I forget it?
Yes, Puan.
Puan.
Kind of like poutine, but with an H and with an O-N instead of an I-N-E. So that's a minimal for you, I guess. But we only have a couple of cars left on the track here doing lap times here. It's going to be the car number 7406 of our swap is here, and also the McLaren 650S of SQ Red Racing Team. But it's going to be Oras Swapis in the wall there, unfortunately invalidating their lap time here. So we're going to be now keeping our focus on the SQ Red Racing Team. And we also saw a donation here for €30 from one of our donators here. So big thank you. I think that was, for Scotty. So thank you for the £30 donation. And we're going to be keeping our eye now on Fury going a very wide and very sluggishly going through the Pastor chicane here. So that's unfortunately not going to be an improvement there. But the car does make it across the finish line. That's going to be them in P13. That's going to be the end of our qualifying with the number 716 Tigran racing car. A dominant P1 position here, followed up by another Tigran car in P2 there with a Porsche, and another Tigran car here in P3. So it's going to be a Tigran racing front row lockout of 1 through 3. So well done. Not my Thomas.
Yeah, we know. That was a very good run from all 3 drivers, and I do know that a lot of your drivers are really well suited in the rain. Then we have, shockingly, in P4 is Allraz. So again, Allraz just coming out of nowhere and setting themselves up for another top 5. This was very common in the GT4 series that they were in, a silver driver racing with the golds and pros, and they're set to do it again. It looks like this season. I'm beginning to wonder if maybe the stewards need to consider a promotion for Allraz soon.
I mean, Allraz has been improving quite a lot throughout the last couple of seasons here, so I'm not surprised at all that they're going to be getting close to challenging for the gold and the pro times here in the race here. So it's going to be definitely a very exciting race start. We're going to be doing a couple of things in the background here before we're going to be running for a grid walk here. So before the start of the race here, it's going to be advantage for Robbie Kady and Parker Olsen in that 716 McLaren here. But the 2 Porsches, the 2 old school Porsches, are going to be right behind them, ready to pounce them into the Puhan, not Puhan, Erosion Radion complex, and with the Porsches being naturally aspirated, I think they're going to be getting at the very launch of the line here, so they might just be able to get ahead of the McLaren.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very interesting to see how this goes on lap 1. Unfortunately, so it looks like that we're going to be getting an update very soon with some of the liveries. Yeah, so
right, we have some wet conditions.
Yeah, we're going to be still waiting for our cars to line up on the grid here, and I don't think we had all of our cars that signed up in the end, and we do finally have our view on the Inigo Lopez's Blue E special livery car here, so we're going to be having a note of them once we're going to be getting ready for our grid walk here. But indeed, I did not get all of our drivers here. One of the cars that we did end up missing through our race start is going to be the Honda NSX of the 21 Evolution team here, so unfortunately we don't see any Hondas on the grid here, but for the most part almost everybody else here made it to the track here. So a couple of minutes left to go here, and with that going to be again another very wet race start from the looks of things. So it's going to be definitely mixing up the pack here with that huge wall of fog going up the big hill in Uros Radion.
Yeah, that's going to be slightly terrifying. I don't think I've ever... funny enough, I've never raced here at Spa in the rain. And I will say I don't know if we're going to be, I don't think I ever want to.
Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, time for a grid walk here. It's going to be started with a 716 TGR racing car of Robbie Kady and Parker also here, sitting in P1, a dominant P1 here, followed up by another Tigran racing car in P2. That got to be the number 236 of driving by Christian Klippert in the Porsche 991 GT3 car here. Up in P3, we have the third Tigran racing car here, the Tigran 123, filling out by Vossi in the other Porsche 991 GT3 here. That's going to be now in P4. It's going to be our first non-Tigran racing car. It's going to be the Wolfin Racing Allraz Wolfin driven car, the Lamborghini Huracan of Allraz Wolfin here. Now coming up into P5, we have Alexander van der Wood here in the Bentley Continental GT3, the number 38, the classic British machinery here. Big, heavy thing here, but with a very good tire management here, so hopefully a good result in the race here. Now in P6, we have our another British driver here. This is going to be Damon Wareham and Sauce Dragon in that number 773. Pfizer and Racing Team Sovalu combined car here. A very solid P6 position here. Now in P6, P7, we have our ARF Racing. Important to have all those W's there for the ARF. It's going to be the number 621 Ford Mustang driven by Saber Kitsune and Sarah Emberton. Now it's going to be in P8. We have our first Nissan, the number 100 Kvetch Motorsports. Livery, a nice solid gray color here for the gray skies in the sky here. Now in P9, we have our Bluey Nico Lopez driven car, the number 423 special livery, with a lot of different funny stickers on the car here. So it's going to be very funny to look at throughout the race here. It's going to be the number 423 of Nico Lopez here in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2. Joined up alongside them in P10, that's going to be Luis Adeline and Jordan Johnson in that Red Bull Racing Squared Marcos rejects team here in the P10. Not quite the qualifying they probably would have wanted there, but still a very solid position overall here. Now in P11, we have our other British car here. It's going to be the first Aston Martin of the grid here. It's going to be number 142 of JPEG, Fox, and Wolfin Kagagia. Seems like Wolfin got to be the one starting the race here in that number 142 as someone to be advantage here. Now in P12, we have the SQ Red Scred. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce the name here. Apologies if I do get it wrong here. It's going to be the number 7 McLaren 650S of driven by Fury April and Kamil Jurasek in that car here. Now in P13, we have our Echo Racing Team Echo car, the other V8 Vantage here, the number 847 Racing Team Echo car here, started by Frey Firebot in the great start here. Now in P14s, we have our another McLaren 720S. It's going to be the number 404 Garage 42, driven by Jay Chardon. If I'm correct, they had another car there. Yeah, it had another driver of Dan Moore here. Yes, in the other Garage 42 here. Now in P15, we have our Tokyo Ghosts Racing, number 5 McLaren 720S here, starting in P15. A bit ways off from Jay Chardon's time here in the qualifying, but hopefully they will be able to get some more position up in the race here. Now in P16, we have a Ferrari, the first Ferrari of the grid here. Not quite unusual to see in the Ferraris at the back here, but it's going to be the number 666 Doggo Drivers car here. It's joined up alongside. It's going to be back in the back. It's going to be number 17 Andreas Spitzer in the number 23 Ford Mustang. And then finally, rounding out the grid here, we also have another Ferrari 296 of Jeremy Dalton in that number 88 Husqvarna Motorsport car here. No livery for that other than the default one, unfortunately. But they're still going to be there, still driving, still keeping it going here. And they seem to have disappeared into the ether here, but hopefully we're going to be able to go through the rest of our grid walk here. So it's going to be now P19 of Mateusz Lewandowski in that number 426 EP Wolf Racing Team here in that classic BMW M6 here. Now in P20 we have our Sad Kid driven car here in the Team SK. Very brief, very condensed. So good job for them getting that P20 spot here at that number 13, like Graham Kady. And then we're going to be at the very back. We have our 6-7, number 21, number 6-7 in P21. That's going to be the Porsche 992, driven by Jesper Swingley, and I think the other car was also George Strami in the number 6-7 Porsche, rounding out our grid.
I'm just going to say it now. I don't like that. I really don't like that. I really don't like that.
Saving the best for last, I suppose, and that's going to be now drivers going on their outlap here, getting ready. It's going to be pouring rain out there. Looking at my own weather calendar here, the rain is not going to be letting up for at least the first 20 minutes here, and it looks like it's going to be easing up a little bit for the first 30 minutes after the first 30 minutes. So it's going to be a very wet, very hectic start for sure. So fingers crossed that everybody can just make it through in one piece.
Yeah, absolutely. We're letting these guys get their tires warmed up. You can see some of them are kind of weaving back and forth, trying to get as much heat in these things as they can. And that's going to be very hard to do, especially in these conditions. So we're just going to have to kind of just keep an eye on things, wait and see how it goes.
We're going to be seeing how it goes indeed here, and something that also is going to be very interesting for the Denak racing cars here is going to be they're going to be starting back-to-back, side-by-side, going into one of the most tricky parts of the entire track here, in very tricky and treacherous conditions here. So they're going to try, I'm hoping they're going to be trying their best to stay out of each other's way here, because I do not want to see a take gap meet in one of the biggest races of the year here. The very first race of our 2026 season, so we're going to be keeping a close eye on that. But you can see in the background there as well, with Nico Lopez and other cars there, is that they're just doing a lot of weaving, trying to get more temperature into those tires here, even though it's going to be wet, so the tires are going to be up to temperature pretty quick, pretty soon here. But they're just doing everything they can to be as ready as possible for that's going to be a very, very long endurance race.
Yeah, exactly. As we follow along now with Fez and Spitzer heading down there in the a little further back in the field. That's fine. They'll at least be able to kind of work their way through. I believe Fez is starting us off, which will be a little awkward because they're definitely going to be the faster driver, but here's hoping nothing bad happens as we follow along now with Robbie Kelly, who will be starting this race for the 716 of Tigay. It will definitely be interesting. I pray that there is not a Tigay meet, but who knows at this point. We haven't started
To be
yet,
fair,
so
it would be funny if there was a Dig Gap meet, but I'm hoping that's not going to be the case here. So just keep
Denak.
my fingers crossed that everybody can make it through, not just the Dig Gap racing cars here, and everybody else here down in the back, because there's going to be 21 cars in the grid, 6 hours to go on the race here. So anything can happen, and yeah, they're going to be all with those wet tires here, but as the track is going to be drying up there, they're going to have to also keep it in mind when they're going to be switching from those wet tires here to slicks. So that's going to be something else for our drivers to consider, because it's not going to be rating the entire ways through here. So another interesting strategy to think about for the drivers, but for now, the only thing they're thinking of is just the launch, getting through turn 1, getting through the first lap here in one piece, and just finding your own rhythm here. And now it's going to be then cars going now 2 abreast for quite early here, it looks like, because we're still not even past the launch module. They're still going side by side here, so going to be a little ways longer here. And now it's going to be a little bit...
I believe it's cold here. Sorry.
I mean, it is quite cold here. Indeed, it's going to be a cold track here. And the race is going to be starting after the start, so they're going to be launching their cars going through Eau Rouge Radion. So they seem to be lining up quite early here, but yeah, at this point, as you can see here from the onboard from Saber Kitsune's number 621 car here, even with the slow speeds are going about 60, 70 kilometers an hour, there's still quite a lot of spray on the track here. And once they unleash the full power of these GT3 machinery going to the uphill section into the Camel Straight here, it's going to be an even bigger wall of fog here. So who do you see in the back there as well? I think that's going to be the Racing Team Echo's car going very wide of the bus again here. And we also had another 25-pound donation from Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous. Please don't hack us, Anonymous. At least not our servers here while we're going to be getting ready for the race here with 2 cars going 2 abreast. So it's going to be down for the last few minutes.
Yeah, we're down to any minute now. The flag will drop as they head down through turn 1. Remember, the line, even though the line is there, the start line is actually at the bottom of the hill right before Rovers and Radion as they get ready and they get the power down. And I will say it's way a bit too early for that.
Yeah, it's not quite ready yet there. There's still going to be quite a ways down the straight here before the actual green flag drops here, but we're going to be watching them very, very closely. I think it's going to be happening any second here. It's going to be green, go, 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 with a huge lead already coming up from Robbie Kelly, going up towards Rouge Radio. It's going to be now Oris Wobbis side by side going up through. It's going to be 3, 4 cars going side by side.
Wait a minute.
But it's spinning through quite nice and clean here. And that's going to be the Racing Team Solo 5-star car here going wide off a Rouge Radio there. They're going to be going nice and clean here, but it's going to be the boatload of stinky number 38 car here having a peak going up into the Porsche of, I think it's going to be the number 15 of Fossey Diggers here going up into the first corner here. The first proper braking zone of the track. It's going to be Dip sending it deep up on the inside here. It's going to be squeezing a bit of side-by-side contact with the 2 cars here. It's going to be contact. It's going to be contact. It's going to be the 2 cars going over the ground. It's going to be the going so fast. It's going to be in the very worst part of the track here with a huge wall of fog. It's going to be big hit again from somebody going up all the track. Oh, it's going to be a bad disaster for both the Take-Out Racing car and for number 38 of Boat Lotus again. We also see another car going off in the background there. So they made it through Eau Rouge Radio, but they did not make it through the second corner here. So unfortunate disaster for them.
I'd also like to point out in the middle of that, I'd like to point out that Oraz, before they even hit Eau Rouge Radion, was already in P2. They somehow were able to send it and absolutely get a massive advantage going up the hill. I'm very unfortunate for Dip, but I don't think they got a lot of damage because everybody kind of avoided them. I don't see any physical damage. Another person who's taking full advantage of this is the Reject Red Bull team, the Reject Red Bull team of Lisa Adeline. They are now looking. I think they gained like 2 positions. I almost want to say because of this incident, but now they still got a long way to go.
Yeah, my timing here, so pretty good launch for them. And somebody else also had a pretty good launch here, but I feel it was a little bit suspect. I saw the tracker, and that was the number 773 of Damon Wareham and Tosh Tracker. I think they saw them cutting quite a lot of Eau Rouge Radion in the start there, and they're currently up in P3, so I'm not sure if the stewards are going to be looking at that. But for now, we're going to be looking at Leibuf Kagekeo now being chased by Festfox in that Ford Mustang right in the background there. They're going to be going almost bumper to bumper, going through Blanchimont and down towards the bus stop chicane here. That's going to be Festfox going up on the outside here, trying to get the better launch going through the bus stop chicane here. They managed to get nice and ahead already before they even turned around for the corner there. It's going to be another bit of a bump from the 650Fs of Fury April in that McLaren behind them. So it's going to be, unfortunately, Brave Wolf going backwards in that car for at the moment here. It's now going to be Fury April going up, having a peak on the outside, going through the Source hairpin here. Let's see if they can just carry the speed as much as possible here. It's going to be Brave Wolf going but defensive on the inside there. They're going to be washing out wide with Fury April here, but they seem to be able to keep the power down here. They're going to be going side by side. It's going to be a drag race. That's going to be also with Miguel Lopez's Lamborghini in the background there, also having a look, but it's going to be Brave Wolf lifting up a bit on the car a little bit and giving the position over to the SQ Red Racing car. It's going to be very wide on the exit. That's going to be also Bossy Tigris gear going very wide on the exit of the Rouge corner here. So it's going to be a big off track warning here, and that's going to be interesting. I said you do not want to be. You only have 3 off tracks for the entire 6-hour race. So if you only use up 2 of them, you only have 1 mistake before getting a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, and that's through 6 hours. As we see the car Fury, bit of an unsafe rejoin there, but was able to not take out anybody there. Now slotting between Indigo Lopez and Blade Wolf, heading down the hill, down into the hairpin. As we see, Swiggly, I think, trying to make did have a bit of a sniff. Vossi getting very close also to Indigo as well, as they try to fight off this tight fight between, I think this is for the P10 spot, as we see Swingley go very wide, going out of Kuon, and Vossi having a lot of trouble.
The P10 fight here, for sure. It's going to be now Bossy Tigris rushing up on the back bumper of that Bluey Shark Racing car. They're going towards turn 13 here, but no progress they made so far. And also saw a quick donation here from Nor, getting £10 for our donation for a charity drive. So thank you for them. Now I hope you're going to be enjoying the race here, because we're going to be seeing lots of racing. It's only the first couple laps of the race here, and they're still jockeying for position. Several cars only separated by a couple of tenths between each other. You can see the Porsche of that Ticket Racing car here getting closer and closer, going down the Blanchimont section here without trying to find like a good opportunity to make a send going up into the bus stop chicane here, but don't think there's going to be any progress. It's going to be a very good corner of the turn 18 here, but they're going to be unfortunately drifting wide there. That's going to be losing them all the time they had just gained there, so no chance for them to make a send into the bus stop chicane here. And we also saw a fast lap here from David Warren, surprisingly.
No, it's Saber.
McLaren here, so quite a lot. Actually, immediately answered by the 7621 Ford Mustang of the ARF Racing Team car here. So there's still definitely plenty of more time to be gained here for all of our drivers here, but especially with this P10 fight here, they're not going to be able to get any good times here because they're just too busy defending.
Yeah, defending or attacking at this point. This is a massive, I want to say 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 if Swiggly's able to kind of get a little bit of a run going, heading up toward Rouge Radio. You can definitely tell that, they're definitely trying to recover what they lost as we follow along now. But Festfox able to make a move on the Convention Motorsport GTR, heading down Camel Straight. It looks like they'll have the momentum going into the corner, and so far, so good. Looks like they're going to be just fine as far as anything goes, and that's very wide.
Somebody that is not doing fine. That's going to be the SQ Red and Blue cars of Fury April and Amigo Lopez. Are going massively off track with turn 7 through the Lake Concombre here, so hopefully they didn't have any incidents going there, or they just not anticipating going on the grass there. So seems like they've made it through fine there, but yeah, the rain is definitely causing havoc on all of our drivers.
Yeah, this heavy rain is definitely not a fun thing to be driving in. Hopefully when it dries up, things will be a little bit better. So they're only going to hold out for a half hour until the rain lightens up. And then I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is the rain supposed to stop like halfway through? Or
I'm not sure if we saw that, but the Nissan GTR off the Convention Motorsport car had a massive slide going through Bruhan here. Somehow they still keep it on track here and still racing. Now there's going to be almost 10 cars. I see almost 10 cars in the view here, all within a second of each other here, trying to fight position. Guys, this is an endurance race. Keep yourself safe.
You know, racing spirit never never really goes away as we see heading into Stabilo 1. Oh, that was a bit of a contact with Vanderwood. That was Stabilo 2, I'm sorry. But Vanderwood not in any mood to waste any time as Robbie Kelly once again claims the fastest lap at 2:31, 190. Not bad at all. Heading down toward the final chicane, as we can see Indigo trying to make a send for Route 1 by 2. Is this going to work? They get it on Fury, but I don't think they're going to be able to get it in Convention Motorsport. GTR! That was a huge hit.
And that was unfortunate. I don't think they were anticipating the Nissan GTR being so slow on that turn 20 corner there that just compromised their exit severely. So that's going to be Fury April again on the inside of Nico Lopez here, going into La Source. They're still fighting side by side, but now with Fury getting the inside line here, a nice tight exit. That's going to be then just about squeezing ahead of the Lamborghini of Nico Lopez here, but no, Nico is not giving up. They're still there. They're still side by side. They're going to be challenging going up into Rouge Rally here, but no attempt at lifting in the end and not fighting. That's going to be a smart decision for them because there's going to be a long race to go here. And now they got a really good launch going up into the Kemmel straight here, trying to get that slipstream from the McLaren 650S here. It's going to be full course yellow because we see something going very slow on the track here. Not quite sure what happened there, but some big incidents already happening.
Yeah, a big incident already happening. I think whoever's in P21, I think is stuck somewhere, I want to say. I don't know. That's the only reason I think of calling a for course. If we could find out what that was, that'd be great. But yeah,
I
unfortunately,
do see there is the BMW M6, the 426 car is currently very slow on the track. They just managed to get themselves back around in region. I don't think we will be, unfortunately, be able to watch a replay of that incident here, but it looks like the full course yellow is going to be clearing up very soon here. So good reactions from our steward team here, live stewarding team here to neutralize the race and keep everything back on track here. But having a quick recap of our race here, Robbie Kelly in that 716 McLaren 720S has been just dominating at the race so far as we go back into green flag continues here, sitting a whopping 4 seconds ahead of the P2 of Ora as well this year. So quite a good advantage for the first hour.
Yeah. And a good launch by Indigo Lopez. Now they're going to try to make another run at it. We'll see what happens. I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything. Maybe if they try to get an even better run going on into Puan. I think they're probably at this point just going to take it easy as Fury. I think it's just going to let them by and give them the position back. I don't know why. I don't think they did anything wrong. But I think it might also just be due to pace. I don't know. But now Fury on the back foot heading down Puan, and it's very interesting to see that. Oh, and we got another big slide from the Kvetch car heading towards Stabilo. There was a good save as we got trouble again. That's Art Bezimer of Doggo Drivers. Just out. Yeah, it looks like they spawn at No Name, and that's even more trouble. What?
Oh no! Helmut
Louisa.
Marko's racing rejects got thrown off into Puhan. I think Helmut Marko just got done with them. They needed them physically off in the exit of Blanchimont there, but it seems like they're still going fine. I think they just had a big slide there. Let's see if we can see a replay of what exactly happened there on the track here. So we're now going to be watching closely on the Red Bull Racing Limited's car here, going through Blanchimont there. I think they just tried to carry too much speed and they were able to. Yeah, it looks like he just had a big slide, a big drift sideways going off the exit of Blanchimont there, and luckily they were able to avoid any of the barriers here, but that must have been a big brown pants moment for Louis Adler.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That could have been so much worse. They almost slid into the wall, but they were able to save it. So the only thing they have to now worry about is their tires, which are probably roasted at this point. So now they've got to, thankfully with all this rain, they'll be able to cool down their tires a little bit more effectively, but the flat spots on them has just got to be horrible. And they're probably definitely feeling it in the wheel. Hopefully they're able to kind of pull it off as we see Fez Fox on a massive charge up to P7 already and is now fighting Luis Alfonso for P6. It's going to be interesting, but is Fez going to be able to get around the Audi of Luis Alfonso as we get another battle of Lane Wolf and Swingley, but it looks like it's calmed down a little bit now. Yeah, it looks like now going back to our fight with Fez, and so far it looks like he's going to be on a charge, but it's going to be a very rough time to get his weight behind. I believe, yes, that is Fosse. Yeah, that is Fosse. So they're going to get involved in the scrap within the next lap or two. All this going on, and we still have 5 hours to go.
5 hours to go, but there's going to be no pace at all with any of these cars here. And I think the number 23 of Vesfox and Spitzer, they've been the biggest gainers of the entire race so far. They've gone up a whopping 10 positions from their qualifying position here. So very good on capitalizing on all these different mistakes and crashes happening from the other cars ahead here. Actually, Uppy's got 11 spots at this point here, so very good from them at the moment here. And they're going to be now chasing down the car of Luis Adeline and Jordan Johns here, going down into Blanchard. See if they can just get a little bit closer here. The Ford Mustang has the power. It's going to be a big bounce off the curb from the Audi R8, but it's going to be needing to keep them nice and steady here. But that's going to be the defensive into the bus stop chicane here, almost brushing with the bumper of Vesfox there in the background there. You can see the Oracle next there, very meaty car for sure. They're driving with the Red Bull Racing Square team here, and they're still able to just barely keep ahead of the Ford Mustang, going down into the source there. It's also going to be a fastest lap for Alexander Van der Boot there, the 2:31 flat at the moment here. We also see that despite the power disadvantage that the Audi R8 has over the Mustang and the Porsche in the background, they're still able to just stay ahead, make sure to put their car in the right position to block any moves from happening. But that gives the opportunity for Aussie Takers to also be entering this fight here, hopefully also jogging around both of them. We also see another fight happening between Inigo Lopez and the number 100 car of Convention Motorsport here. Now going again side by side through that first straight here, going up into Illusion Radio here, but I think it looks like Inigo Lopez was able to get a better launch and get ahead going up into Radion and Illusion. Oh, it's gonna be contact! I think it was almost contact there. It's gonna be again the Skylar Vixen's number 100 car here going sideways, and I think they signed up for the wrong race. I think they're going to do a drift competition.
Yeah, at this point it seems like everybody's drifting around this track, and it was saved by Skylar, but I don't know what they were doing there. It almost looked like they were going to try to make a move in Illusion. I was like, that's not the place to do it. And unfortunately, as you can clearly see, it was not, because now they've lost so much time, and now Indigo has free air for, I think, for another 2 seconds as we follow on now.
Happened there, so it seems like, yeah, this GT got a much poor launch going after La Source here, but they still get quite close into Nico Lopez's bumper here. It seems like
they did. They did.
I saw the brake lights light up there as well, so it just looks like Inigo is breaking a lot for Rouge Radio that just caught out the Nissan GTR there. But we're going to be going back now into a fight again with Vossi Tigris, with Vesfox, and with Luis Adelaide here, still back to back, almost side by side here, now going through. I think it's going to be, going down into Blanchard there, almost back to back here. So it's going to be a very close. It's almost brushing bumpers now with Audi R8 ahead here. So this could be the best chance for the number 23 car here to get past the Audi R8 going into the bus stop chicane here. So it's going to probably the Audi R8 going defensive up on the inside. Yeah, they're going to be keeping that tight inside line here. It's going to be Vesfox diving outside, but they don't have the speed they can carry through the corner. So it's going to be them still stuck behind the Audi R8 here. That with also Vossi Tigris getting even closer. And you can see in the background, that's also going to be the car of Alexander Van der Voort there in the number 38 Bentley. So they're also now joining this fight here. That's actually going to be Vossi having a peek on the Ford Mustang of Vesfox here, trying to sneak up on the outside, but they don't have the space to carry the momentum to get ahead of them. So that's going to be a bit of a sigh of relief for the Audi R8 to keep them ahead. But now it's going to be Vossi Tigris in that number 15 Porsche 991 trying to get the best launch up into Radio. But you can already see here, it's only these two corners here, and the massive power of that Ford Mustang here. They're just gapping the Mustang by seconds at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like it's got a nitrous button in the streets, and they are able to, it's crazy.
It is absolutely crazy here. What is still also crazy is that Inigo Lopez and Skylar Vixen are still fighting. Actually, that's going to be, that's the wrong car. I think that's going to be the Sat Ket. Yeah, it's going to be the Sat Ket's Lamborghini Huracan here. They're having a fight with it. Ooh, very tight on the track limits there with that, or the top of Ratty on there, but seems like both have made it through just fine there. Unfortunately, we do not see how many track limit warnings everybody has here, but again, you only have 3, and on your 4th one, you're going to be getting a drive-through penalty here. That's going to be for your entire race here. We've not even gone through 20 minutes. And I feel like there's only been a couple of track limits warnings for some guys here, so I think there could be got to be some drive-through penalties coming up very soon.
Yeah. Actually, we do have... I was just informed that we did have one drive-through. I don't know who it was, but... It was the... actually, I've just been informed it was the 426. The 426 that I was already gotten a drive-through.
Yeah, it was the BMW M6 driven by Matthias Lewandowski that had the drive-through penalty here. So yeah, track limits are indeed quite unforgiving on the track here, and I think with the wet conditions here, that's going to be making keeping the car on track even more challenging. So even more challenging to keep it on those track limits there and avoid those track limits penalties here. But now again, it's going to be another rematch now between. Ooh. That's not going to be with them. It's going to be with Frey Fireball in the Racing Team Eco car and with the Kvetch Motorsports Nissan GTR here, almost sliding into the back of the Nissan GTR going after Wuhan corner here. So it seems like the gap has neutralized again there, so they're just keeping it nice and steady here. But if now going to be going back into the fight with Fezfox and Lewis Adelaide here, going now into push line. It's going to be very slow. It's going to be going side by side, but there's no space. The Audi already just closed the door on the Mustang GT3 there, so they had nowhere else to go there. So unfortunately, they could not capitalize on the mistake made by the Audi R8 here. But somebody who is capitalized, that's going to be Vossi Tigris, now going to be having a slightest of peaks here.
Oh no, trouble!
That's going to be again called out. There's going to be another incident between the Porsche, and it's going to be another incident because they were not anticipating anything going around here. So, oh, that is not good for the Porsche. They've already been involved in 2 different incidents. And that's going to be going that even worse. They're just tumbling down the field again. All the progress they made trying to recover just lost in that one mistake.
Yeah, they just tried to send it in like in a bit of an awkward angle, and I don't think Fez saw it in time. And it unfortunately was spun around by Vossi. Thankfully, Vossi did give the position back afterwards. And now Vossi's going to be, or now Fez is going to have to be on a charge to try to make up all that time lost. They may be able to do it as we get a replay of this. Let's take a look on board with Vossi. They're heading in to turn 1, and you can see, oh, yeah, it looks like they just late brake, trying to make a move, and then they just get punked on the way back.
I'm not sure they were even trying to make a move at that somewhat. I think Vossi was just caught up by how slow Fezfox's Mustang was going to that the source hairpin here, and that's why they came together in the end. So unfortunate contact with them, but it seemed to be a very minor one, and they were able to get away with it without major damage here. So, but we did get yet another donation. It's going to be another 10 pounds from Marlies there. So very much a big thank you for that again. We're now sitting at 1,109 pounds, 110% of our donation goal here. So we're still going here. So again, we appreciate every single donation you hear. Keep them going here because every single pound, every single euro, every single dollar goes for a very good cause.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and Nora also made a donation. So again, thank you, Nora, as we follow along now with this fight between Frey and Kvetch Motorsport. And it looks like Frey and Skylar are going to be going at it through Puan and Abel. Beautiful pass through Puan by Frey Fireblood. And
that was separating inches between them. That was a very brave move on the inside of Puhan to get ahead of the Nissan GTR. So good job from Frey Fireblood.
Yeah, absolutely. Amazing job. Now they just have to hold off this Skyline and see if they can maybe get a bit of a gap. And unfortunately,
the car's mixed up. I don't think we've had a Skyline in GT3s for a long time. I think you're looking at a Nissan GTR. That's a different car.
I thought I said GTR. Oh well.
I'm pretty sure you said Skyline there.
If I did, my bad. I mean, technically it's a Skyline. It's just a GTR version of the Skyline. I don't know. Ooh, way wide. That's very
wide on the exit of Blanchemont there. That's going to be also a spin from Rush 42, the number 404 McLaren 720S as well there. So yeah, the tricky conditions are definitely catching out some of our drivers here. But let's see a quick brief to see what exactly had happened there. So going to be following along with that number 404 McLaren here. I think they're going to be going down into, going to be in the Stabilo corner. So let's see what happened. They're going to be nice and tidy on there. A bit too much power on the exit of Stabilo there. That just caused the rear to step out and slide around. But Only a small tap on the wall here, so I think they're able to get away with it fine.
Yeah, I think they'll be fine. I don't think it's going to be any major damage. As we follow on now with this battle, it looks like Frey, unfortunately, has lost his position to Skylar. I'd only assume in turn 1. And now they're trying to claw it back again, heading in down the Camel Straight. Are they going to try to make another move for it again? I don't know. I don't think there's a gap for it. As meanwhile, we have yet another battle. Alexander Van der Wood has caught up to the Red Bull reject car and is now looking to see if maybe they can make a move as they continue to try to regain all the time they've lost.
Yeah, they're making good progress on gaining a recovery drive after that early race spin there, and it looks to me they're going to be getting closer to Louis Adeline's car. I'm going to have a quick look up on my splits here for the last couple of laps here. The number 38 of Alexander Van der Wood has been doing some solid 2-minute 30 lap times here, whereas the Audi R8 of Louis Adelaide in that number 69 Audi has only been able to beat 2:31s here, so advantage for Bentley for sure as they get really close and off the track here into launch mode. They're trying to make a move onto the Audi R8 here, but with the Red Bull Racing Marco's rejects drivers in that Audi R8 here, I don't think they're going to be making it easy.
No, they aren't. Not yet, but then here we go. We have yet another battle. This is going to be for the third spot. It looks like. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're also having a bit of a here. Apologies, but we also, yeah, again, it's going to be this fight with Damon Wareham and Oras Focus. It's going to be this fight for P2. Again, it looks like Damon Wareham in that 773 McLaren has been doing much faster lap times compared to Oras Focus here. 229s versus 230s from Oras Focus here. But now it's going to be back to the fight with Alexander Van der Wood and Timberfox here. Now with a good launch up through Radion to the Camel Straight here. So this could be a good opportunity for Van der Wood to make a send up on the outside there. It's going to be, a bit of weaving left and right here, weaving outside, weaving inside there, but not going to be a send made there so far, but they're going to be very close here. And Louis Adelaide, apologies, I was saying Festboxer, but I meant to say Louis Adelaide, yeah. Louis Adelaide there is putting up a very good defense onto the Bentley ahead here, but it's going to be, again, only a hair's width between them. Now going into the Bruxelles hairpin, it's going to be now outside about making a send up on the inside, barely avoiding contact between the Audi R here. But it looks like the Audi R was able to get the better launch up here, but Alexander Van der Wood is still just about hanging hard and hoping to make a switchback down the hill and now going towards Buhan here. Now it's going to be advantage for Bentley here, trying to make a pick up on the inside, but it's going to be Audi already up on the middle of the road here, compromising the exit line off the Bentley here. So it's going to be no precision made here so far. The Audi R is making a masterclass defense here, just making sure to put their car in the exact right spot there to avoid the Bentley from making the lead, send the car to actually get around him. And again, now going through the left-right corners here, now going towards Stavolo. It's going to be very wide, losing the traction they had on the car here. And again, very good defense from the Audi R8 to keep the much faster Bentley behind.
Yeah, absolutely. As we keep following along with this battle, it's getting very, very close. Heading up as we have yet another fastest lap. R. Kelly's hitting a 2:28 and 7. Now all the Audi has to do is try to hold off that Bentley, which has a so much better launch going down the race straight. As they head down towards the corner, it looks like Adelaide is trying desperately to try to keep that Bentley behind them, and you can hear it. I think they just hit a wet spot, but thankfully it didn't cause any issues. As you see, Van der Wood right on the bump of Adelaide hanging down in the last two quarters, but I don't think there's going to be a move here. I'm going to say absolutely send him to turn 1, and that very well could happen as we keep following along with this battle. And it looks like, yeah, Alex Van der Wood is going to absolutely send it going to turn 1, squeeze. Adelaide going into the corner, compromising their line. Oh yeah, it looks like Van der Wood is going to get it here as yep, that did it. Down to T1, amazing pass.
Brave defending from the Red Bull Racing Audi R8 for sure, but in the end, Alexander Van der Wood just had too much power on the car here. But somebody that's going to be going back into a fight, that's going to be the McLaren and the Lamborghini of Bluey and of SQ Red Racing Team here. It's getting, again, they have rejoined the track side by side here, but unfortunately, a big off-track moment going wide on the La Source corner here gives the SQ Red McLaren the opportunity to get ahead, going up into Radion there. but it's going to be Inigo Lopez right behind them, so they might be able to get a good slipstream up in the Kemmel Straight. It looks like they get a much better launch as well compared to the McLaren because they're still right behind them, less than 2/10 of a second separating them going down to that very, very long Kemmel Straight here. So this could be an opportunity for them to get past each other here. It's going to be... Doesn't look like they're going to be making a set here unless they make a big dive here, a bit of a peek up on the inside there, but they eventually just back out in the end here, so no position change here. But it's going to be now Sadkid having a peek on Blade Wolf Kagakiyo's number 142. Like a racing car there, they seem to be able to just barely squeeze ahead going through the Lake Home corners here, but no space left at the exit of turn 9 here, so they started back behind them again, and still positions remain the same so far, but it looks like Sadkid has been going on quite a charge on the background here. They've been driving considerably faster lap times compared to the number 142 Aston Martin V8 Bandits there, so this might also be another position change very soon.
Yeah, I also want to point out, I think that the way, I know you said that Indigo went wide, I don't think that was the case because they did this with the GTR, the convention GTR, and I think it was just to gain a little bit of momentum going into Eau Rouge and Radeon to maybe just get a little bit of extra speed because the Lambo does have a lot of top end speed. So I'm wondering if that is just a move to try to maybe gain a little bit better momentum out of the corner.
Well, if they did, it didn't really work out because currently Inigo Lopez is sitting behind them at 650. Yes, so
I mean, true. Yeah, I mean, it worked. It almost worked the last time too, because I noticed that when they would do that, it would just glue them to the bumper, but they just wouldn't have enough time to get to Eau Rouge and Radeon in time to make a move. As we follow on,
there is an argument to be made that you could have a slightly wider, like giving up a position momentarily on the exit of a tight hairpin if you can just get the slipstream on the straight here. But if that happened, that did not work out for Inigo Lopez here. But they certainly are not giving up yet because they are still very close at the rear bumper of that 650S McLaren ahead of them, trying to hopefully have another set going up into the La Source hairpin. So it's going to be again the Lamborghini and the Aston Martin going side by side, going through the source here. Sadkid up on the outside, label on the inside here, having a tight defensive line here. It looks like Sadkid's angling to have a switchback. Yes, we also see the 426 of the BMW M6 in the picture. I think they had a mistake where they accidentally put on dry tires on a wet track here. So that's something what you want to do here. But something what you do want to be doing here is going side by side through Eau Rouge Rally. And indeed, they're trying to do that, but Sadkid in the end chose to back out of that battle there and not try to challenge there, because I think it's already a challenge in dry conditions to try going side by side there. Even worse doing that in the rain.
Yeah, that was very risky, trying to go through Eau Rouge Radeon like that. Thankfully, they were smart enough to back out of it and keep the race going. And speaking of fighting, Indigo is really on the bumper of the the car of Fury April, trying to find at least one little window, but they're just having no luck of it at all, as the car, they're just trying to find a spot, and they just not have it. They're just almost even pace, I want to say, and it also could be because they are suffering from a little bit of damage from that earlier incident, which I'm going to be real, I think a lot of cars are going to be suffering through that, as I believe it looks like I was going to say the rain was lightening up, but it was not. That was my mistake. It was a gravel area. As you see Fury get a little bit loose going out of the corner, and again, that you said that 650S is very unstable, and you are 100% correct.
There's definitely a chance to drive here for sure, and also an update on the weather report. It has lessened a little bit on the track here, but the rain is going to be picking up again soon here, so there's not going to be a dry track here, not a dry line yet for people to try or consider switching to the dry compound tire here. So everybody's going to be staying on those wet grooved compound tires here for now. And again, it's now going to be the number 423 Lamborghini of Inigo Lopez again, having another thought about getting close to the rear bumper of Fury April's SQ Racing Team number 7 car here. It's going to be seeing if they can just get a good enough of an exit going through the bus stop chicane here. They seem to have compromised their line a little bit. They can't get quite close enough, but they are still only a couple of tenths separating between them. And yeah, looking at our best lap times between the two, they are only about a tenth off of each other here, so very much evenly matched in pace here. but with the old machinery with that old 650S here, with the rudimentary traction control system, ABS system here, they're definitely at a disadvantage here, just keeping the car on road here. So they're going to have to be absolutely on the top of their pace just to keep the Lamborghini behind them.
Yep. We have a incident going on. I believe this was. Oh no! It was the Echo car. We're heading down toward the final chicane. It might have been a minor one, but we'll see. Yeah, you can see. Oh yeah, just like Indigo, they weren't expecting the very slow speed of the GTR, and after bumper. I'm pretty sure if it was a real bumper, it would
I have to say, when did Inigo change the name to Indigo? I'm pretty sure they're still Inigo though. There's
Inigo.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you said Indigo. I think we're not talking about the colors of the rainbow here. We're talking about racing drivers here. And with Inigo Lopez, they're still in the back bumper of the McLaren 650S here. They are definitely seeing. I guess they are kind of Indigo if you think about it.
So I'm gonna be real. Not even joking. I did not know that. I did not know that's how you say it. I've always gone with Indigo. I'm not even kidding.
There's a very big separation between Inigo and Indigo. Indigo is a color. I hope your team boss is gonna be giving you a bit of an earful for that after the end of the race here.
Probably. Don't look at me. I'm like the way he's always said it always sounded like Indigo to me, so that's what I went with. I didn't realize it was Indigo. Jeez.
Well, regardless of that, it looks like the positions between Inigo Lopez and Theory April is staying the same here. Now going through Blanchimont corner here. That seems to be the only fight of our race so far here. Ooh, it's going to be Theory going a little bit wide off Blanchimont. There might be an off-track penalty, off-track warning for them in the end here. But no position swapped here. But it's going to be a bit of a better line, it looks like, from Inigo Lopez going through the bus stop again here, but a compromised exit that's not going to be able to hit on the power as early as the McLaren was able to, so still no chance for them to make a stint happen here. And also at the top of the leaderboards here, the top of the race here, it's going to be Robbie Kelly with a whopping 16 seconds ahead of everybody else on the counter, just driving completely on their own here. I think they're also looking at getting almost the purple sector on this last lap here, so they definitely have a lot of pace left to give here. But I'm going to be curious to see how will Parker also compare once they finally hop into that car there, because it's indeed a two-person team there. So it's going to be interesting to see the pace difference between them. Yeah, definitely. Parker has definitely been also a very fast driver. I wouldn't say as fast as Mark Kelly, as we see Sadket making once again trying to make a move on label. On the outside, I don't know if that's going to really work, but they're going to absolutely try. Heading into the quarter. Oh no, that was so close. That was like a little bit of neck cover because I think that they made actual contact. I think label for the spun there. But amazing save by Sadket, but unfortunately it's lost him a lot of time. Yeah, it was a bit of a bump between the Aston Martin and the Lamborghini. And again, it seems like the Lamborghini is not quite anticipating how early the Aston Martin is breaking ahead of it, because they've had to dive out of the way of. They even had a couple of contacts with the Aston Martin V8 Bandits ahead of them. So I think they just need to adjust their landing here, because you do need to keep in mind the Concertina effect here going through the track here, because you cannot brake at the exact same point as the car ahead of you when you're in close battle here, because that's going to be occupied by the car ahead of you. So I think Sadket just needs to ease back a little bit here, brake a little bit earlier than they normally would be able to, so they can hopefully just angle for an opportunity to pass here. Because looking at the times between Sadket and Blade with Kageki here, Sadket's driving almost a full second faster compared to Blade with Kageki here, so they just need to find the right spot to get around. Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, Indigo's now got another problem. It looks like they've got a little bit of lap traffic coming up as they head down the long straight here. I believe that is the Garage 42 McLaren heading down the corner, and that's going to make things a little bit awkward for Ferrieri and Indigo, as Indigo is going to take full advantage of it. Absolutely going to probably try to send it into the chicane, but there's not enough momentum. I think they lost a little trying to determine if they want to make that move, and it cost them dearly. But now they've got the blue flags are out, and yeah, the Garage 42 is just going to politely let them by and keep going about their day. quite surprising because Jesper Swingley's Garage 42 car was actually ahead of these both cars here, but they had a very slow down considerably to let them by here. Now, I mean, even looking at the pace there, they were not too much slower compared to the two cars ahead of them, but perhaps they were just trying to think of the overall race there, just trying to not get caught up in a battle with like another car here, because that does slow you down quite considerably there, but that might also cost them here because they seem to not be too far behind the cars ahead of them. That's going to be, again, the Satkit Lamborghini just getting so close to Paliku'i's Aston Martin, now having us keep going up into the cold corner here and send up on the inside there, but there's not enough space for them to make that send happen there. Again, having to back out and wait for another time opportunity to make that send happen. And that's going to be also Jesper Swingley up ahead of them in that number 6-7 funny meme car ahead of them. So the traffic could also going to be starting to play an effect here.
Yeah, absolutely. As we follow along now with, we continue to follow this battle with Satkit. It's been in and out. It's been in and out this whole time, and I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if anything's gonna be changing anytime soon. But one thing we do have to kind of consider is that we're gonna be getting close to the hour mark, and that's gonna be about the time when we start seeing if people are going to start making pit stops soon.
Yes, indeed. Though with the wet weather, that's going to be extending your stints a little bit longer here because you're not going to be consuming quite as much fuel here. And the biggest limiter on when you're going to be stopping is going to be how much fuel you have left here. But again, it's going to be probably another 30 minutes before people are going to be considering pit stops here. We already see, oh, that's going to be a spin. That's going to be Blade Move Kakegi's spinner around. That's going to be finally an opportunity for Satkit to get around them. So hopefully we can see a replay of what exactly happened if there was contact or something. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. So it's going to be Blade Move quite a big margin to Satkit behind them. So going up onto the exit of that corner here, now heading towards Stabilo there. But it looks like, yeah, they just went a bit too fast into that Stabilo corner here and just lost the rear. But they were able to stop the car nice and tidy here. But that's going to be, again, a position lost from Satkit there. For David there, giving Satkit the opportunity. But I'm going to be keeping an eye on Logan Harmony in the Tokyo Ghost racing car here. Somebody that hasn't not really been making a lot of waves at the race so far here, but they've been able to caught up to this fight between Frey Farbat's Racing Team Echo car and Skylar Vixen's Kvetch Motorsports Nissan GTR here. So, 2-car fight, hope soon going to be a 3-car fight.
Yeah, it looks like this is definitely going to be a 3-car fight with Tokyo Ghost Racing, Echo, and Kvetch as they head down toward turn 1. Let's see how this goes, but it looks like the Echo car has gotten ahead of the Kvetch Motorsport car again. I'm wondering if that's because of earlier contact, maybe they let them by. I don't know, but Logan Harmon making a move heading down the main straight toward Eau Rouge Radion. I don't think they're going to have the momentum to maybe make a move down the Camel Straight, but we'll see. Heading up the hill through Eau Rouge, through Radion, and that's very wide through Radion. And that might be an off-track.
Our cameras playing tricks on us, but it just looks like so many cars have been going over the limit on that inside curve up through Radion there, so I think a lot of our cars are either going to be just on the limit of getting drivability here, or they're just skirting the edge of it, and it's just their cameras playing tricks on us. I'm not quite sure.
It could be because, it's like from my perspective, it looks like they're just like right off, but it could be something else. As we get yet another penalty for car 15 for causing a collision. So, super unfortunate. That is what is car 15?
Car number 15 is the
that's
Porsche
Flossie.
911 of Aussie Tigris here. So indeed, it's going to be our live stewards finally having a look at those incidents that are happening throughout the race here and starting to issue those time penalties here. That's going to be a 10-second time penalty for Aussie Tigris, who will have to serve that in their next pit stop here. It's also going to be a 5-second time penalty for Fury April as well there. I'm not quite sure for what, but it's probably going to be for also causing collision here. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. I think it could be having a look. Yeah, it's going to be, it's going to be 5-second penalty for car number 7-4. I'm causing contact with another car here, so it's going to be, unfortunately, yeah, actually, that might now making sense here. It probably might make sense for if you're able to try and defend as hard as they can on Nico Lopez behind them, because they're going to be losing a lot of time in that pit stop here, having to serve that 5-second time penalty here. So that makes sense why they're being so defensive.
Yeah, agreed. And right now we're following along with Indigo Lopez as they try to once again go for Fury April, but I think at this point, all Indigo has to do is just kind of keep driving their line because with that 5-second penalty, all Indigo has to do is just wait for them to box, and then that'll be that. As they head down to the Rouge Radion, I don't think they're definitely too far away to make a move now, but we'll wait and see. Is that trouble? Oh my God, that's Fez. That's the Echo car of Ray Fireblood. It looks like they may have had an incident going out of the last corner, but that's so unfortunate. As we're going to get a replay of that.
Yeah, let's see exactly what happened there. They were very wide on the exit of that corner here, but they just misjudged their car and hit the tire barrier on the inside there. That's a very rare mistake to happen here, but quite unfortunate. So hopefully it didn't damage the car too much.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to do any major damage, but super, super unfortunate for the Echo team as we follow along now with Charter, who's caught up to Blade and I believe one of the Ferraris. Yeah, Dolan of the Ferrari. They head down through the hairpin. It looks like Dolan's just going to let them by. I believe they are the ones that are a lap down. So just going to let them by and keep going as they head down the hill.
It looks to be quite a close fight still between Logan Harmon and Skylar Vixen in the Nissan GTR and McLaren 720S respectively here. Unfortunately, the race team Echoes Aston Martin V8 Advantage is now out of that fight with the incident they had here, so it's only going to be a two-horse race two-horse race for now. You can see them, they're still in the background, they're just barely out of view of those cameras here. You can see Skylar Vixen struggling to keep the traction on that car, over the corner. That's going to be given an opportunity for Logan Harbour to have a nice scent on the inside there and get past the Nissan GTR here. So it looks like the tires are starting to give up on that Nissan GTR, and they're just struggling for traction, just losing more time, losing more position here. So I think it's going to be getting close for most of our drivers to get to the pits here and get some fresh tires.
Yeah, it looks like we've got somebody that's caught up. It looks like, yeah, it's Fez. It looks like we're going to get a round 2 of Audi versus Ford as Fez absolutely is, I think he's seeing the mist and is just focusing so hard on catching up to Louise Adeline as they head down the Camel Straight. And that Mustang's definitely going to have the power as we follow along now with the Convention Motorsport, Skylar Vixen, heading down into the chicane. It looks like there isn't going to be a move here, but we'll have to see if maybe there's going to be one later down the line, because they definitely have the pace, but they just haven't had the opportunity yet.
I'm not quite so sure about, to be honest, because I'm looking at the best lap times done by the number 100 and the number 5 car here. Number 100, that's going to be the Nissan GTR. Their best lap time is a 2:31.9 compared to Lewis Harmon in that number 5 McLaren. They did a 2:30.9, so a full second faster. You can already see here, with just a couple of corners here, the gap is just continuing to extend farther and farther between the Nissan and the McLaren here. So I don't think there's going to be much of a fight happening between them, but a fight that is still happening. That's going to be the fight between the McLaren 650S and the Lamborghini Huracan of the Escalade Racing Team and Blue Shark E Racing Team here. Again, nothing separating between these two drivers here, and the more time Nico loses between two Fury April trying to get past them, that's going to be them just losing more time to the cars ahead, to Swingley, to Vossi Dickus, to Fess Fox, to trying to challenge them. So it's all going to be these kinds of moments where you have to just think of if you might have wanted to just pit earlier, pit later, and somebody who has actually not done something. It's going to be now Fess Fox was able to get around the Lewis Adeline's Audi R here. Unfortunately, we missed that from our live feed here, but hopefully we can see that on a feed what exactly had happened here. So yeah, they're still ahead at this point in the replay here. So unfortunately, we were not quite sure when the move happened here, but looks like Fess Fox's Mustang GT3 is starting to get quite a lot of pace now towards the latter part of the stint here and just trying to get ahead. But it looks like Lewis Adeline is still not giving up. They're still chasing for that Mustang GT3, try to at least stay in their toe.
Yeah, they're absolutely staying right on the back bumper of Fez. This is going to be an interesting fight as Lewis Adeline heading down the hill with Fez Fox. Their times have been, I almost want to say, fairly similar to Fez. So we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, they're only about, like, I would say, a game of tense as we follow along now with Indigo and Fury having yet another amazing battle as they head into turn 1. It looks like Fury unfortunately had the better launch, so Indigo's got a lot of work to do as they head up toward Blue Rouge and Radion, as it looks like so far so good. Yeah,
We saw a bit of a yellow flag flash. I saw a warning truck appear for Robbie Clay's 716 car and the number 426 BMW M6. So I think there may have been an incident with the lap truck here. Let's hope we can see that in the replay, what exactly had happened. Yes, we can see that BMW M6 in the foreground over there. So something may have just happened there. Kind of watching very close there. It's going to be the M6 quite off, almost in the grass. They're trying to get out of the way here, but then they just get caught up right on the inside there. That's a very, very awkward moment between the M6 and the McLaren 720S here. So stewards are definitely going to be looking at that, perhaps is issuing penalties for either of the cars here. But as you can see here, that now that we're getting over almost done in the first hour on the race here, there's going to be probably a lot of more incidents happening in that traffic, and that's going to be the thing our drivers, the faster drivers, will absolutely have to keep in mind here. And we're going to be seeing now, it's going to be the number 100 Nissan GTR off Skylar Vixen, off spunner in the wall there. That's also right on the exit of Radion there, so I think they lost their, hopefully their car doesn't have too much damage after that. We're going to be watching that right up on this replay over here to see what exactly happened there. They've already lost quite a lot of time to the McLaren 720S ahead here, but they're just trying their best to hang on here, sending it fast over the exit of that car here, but they seem to have got a little bit loose on the exit there and spinning around, and miraculously no damage, avoiding all the barriers, but almost collecting the Echo Team V8 Vantage there in the background there, so luckily enough, no incidents, no crashes there, but that was a very close call.
Very close. I'm pretty sure Frey is probably hoping that they had used the facilities before getting into that car, because that would have been terrifying, because that is a high speed section, and they had to absolutely duck in and go into the grass, it looks like, to get around that. As we keep following along with this fight, as we see them getting caught up by, I think it's Bessemer, as we're going into, this is going to be the viewpoint of
the yellow flag feeling of some incident happening. Let's hope we can see what happened. That's going to be a bit of a spin from a McLaren. I'm not quite sure which of the McLarens here, because we don't really see external views here, but that's going to be the 404 McLaren, that had an incident. And this was not really a fight between the because they were actually caught up by the 716 of Robbie Kelly there, and they were just getting around here. But somebody that is still fighting position, that is going to be Inigo Lopez in that Lamborghini, still trying to get around the McLaren of Fury April, that SQ red car there. We also see Sadkit has also started to caught up to this pack here. It's going to be now 2 Lamborghinis, 2 Italian Bulls trying to get around the McLaren car there. So with a double blue charge there, I think there's going to be a lot of sweating happening in that McLaren car.
Yeah, absolutely. As we follow along, it almost looks like that Indigo has a little bit more advantage in the corner. That's going to be a huge advantage in the corners. That's trouble for Fury, getting very loose, going out of no name, and unfortunately now they've had to give up both positions to Sadket and Indigo, and that has now opened the door for Indigo to charge ahead.
Yeah, that seems to be the issue with the 650S car, where they just don't really have that much traction there and just going drifting on the exit of that no-name corner here. So it's just one small mistake that just cost them all the time they had there, but they are still managing to stay off the walls there, and in the end they didn't have quite as much pace as the Lamborghinis behind them. So I don't think it's going to be too big of a disaster for the number 7 car there, because they do still need to serve a time penalty as well when they go to the pit stop. So despite, if they ever have been able to fight off for as long as possible, they're still going to be losing all that time in the pit stop.
Yeah, unfortunately they were definitely trying to hold it off as long as they could, so that way they can still have a little bit of a gap into after they serve their penalty. But right now, so far, it looks like they're kind of just sitting back because at this point, there's no point in fighting it. They're going to have a 5-second penalty, and they've already gotten by. So at this point, it's just a matter of what to do now. Is just kind of maybe try to stay as close as they can to this pack, and then when they serve their pit stop and serve their penalty, they'll be able to maybe have a recovery drive later down the line.
We will see for sure here. It looks like the gaps have mostly started to spread out between all of our drivers here with 1 hour done of the race here. So we're going to be getting close to our first pit window here. Well, not really a pit window, but our first pit stop cycles here with most of our cars starting to run low on their fuel, putting on some fresh tires here. In looking at our recent weather report here, the rain has picked up again. It's going to be getting quite heavy torrential rain again, and it's not going to be easing up for quite a while here. So I think for most of our drivers, they're going to be just keeping those wet tires on their cars there. But that's also going to be interesting because if there's going to be a moment where the track is actually going to be drying up very fast and very rapidly in the middle of their stints there, that's also going to be disrupting the pit stop cycles here, disrupting their stint timers there. So something they're going to have to keep in mind for sure once the weather starts easing up eventually. We'll see actually.
You've only gotten through 1 hour of this race, so still plenty to happen. And still plenty to go on as we follow along with Sekhead as they try to catch up to Indigo Lopez, but that's not how you do it. You got very loose going at the blue line, and very much almost had a horrific incident hitting into the corner, and thankfully they were able to save it, but it lost them a great deal of time. So far, oh, that's Skylar again. Oh, and that's in an awkward spot.
Oh, that is a very dangerous spot to be having your car right in the exit radio here after a blind crest here. So hopefully they're still not moving there. So I'm not sure if their equipment has died, if their steering wheel has died here. And indeed, that's going to be now a full course yellow from our stewards here. Trying to neutralize the race here while they're trying to get Skylar's car out of the road here. So they're still not moving here. So I'm not sure if there's a malfunction or some, like maybe their pedals or wheel died there, which is why they were not able to get back on the road here. But fortunately they're back driving now. The danger has been cleared now, so that's going to be a good advantage of our full course yellow call here. Just making sure nobody else is going to be slamming full speed into Skylar after a blind crest.
Yeah, super unfortunate for Skylar, but at least they didn't get hit. Hats off to the stewards for catching that almost immediately and getting the full course yellow out, because that could have ended in such tragedy for a lot of people. But now Skylar's gone a ways down. Let's see what happened. I think this was similar to what happened the last time. Yeah, they were on their own. I think it just happened. The same thing that happened last time happened again. But unfortunately this time they head up, hit the corner, and it looks like the car just gets out from under them and then spins. Oh, and then freak!
You can see just before we cut away there, that Racing Team Echo's car was just getting close to slamming into the Nissan GTR again here. So quite lucky that they were able to avoid getting any major damage on the car here. But with two spins in a row there, I think their tires have started to be close to down at this point.
Yeah, I'd say that at this point it might be time for Skylar to consider boxing, even if it is a little early. These tires are probably done at this point, so unfortunately, now we're gonna get I believe an onboard of that incident. Yes, we are. We're gonna get it from Trey Fireblood's perspective. This is basically gonna be a repeat of what happened the last time, heading up the hill in the Rouge Radion. Thankfully, this time they had ample opportunity. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah, that was definitely a bowel vacating moment. I guess we could call it that there. But somebody who has not had any issue or drama so far, that's going to be the Damon Hermes number 773 car sitting at a very solid P2 here. And it looks like they've actually caught up a little bit on to Robbie Kelly's 716 McLaren there throughout the race here. The gap used to be about 20 seconds. Now it's back down to 16 seconds here. So perhaps lap traffic has caused some havoc between the cars here. But looking at our pace overall here, it looks like their lap times are still about the same time here, with Robbie Kelly still holding quite a distinct advantage here. So unless there's going to be some more lap traffic wreaking havoc or causing a spin on the leading McLaren ahead here, I think they're still going to be at least holding the lead nominally. But once we get Parker also in the car here, or when Damon Wareham hops out and gets their teammate Saw Striker in the car, that could also be mixing up the pack here. That could also be a chance for the racing team Sovalu Frizar combo car to catch up to the lead car.
Yeah, agreed. We'll definitely have to see how the pit stops go, because I know Parcho is or Parker Olsen doesn't have the same pace as RK, so it might closen up the field a little bit, but it would just depend on how much David Wareham can increase that gap before the pit stops go. And I'm wondering if maybe they're going to consider maybe going in early and trying to go for an undercut. I know it sounds wild with the gap distance, but if you think about it, the sooner they can get on fresh tires and maybe make a bit of a gap, the better. I don't know.
I'm not sure there's really much of an undercut concept in endurance racing here, because you're wanting to empty out your tank and not waste time using your tank here. Actually, also we see another incident. That's going to be not just with Swingley's Porsche 992 spun off the exit of Radion there, but they were able to get the car back going again soon here. So I'm not sure if they had any damage or not there, but unfortunately that's also going to mean that they're going to lose the position to Inigo Lopez there in the side. So we're going to be having a quick replay of what exactly happened there. So going up the hill through O'Roos through Radion, they have a nice exit there, but then going up, I think they just, they lose the rear going on. Oh no! It's the slow 426 of the BMW M6 of the Doggo Racing team. They're just being extremely slow on the top of the hill here. So Jesper Smithy had just no chance to react and respawn, and they just slammed right into the back of that BMW, causing major damage. So very bad luck for the Porsche.
Yeah, absolutely unfortunate. And it looks like that BMW has just been caught up in so many incidents this race. It's even almost taken out the leader. So and in quality, it's crazy to think they're having such a rough race. Hopefully they're able to repair that damage and not be down too bad. Now we're heading into the S's, and Swingley is once again catching up to that BMW as it goes wide, and it's letting them by smartly at this point, as the Lamborghini of Sadket is sitting right behind them. Indigo is just kind of gone off into the distance at this point and is racing their own race. We'll see if maybe Swingley will go in the pit, but who knows, depending on how bad the damage is.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing what the very closely, because we're not gonna be almost hitting this 1 hour mark of the race. So now it's gonna be a fight between now Sadkit and Jesper Swingley now going into the bus stop chicane there. We're gonna be watching if Jesper Swingley opts to go into the pit lane here after they had that contact there. No, they're opting to stay out there. So perhaps, despite the incident they had with the number 426 car there, the damage is not significant enough for them to consider a pit stop right away here. They'll probably just wait until the pit stop cycle and their tank is completely empty there. So, well, I think with you can see there's quite a lot of damage on that bumper there, but doesn't seem to be affecting the car too much. But I think there's probably going to be another 10 or 15 minutes to go before the pit stops are going to be happening.
Yeah, I agree. It should be. I was going to say, we're going to start seeing pit stops very soon at this point, because it should be at any moment that people are starting running low on fuel. Maybe they'll consider doing tires after the first stint. And that's Jeremy Dalton in the Cruiseworks Motorsports car heading out of Puan. It looks like maybe they had an incident. Maybe they just went wide and spun. We're following along now. I hope this isn't what I think it is. Heading down to the corner, they go wide. Oh, yeah. Nope, they just went a little wide and then tried to get back in and had no grip. Oh, that's super unfortunate, but at least they were able to
grip, but
save
at least they were able to keep their car in one piece there. And I think something's happened, because we are going to be seeing our first cars now going into the pit here. It's going to be now Damon Wareham and Oras Volbes in the pit lane there. We're going to be watching if Damon Wareham is going to be opting to swap out their drivers as well as their tires and refilling their car here. So it looks like we're getting just to the end of our pit stop here, and yeah, it's probably going to be the rest of our fields following soon here. I think for the most part, everybody besides the number 426 BMW has been doing. That's going to be an incident. It's going to be the Audi R8 of the Red Bull Racing Reject team here, just spun around. I think it's going to be again Blanchimont there, where they lost their car here. I'm not quite sure if there was any damage there, but I think they're also going to be considering going into pit lane very soon here. We're going to be watching a very quick replay of what exactly had happened there. So yeah, right behind that Ferrari 296 that had just had that spin earlier here. So hopefully it was not an incident with the lap traffic that happened there. But watching very closely, they're trying to make a move up on the inside, but then they just lose the rear of the car and spin around there. And fortunately enough, no damage on the car so far. But again, they're just very eager to get those moves done here. And they're going to be wisely just going to the pit lane now.
Yeah, no surprise there. The tires must be done at this point. That's probably why they lost their grip. Now they're heading in down the long pit straight to their box because this is such a painful pit area. Like I don't understand why it's so long, to be honest. As we follow along
here, there's going to be a lot of cars there, so they're going to need a lot of space here for the for getting all of them to pit stop here. But now it's going to be RK still on the track. They did not have the pit stop, so I might have to double check. Yeah, they have not done their pit stop yet. Now going to be catching up onto some lap traffic. It's going to be the Garage 42 McLaren there now on the outside. They're giving way for them. Now going to be watching. Yes, they're not also going to be going to pit lane, so we're just entering our pit stop cycle here, and we're going to be watching as well who's going to be hopping on the car here. At the end of the day here, Damon Wareham has stayed in the car and is still going to be trying for another stint here. Actually, no, I did just switch over. It's going to be our Sauce Dragon in that number 773 5-star Racing Team solo car here. Now we're going to be watching if Robbie Keely's going to be hopping out of that car after the pit stop.
We'll see. I have a feeling they're going to double stint it and then pass it off to their teammate afterwards, and it feels like if they keep it almost feels like the longer they keep RK in the car, the bigger the gap will be, but we'll have to wait and see, because now RK is coming around the pit stop, and I think Sauce has just left pit lane, so they've got a long way to go, but now slowly but surely they will eventually get to their pit stop down this incredibly long pit lane. As we got our first stop and go penalty for car 88. That I think
that is an in-game penalty for speeding the pit lane there, because that's probably going to be something that happens if you just go too fast there. So remember your pit lane. That's always going to be important.
Yep, pit limiter is always your best friend. Super unfortunate.
Yeah, super unfortunate here, but it looks like Alexander Van der Wood there is still having a chart ahead here. I'm now kind of quickly fresh on my... Yeah, they did just finish their pit stop here, and now they're just going to be going around. I think that's a lap down car. That's going to be McLaren. I think that was the McLaren of Lewis Harmon there. Actually, no, that was still on lap there, but I don't think Lewis Harmon has had their own pit stop yet here, so no sense for them to fight for a car that's already had their pit stop. They're just trying to focus on getting their cars in the pit lane.
Yeah, it looks like Van der Wood will be another one to Striver's stint limit for ignoring Striver's stint time. We got 2 of those. I don't know what who they were for, but we got a double penalty.
I see several of them at the wheel here, because there is indeed a stint timer for our car. So you have a maximum of 65 minutes that you can drive in a car here. And I see penalties for Sadket, for Louis Harmon, and for Andrew Bezemer here for ignoring this driver's stint limit there. So, I don't think a lot of our drivers are quite aware of how the stint timer works there, because they all just got a big penalty there when they were completely fine on the track. So quite bad moment, bad unfortunate luck for them all there. And yeah, hopefully they'll be able to recover after that. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what is exactly, but I'm pretty sure the timer is working as intended, but we're keeping our eyes on Alexander Van der Wood here at the moment here. And now with the pit stop cycles done here, I do think Robbie Kelly is still in the car driving away here. So Parker Olsen has not opted to hop in the car yet here. So I think it's going to be still, again, them extending that gap even more there. The gap has stayed about the same here after the pit stop cycles here, staying up around that 17-16 second mark there. But it's probably going to be increasing even more as the race goes on.
Yeah, agreed, and super unfortunate for those drive-throughs. Still following along with RK, who's basically in his own race at this point, as Fox has now caught up to our traffic. Yeah, it's caught up to Carter, and they've actually swapped. It's not Fez, it's Andreas Spitzer, who is now in the car. So far, so good, and it looks like we got another penalty for the 666. They've got no laps to serve it. That's not good. They need to serve that ASAP before it causes an issue.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there, because I think the Andrew Bessemer said 666 car, they already had a drive-through penalty for ignoring the stint timer, and I think they also had another penalty. It's going to be Andrew Spitzer quite sketchy onto the Poo-Hog order here, barely keeping the car on track there with a bit of a connection issue here as well. I think that's going to be this thing specifically for Andreas Spitzer there, so all the other cars are fine here. But yeah, for the 666 car, they already had the drive-through penalty for ignoring the stint of it. I think they also had a stop-go 30 for speeding in the pit lane as well here, so very disastrous pit stop cycle for the 666 car here. Is going to be putting them miles down off everybody here, so I think at that point they're just going to be hoping somebody else has mistakes so they can still have a chance at contending for some decisions.
Yeah, exactly. As we see, oh no, that's Sarah getting very wide into the chicane. Thankfully, they did not do what Frey did and collide with the barrier, but now that's going to open up the door for Alexander van der Wood, as we see Andreas Spitzer going very wide, letting Louise Adeline through. As that, I think that was a wise move by Andreas, because they knew they didn't have the pace of Louise, so they're just going to try to keep the car in one piece at this point, as Louise Adeline heading out of the corner and down the main street. Now they've got clean air, and now they've got a long way to go to catch up to Alexander van der Wood.
Yeah, that's going to be quite interesting now, because now we're going to be new drivers who are probably not driven in these conditions yet. We already saw that with Sarah Emberson and with Andrea Spitzer. They're going to have to immediately hop into very tricky conditions here, because the rain is just pouring down there. It's still quite severe at the moment here, but I'm seeing on my radar 30 minutes from now it's going to be dry. The rain is going to be stopping here, so that could be going to be another big mix-up of the pack here, so we're going to be keeping an eye on that here. But for now, it's going to be these new drivers that have just hopped in. They're going to have to quickly get up to speed there if they're going to want to avoid having any more incidents.
Yeah, that's going to be the big point. If it's going to be dry in a half hour, how long is it going to be dry? Is it going to be dry enough? Is it going to dry quick enough to where they may consider having the box early? That's going to be super unfortunate if that's going to be for the people that box early, well, for the people that box late, because now that may, as you know, now what happens then? If you think about it, you've boxed late, and now the tire conditions are drying, and you'll have to box again for dry tires later down the line.
Yeah, you're just going to have to see how the track is going to be drying up eventually. But speaking of these driver swaps and these stint swaps here, I'm going to be hopping out for now there, because the commentators also need a bit of rest here. So replacing me in the commentary booth, that's going to be Kady Timberfox for the next couple of hours here. So thank everybody for joining here. Keep watching here. Keep donating to this very good charitable cause here. And I will be seeing you soon, later in the race.
Thank you so much, Denak. I really appreciate it. Hi, everybody. You're now stuck with me for the next 5 hours, unfortunately. Wolfin, how's it been going? Looks like a pretty typically damp day in the Ardennes.
It is very damp. Been a lot of fighting early on in the race. We had oh my god, we had at one point a 7-way battle for 10, which unfortunately led to a few incidents, but so far things have been kind of evening out. Very quiet. We've hit our goal! That's not good. That's really not good. That's the 20 car of Jeremy Dalton. I don't know what happened there, but it looks like they had a big incident going into the corner, and they just slammed into the wall. But now they're in an awkward spot, because now they've got a fight between Skylar and Vossi Tigris to worry about as we take a look at what happened here. I almost want to say that it was just a little bit of dirty air, maybe. They head into the corner and let off, and yeah, that's all it was. Just I think they may have gotten a little bit of that green astroturf, and it just caused the car to get a little bit loose going into the corner, and it just slammed them into the wall.
I'm gonna be honest, I saw them both just barreling toward Blanchimont, and I thought that was gonna be way worse than it ended up being. Just, lost it on their own. Very, very easy to do in this kind of weather, and thankfully was able to get out of the line of fire with that battle going on there. So didn't hold up anybody too much, but you hate to see that happen to such a beautiful car. And this is another car that's not looking very good. The Porsche of Jasper Swingley, they're pulling into the pit lane. In fact, it looked like they stopped at the entrance to the pit lane. Hopefully they aren't stopped there for too long. But Sadkit taking control of the car now and up 11 positions. So it looks like I know Denak was telling me before I got on that we had a real charge up the field going on with that Lamborghini there, as well as the Fezfox and Spitzer piloted Ford Mustang, looking like they're doing quite well for themselves.
Yeah, they're doing very well, as we see. Oh, that's more trouble for the Kvetch Motorsport car, now being piloted by Christopher McNichol. Is this? Please don't tell me it's a roof radio. It's not. It is No Name in the Pouan. It looks like maybe they just went a little bit wide into Pouan. Let's see what happens. Heading into Pouan. Oh, yeah. They just went way too wide into Pouan. Almost collected Vossi, but now has unfortunately locked themselves.
Can we get like a
yeah.
Can we get like a score on the drift there? Because that was incredible coming around the first part of Pouan there. But yeah, I think just like kind of almost looking for a dry line there as we have another car off into the soggy
That's
grass
Sauce
there.
Dragon. That's P2. That's Sauce Dragon.
Yeah, well, P3 now, and it looks like it's going to be P4 in just a second. Yep, they're going to be able to rejoin there in P4. Thankfully, have quite a bit of a gap to the Vandervoort piloted car back there, but that's definitely going to be a pretty big setback for that car. Let's see what happened here. This will be heading into the Lake Coon corner complex. Just taking that first one okay. Lots of understeer. You can see it already just in this cockpit, really kind of fighting, and just got on the throttle way too much. And oh, that will be at least, I would call that at least 20 or 30 seconds of damage would be my guess. So definitely the right side of the car not looking good right now.
Oh, absolutely. Let's see what happens here. The blinker is on. I mean, the rear blinker works, so that's good. I'd love to see what the inside of the cockpit looks like, just to see what the steering angle is, because it doesn't look like they're driving that slow, but they may have to box for damage. They probably were hoping that would happen, I don't know, when the track was dry, so that way, it would make more sense anyway to box.
Yeah, I would be incredibly surprised if they got out of that without at least some bit of suspension misalignment. So definitely coming around these next couple of corners, it's going to be really, really tricky. We've seen fully repaired and operational cars really struggle there in recent minutes. So definitely they'll have to lift it back to the pits a little bit. Here's Blade Wolf up here in P10, 2 positions from where they started in that Aston Martin, looking pretty close to the back of Fury April here. I'm actually pretty surprised at how close the field is still after an hour and 15 minutes. I was expecting folks to spread out a little bit more, and obviously, the sorts of incidents that we've been seeing can tend to spread people out quite a bit. But for those folks that are still on, and also for those who are on pretty heavy recovery drives at the moment, giving us it looks like a good amount of action. That McLaren 650S is just going to pull off to the side of the road and let them go. They know that that's not their fight.
I don't think that was intentional, to be honest. They've been having a little bit of trouble at No Name. I'm wondering if maybe they had the same thing happen again where the car started to kind of drift out of No Name and almost into the wall. But I wasn't able to tell from the angle that we had. Yeah, let's take a look, because I have a feeling it was a little bit more than just letting him by because it definitely looked like they almost went into the grass. They go into the corner, hit the curb a little bit low on the outside. Yep, I was right. I was absolutely right. They hit a little bit of AstroTurf, and it almost sent that car straight into the wall. Good
Car control
save, though,
there.
by Fury.
Yeah, I'm incredibly surprised how much of the curbs these drivers feel comfortable with using, especially in a 6-hour race. I would think that you would want to stay away from those as much as you could, but you know, they're even though they have a long ways to go, they are, you know, actively in battles here. So they are, you know, trying to push the car as much as they can and just try to do the best times that they can. It's obviously a very long way to the checkered flag, but you want to make sure that your car gets there, as that's going to be a bit of a mistake from Fury into the first part of the bus stop there. That's going to bring Fossey even closer to the back of them. I don't know if something's up with our relative timings, but oh, that's RK. So this is RK coming through. I see a TGR, and I just assume that's how my brain works. But yeah, I'm just gonna get by, no problem here with the back marker. Still has a little bit of a gap here to the other TGR who is actually fighting for that position. But yeah, like I was saying, just it's great to see that you know, drivers are still kind of, you know, trying to push it to the limit as much as they can, and that's, you know, the kind of racing that we want to see, obviously. But it definitely gets really, really scary, especially up there into Rouge and Radio.
Yeah, exactly. We've actually had a incident earlier with one of the GTRs. They spun at the top of Eau Rouge, and twice they've almost caught the same driver out. They had to duck onto the inside of the grass and missed the car by inches. I'm pretty sure Frey is now very glad to be out of that car. Oh wait, I don't think they are. They are not out of the car. I'm sorry. Well, when they do get out of the car, I'm pretty sure they'll be not only glad but be looking for a change of pants after the two incredibly scary. I'm not even kidding. They were close, like full speed in a game of millimeters.
Yeah, so, gosh, I believe you for sure. Yeah,
it was terrifying to see, but I'm glad they were able to get out of it okay. I think they've only had so far so good. Now we're following along with Christian Clifford and the other TGR car, the 236.
Yeah, this 991, which I do really appreciate seeing folks driving things other than the most recent machinery, just because it's a little bit more fun that way. But yeah, getting quite close to the back of P2 here now. Definitely, this is the last bit of their recovery that they're going to need to get back up to second place, which, if I'm not mistaken, is where they qualified. So it'll be that'll be basically back to where they started. And then from there, they will have a good 40 seconds to see if they can make up in the next 4 hours and change, see if they can catch back up to P1. But definitely, the pair of RK and Parker here have pulled away quite a bit, still holding on to the fastest lap after this hour and 20 minutes, and absolutely just running away with it so far. I was talking about the drivers still being quite close to each other. I think that's probably the one exception.
Yeah, I agree. Having a little bit of lap traffic is not terrible. As I see a couple incidents popping up. It could just be on my end, but it looks like Clifford's going to try to make a move on the inside. Let Fast 3 Fireblood, no issues there. Oh wait, there was an issue. That was, I want to say that was the McLaren behind. They just pulled out from behind Frey. It looks like they had spun out into the chicane, but so far nothing else.
Yeah, that's definitely what it looked like to me. I think we're going to take a look at it. Yeah, here we go. So this is going to be, not sure if this is the correct one, but we are going through Lake Coombe with the Audi here, on our way down to... Oh yeah, definitely way too late on the brakes there for the Audi, taking them both off. Not really a whole lot of harm done, but I have to imagine that they would have given that back if that wasn't a backmarker incident.
Yeah. Hopefully everything is going well. And while things are kind of calming down, I'd like to remind everybody that this is a donation stream. Please donate some, if you got some money spare around, you got like a little rainy day fund, please send it to us. It's all going to the Wildlife Trust. The QR code is on the screen right now. Yep, the link is in the description. So, yeah, send us some money. Send the Wildlife Trust the money, and send the Wildlife Trust some money. They're a great organization. They could definitely use it for a great cause. And yeah, and also don't forget that if you donate $10 or more, you'll be entered in a raffle that will be going on after this race. So, yeah, you'll definitely be getting something out of this.
That looked like some pretty cool stuff that we had on offer, so I do very much. I mean, I'm kind of tempted myself, but I'm also kind of amazed that we've already hit our goal. I think I saw something that we hit that not too long into this stream, in fact. So that's incredible.
We hit it before the race actually happened. I'm not even kidding. It was in the middle of qualifying when we hit our goal.
You guys are incredible. Thank you so much. That is incredible to hear. But yeah, everything after this is just, it's really, really fantastic. I'm delighted at how well this is going, and I'm sure Vossi's delighted how close that they are to Fury April at the moment, heading down the Camel Straight, getting all of that slipstream, trying to find a place to pull out. They might have just managed to. Oh wow, that McLaren is actually legging the Porsche out by quite a bit. I'm kind of surprised. Now I know that we don't really have recent up-to-date balance of performance data for either of these cars, but I'm amazed at the difference in straight line speed there. It might have just been a bad exit out of a Rouge and Radeon for Vossi there, but it still has to wait behind and is going to have to look for another opportunity. Of course, passing around this circuit that's already difficult to pass on, just to nose up the inside of No Name there, and it looks like this is going to be a better exit a little bit, but again, just all that momentum just breaks, and there's no place to get by, and I have to imagine with the difference that we're seeing in the straight line speed. Oh, and there's April all the way around. I was about to say not all the way around, but it did end up being all the way around. And couldn't hold on to it through Puan there, but yeah, gosh, that maybe an adjustment to the rear wing needed there, maybe.
If we could. Let's get a replay of that. That looked like it could have gone so much worse. Heading now down into Puan, they get their braking marker just a little bit late. You can see that the rear end's already gone, and then the minute they hit that curb, wow, they almost took up collected Vossi in that. But thankfully they were able to save it and kind of drift out wide into the open area. But now they've got a heck of a recovery drive to make up the lost spot. As we follow along now with Christian Clifford in the other Tig Gang car, they've now caught up to Orez.
Kind of surprised at how close these two are as well. It seems like they've made up quite a bit of ground here in the last few laps. We were seeing this car, maybe 1.8 or 2 seconds behind, and are now well within a second at this point. Again, that straight line speed there. This might just be a problem with the Porsches generally not being able to really stretch their legs as much as the other cars on the main straights, but hopefully making up for it in the corners and in the braking zones, as Porsches are generally wanted to do. That is really, really wide for RS there. They're going to have to take the exit road here, and they are going to have to give up that position as well, and in fact even spun out there on the trying to rejoin the track, and so that'll be a little bit of front bumper damage, further trouble as well, and it looks like that's going to be at least one more lost position, unfortunately, there for RS. But that is the 236 TGR all the way back up to second, and now they only have potentially positions to gain, exactly one position to gain, but they will have to navigate exactly the same traffic that RK has been for the last few laps now.
Yeah, unfortunately, but at least now Clifford has basically the road on and all to himself, and now just kind of has to drive. I mean, he's got almost a minute distance between him and RK, so I don't think he's going to be making that up anytime soon. So at this point, it's just drive the car. Ooh, don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. But saved it. And just try not to have any issues at this point.
Really is one of those where, you know, as long as you make it to the end, you probably got a pretty good chance of doing fairly well. It looks
That's
like
trouble.
that is trouble right there for the 426 BMW down there in P21 at the moment. And I don't know if they're going to be able to get it going again.
This may bring out a full course yellow just because of where it is, because they can't back out without hitting the... Up, there we go. They're backing out, and looks like they'll be okay.
Kept the engine running at the very least, so was able to
Yeah.
get back on track here, but that would definitely be more than a little bit of front damage there. We've got a couple of cars coming up right now. This speed difference is making me a little bit nervous, but hopefully everybody gets through that okay. Here's Fury. Only lost one position from that little incident there. Both of those cars managed to make it around the BMW okay and continue their battle as Sadcat is now looking to line up the number 7 McLaren here, and this may be another lost position here potentially for this team.
Yeah, super. Oops, sorry, I knocked over a bottle. Super unfortunate for the BMW, but was able to save it. Now Fury taking full advantage of I think that car has a little bit better top end speed than I am assuming, but because it just feels like that car just runs away in the straights, but has a little bit of trouble in the corners. But unfortunately, speaking of corners, that really was not good to have at Eau Rouge of all places, because now that's giving the momentum fully in Sadcat, and he's going to take full advantage of it. He's going to try to make a run down the Camel Straight. Looks like he's going to go on the high side and maybe try to go for an over or under. Does not work out, and now is filing behind Fury, who aggressively tries to keep that Lamborghini behind them, doing everything they can to keep that car behind them. But it looks like Sadcat's going to have to move on the hairpin. They absolutely send it down into the hairpin and absolutely 100% get it done. Now it's unfortunate, and now that is job done for Sadcat. Oh, as I say that in No Name, they go wide. Now it's up to Fury, who gets a better exit out of No Name, heading down toward Puan, gets the position back, heading into Puan. Are we gonna have another incident where Fury gets wide as we see Sadcat go very wide in Puan, riding the curbing there, and unfortunately it lost them a lot of time. I think they had a little bit of looseness going in through Puan because it's lost them a lot of time. It looks like Fury can breathe for at least a few minutes.
Yeah, God, that has to be frustrating. You get that move done, and then immediately you just lose the rear end on your own there. And yeah, just the weather really making things even more difficult, and they're going to have to try that move again. But I feel like that was just so incredibly, as we watch this battle for fourth position here between the Bentley here, and did I call that an Aston Martin earlier? I may have. There's another Aston Martin around here somewhere, and this McLaren of Saj Dragon, of course, previously P2 in this race. It is looking to make sure that they keep P4. I don't know if any of that damage that they may have sustained is still affecting them or not. I'm not sure if they've exactly gone in, but the two of them are side by side now up into Francorchamps.
Man.
Not where you want to be.
Oh,
and,
no!
The Bentley here making it happen, and they still managed to keep it out of each other, thankfully, but also that was one of those like, I'm coming through and you're gonna go off to the side of the road, or we're gonna hit each other. Thankfully they chose to go off to the side of the road. I am amazed at both of them just judging the grip, and they are pretty much to perfection, and that will be fourth place for the Bentley.
Yep, fourth place confirmed for the Bentley, and it looks like, once again, Sadcat's going to try to make another run down the Camel Straight. Are we going to get a repeat of last time? But it looks like this time Sadcat's got a much better run heading down through the Camel Straight. They're definitely going to have the distance to make it down the long straight. However, they are on the outside, not on the inside, as I've just noticed, it stopped raining. It is 100% stopped raining. That's going to add a layer of things depending on how long that non-rain lasts. But it has stopped raining, so that means the track's drying up now, and that's going to be a big thing for drivers, because that means how long is this track going to stay wet, and how long is it going to stay dry throughout this race? Because who knows? You know,
With 21 cars circulating, I can't imagine it's going to be wet for too much longer. Unfortunately for everybody who has just reset their stint timers, which is going to throw off their strategy just a little bit. Potentially, I'm sure the teams are scrambling at the moment, trying to figure out what the strategy is. But of course, for now, the track's still very, very wet. You can just about start to see a dry line forming already. Actually, I'm quite surprised at that, but definitely the track's still quite damp, and the spray still kicking up from the rear of the cars. That's usually kind of one of my go-to indicators when I'm watching racing for exactly how much water there is on the track, is how much is getting thrown up just as the drivers are heading down the straights or into the corners. Just how much standing water there is still left to displace on the track. That's going to be one of those key indicators, and of course, those curbs going to be still very, very deadly, and even more so, especially once teams start switching over to the dries. I have to imagine that crossover point is going to be happening sooner than we think.
Yeah, I agree. I was wondering that myself, because I can see the dry line clear as day, and I'm wondering at this point what they're thinking, because and the shocking thing is that everybody's improving. The dry conditions are absolutely helping, but I don't know how much it's going to be helping their tires. I have a feeling that a few of them, the tires are they're starting to warm up, and that's not going to be good, because that means that the tires are probably wearing into nothing at this point. And that's not what you want to have happen. As you can see, Saucetrack is just trying to make up all the time lost from the earlier incident, and is now desperately trying to get back in the hand of
the first thing that we're going to see is all of those times starting to drop down, all the lap times dropping off. We'll see that happen probably in the next couple of laps here. We'll start seeing a whole lot of purple sectors and a whole lot of purple laps, and at that point, it will definitely be the drivers trying to think about when to come in. Of course, here around Spa, the dry weather times are going to be somewhere in the usually around like the 217, 218 kind of range. But once we get going here, they'll just be getting less and less and less, as Sash is now trying to get around the lapped Sky Tempesta Ferrari there, heading on into Puan. And definitely this is going to be one of the places where you're going to start to see that change in grip first, the really high speed stuff. As soon as you can get even a little bit more bravery, a little bit more courage to keep your foot down through that section, that's going to be a really, really good indicator of exactly how much you can push the car. And once that starts getting to be mostly flat, then we're going to be wanting to think about coming in for the dries.
Yeah, exactly. You can see that a lot of times, there's trouble. I was about to talk about something else, but then it looks like the Garage 42 car of Dan Moyer had an incident. It looks like it's right before Stabilo 01. Heading in, let's see what happens here. Looks like maybe it was just a mild incident. They go wide, probably to let Van der Wold by. Yeah, it looks like it. They're just trying to let Van der Wold by. Oh.
Can I be honest? I don't really know why you're racing a car that's lapping you that much, just sticking with them through the middle of that corner. Not a very good idea. I have to imagine that's a little bit self-inflicted there, but I understand it can be really awkward, especially when you catch traffic at this point in the corner as we get on board the 69 here.
Yeah.
This is going to be through Puan.
Puan.
So we're
Yeah, this
heading
is
through.
Puan.
And probably just about a carbon copy of the incident that we saw before. Held onto the
Yep,
car
it
a
is.
little bit longer, but definitely once that thing starts going, it starts going, especially on a platform that's a little bit unstable as the Audi there.
Yeah, the Audi having a little bit of problems. I think because of these drying conditions, it's catching a few drivers out. As now on board with, we're now following Blade Wolf, who is honestly, out of everyone that's been racing, has probably had the most uneventful, other than the battles that they've had, race that they've had so far. Because they've not really had any incidents. We've not really run into them at all. But now, they've got a little bit of a problem, though. They've got Vossi Tigris, who was originally P2, trying to everything they can to be on a recovery drive to make it right hot on their heels. And that's honestly not going to be a fight they want. So I suspect that they're going to let Blade Wolf buy, or they're going to let Vossi buy and continue about their day, because so far I wouldn't complain where they are. They're P9 right now. They'll be P10 or I shouldn't say when Vossi catches up. So far I don't think there's going to be any issues, as we have a disconnection. We don't know who it was. I think it was, I'm looking at the list. I don't really know. I didn't notice the number, so I won't be able to tell you.
Quite hard to tell from just sort of the timing sheet that we have. But yeah, just to we're definitely seeing the lap times tumbling down now. That's going to be a 27.6 from Robbie Kelly, and everybody now has pretty much firmly left the 30s and the 2-minute 30s, and are well into the 229s, 28s, and just a couple of 27s. We had an invalidated 29.3 from Sosh Dragon, so definitely that crossover point is absolutely coming. We can see that the spray is getting less and less, and the drivers are able to push more and more here up the hill. So that crossover time coming pretty soon. It looks like actually that the P5 Lamborghini of Aras Volpez is already in the pits, could be making that switch to the dries. So we will keep an eye out for their lap times after they come out of the pits. Fury April as well in that McLaren is in the pit lane as well. I don't know if that is a regular stop for the dry tires or if that's to repair some damage potentially. But it is definitely looking like that crossover is starting to hit.
Yeah, absolutely. As we follow along with Vossi, who is on a charge at the moment, I'm beginning to wonder, though. I'm noticing. So, I'm beginning to wonder, though, how long can these guys run on wets in this condition? Because I can definitely, like, there's no spray anymore. At this point,
and wets that have already been on their cars for pretty much an hour at this point, I can't imagine it's doing. I can't imagine they're doing very well. The lap times are still dropping, but
yeah, I'm pretty sure these tires are hotter than the surface of the sun at this point. So yeah, so now it's going to be a question of who blinks first, who's going to go in for their stops. And I think two have already gone in for their stops to switch to dries. But it's weird because the track, I think, is still green. So, and there's still some wet spots. You can see that Vossi is doing exactly that. They're riding in the wet area to try to cool down those wet tires before they hit the dry section again, just to try to cool down a little bit. Oh boy, that was Blade getting a little bit antsy going out of the corner, but able to save it. But unfortunately, it is now closed the gap significantly to Vossi, who's now within striking distance of Blade Wolf. We'll see how this goes, but then again, the times are dropping. There is definitely a lot going on, as you can see. Shockingly though, no one is pitted, which is what I find to be the most surprising, is that nobody is pitted yet for dry tires yet, despite it being, you know, this dry.
Is RS on dries? I think I might have seen them in the pits earlier. They may have strapped them on. They did a 3:19.1 last lap, which is that's just a pit stop time. So we'll see what their actual times look like once they're actually coming out here, as Fossey gets a little bit of a better exit out of the second Blanchimont here. This is a very awkward place to be having this kind of overlap, though. I think they're just sort of feathering the throttle here, making sure that they time their momentum just correctly. They're going to be heading single file here through Blanchimont. That seems like a sensible decision. And Fossey is going to get the momentum and see if they're going to try to block off the inside. They don't do it quite enough. Just leave that door a little bit more open than maybe they wanted to, but they're still going to stay through, and that's going to be Blade Wolf giving up the fight and going into the pit lane. I almost think that maybe they wanted that pit lane anyway, but if I was them, and I was thinking about that, I probably would have gone quite a bit more over to the left and just made sure that they defended that inside line so that they could get to the pit lane a little bit more easily. But regardless, yeah, here's RS now in that that Audi Evo, or sorry, not the Audi, the Lamborghini Evo 2, I should say. Pulling up to what should be Sarah Emberson there. Actually, they're quite close now. And the speed difference between these two is actually kind of incredible. So it could be the tire difference now finally making the difference. That's going to be RS very cleanly in there after a bit of a mistake there from Sarah. And yeah, these wet weather tires are really, really starting to struggle now.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just about to say. And absolutely. And I don't know. It should. I'm beginning to think that people are going to start coming in right now, because it's like it's dry. There's really not a lot of wet spots in the area to kind of justify staying in wet. Yeah, it's green, and we have one, and that is we have it's the Bentley of Vanderwold who's coming in. Not surprised there. It's probably the bet for the best at the moment. Let's get these dries on. Try to take advantage of not everybody else going, not a lot of people going in yet. The sooner the better, and see if maybe you can make up some time.
Yeah, I think anybody who goes in at this point is probably getting a pretty decently sized advantage over any of the cars around them. It might still be a little bit sketchy, so it depends on how brave you are, but we'll see how that develops. Just an update on the disconnection that we had a couple of minutes ago. That was, in fact, the number 7 car that was previously being driven by Fury April, and they were, in fact, able to, thankfully, reconnect and continue the race, albeit in a worse position than they were in before. They've got quite a bit of work to do now, as they have a 1 minute and 47-second gap to the next car up the road from them, sitting down there in P16. So unfortunately, the hardware failure there causing a bit of a setback for them, but there's still plenty of race time left, and they've shown that they have the pace to get back up there. So I have to imagine that it's only a matter of time, especially if they're feeling comfortable in these sorts of, you know, I almost hesitate to call them mixed conditions anymore. Definitely, if you get offline, there definitely still does look like there's a bit of dampness, and I have to imagine that those curbs are still going to be quite killer. But definitely the rubber starting to be laid down here, and we are well into this dry phase of racing now.
Yep, we've entered the dry phase of racing, and now Vanderwold has come out of the pits, and unfortunately in front of Indigo Lopez, who is, after the start of the race, has had more or less a quiet race on their own, and now they're going to have somebody to kind of fight with. I don't know if they've hit it yet. They might have, but we'll have to wait and see. However, they still got to get around them, and Vanderwold, at least for the moment, has been the faster car and especially now on these new tires, it's definitely going to make things a lot harder for Indigo to get by them. As you can still see some water kind of being kicked up in some of the areas. So the water hasn't completely dried off. It's just in some areas, it's just a little bit of wetness, and then all dry. As you can see, it definitely does affect the cars, though. You can see they tapped a little bit of that wet area, and the car kind of got a little squirrely, but was able to save it. So,
Right, so state of play right now, RK almost a minute ahead of the rest of the field, which is absolutely incredible that they're still doing that, despite the fact that they still are on that wet tires, and they're going to go around yet again for another lap on that same set, just trying to run out the stint timer maybe, or just giving RK as many laps behind the wheel as they possibly can, given how comfortable they seem to be looking. Right, so yet to pit is our top three of RK, Christian, and Sauce, and P4 and P5 have made their stops. Inigo Lopez, who we were talking about earlier, also yet to stop. Vossi and the car behind also, they've made their pit stops, in fact. And then Frey down in P10 has not. So, and then everybody below that pretty much has taken at least one more pit stop. So just a few cars left now who haven't done it. And surprisingly, it's all basically folks who are very high up in the order.
yeah, absolutely. I don't know how long. The other thing I need to think about is how long is this dry weather going to last? Because I'm looking at the radar. I don't see this changing anytime soon. I mean, if it does change, it's going to make things very awkward again. But for now, let's just enjoy the dry weather as we follow along now with RK as he heads out of No Name and on his way to Montchamont. He's got to be thinking about pitting at some point. Like, it's got to be, like, his tires have to be done. But he's definitely not making it obvious if it is. So we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, RK is just trying to give us the joy of seeing a hard puncture. That would be really great to see. I would really love to do it. Please stay out on those tires for as long as you possibly can. Very, very fast lap there from Luis Adelin in the number 69 Audi there. That was and that'll definitely be that was a 226, so that's over a second. Oh, sorry, 0.7 of a second faster than anything that RK has ever done. And there was, I think, the sign for them. I think they've got to come in within the next couple of laps here, because
I agree.
At this point,
yeah.
they may be threatening to lose some positions to the cars behind, and this would be also a golden opportunity for the other two in the top three to make up a little bit of time on RK as well.
Yeah, I agree. And then guess what? This is going to be a second stint for Luis Adeline, so I anticipate after this we will have Jordan Johnson in the car, and that will make things very interesting in the fact of Jordan is generally the faster driver as they get a little wide going out of No Name, but we're able to save it. Now they're heading into Montchamont. No problem so far. Nice and easy. But who knows? Let's just wait and see at this point, because things are it's still a long way to go. We still have 4 hours left.
Right, so now the question is going to be, can these drivers just stay on that nice narrow dry line with these tires? There's quite a few wet patches directly on the racing line through the first part of Blanchemont that you can see there. So that'll be really scary behind the wheel. And then all along this main straight here, it's sort of the opposite of when you had the wet tires on. You wanted to cool them down. You wanted to try to find those pieces of wet tarmac, and at this point now you just want to avoid them at all costs, especially given that you are on slicks now. and you definitely don't want to be getting off into there. Just doing a nice job just skirting that curb there and not getting all the way on it. You definitely don't want to commit too much, especially when you're sort of lower in on the throttle. That is another fastest lap from Luis. That's a 2:25.6. Those times are falling off a cliff. And in addition, getting the fastest speed trap time that we've seen so far, 233 kph, by the end of the, I think that speed trap is at the end of the Camel Straight. It could be at the end of the back straight as well, but definitely you can see the amount of commitment now that's happening through there, and that was probably an off track, but we'll just ignore that. But definitely, maybe. Yeah, the commitment being quite high there through this part of the racetrack. So Luis absolutely feeling at home and very natural in these mixed conditions. That's a really, really nice skill to have as a driver. If you can really, like, if you have a really great feel for the amount of grip that you have under you and just, you know, judging every corner as it comes and kind of doing a little bit of improv behind the wheel, that's a really great skill to have, and it looks like Luis has got it.
Yeah, they got it, and then guess what? It looks like the fastest lap has been taken away by Alexander van der Woerd, a 2:24, I think it was 8. That is wild.
We're getting well into dry times almost.
Yeah, we are getting into dry times, which means that the track has officially started drying off, and this should make things very interesting, especially for the people that have now not hit it yet, i.e. our top 3. They're trying everything they can to stay out for some reason.
Yeah, still nothing. Just nothing is making them budge. I have to imagine that RS is probably making up a decent amount of time here. They almost went faster than everybody in the top 3, except for RK, who they were only 0.2 slower than on the last lap. So definitely RS being able to make up some time here with the bit of indecision. I'm sure it's not indecision. I'm sure it's some kind of strategy that they're looking to get here. I mean, they will definitely. There is an argument to say that they will now have fresher dry tires than everybody else for the rest of this race. Christian is the first to blink. They come in from P2, so at least Sash is going to get that position, as this is getting really squirrely here between these two. And that'll be Luis still in P9, but just trying to navigate around that car as best as they could there.
Yeah, they tried their best, and I was about to point out that they aren't the only ones that blinked. Clipper blinked, and I think... Oh, well, yeah, no, I'm sorry. It just updated. They've gone down to P3 because of the pit stop. So far, only one has blinked in the top 3. But now, Sarah Emberson's got a little bit of problems. They've got the Audi. Yeah, look at how fast they're gaining. Oh, my God. That's nuts. And they're able to get it out easily.
Done and done.
Done and dusted. Adeline is on a absolute charge, and now they've just got to make up. Oh, I don't know, 2 minutes within the next 4 hours.
We've seen weirder things before. That is a 2:23.5 though from Alexander van der Woerd, so that Bentley going quite fast as well, obviously at home in these conditions. And you can see just a few puddles left now. We are really getting into the part where the track is actually going to start to rubber in and get faster instead of slower. So definitely we are getting to that point. Christian is still in the pits. I am not sure if they're still stationary or not. That's going to be the 666 Ferrari. Looks like they went off in one of these really narrow parts. That was this is looking like Blanchimont here. We'll take a look at this on the replay, heading through this sort of medium speed chicane here right before. Look to get an okay exit from there and heading into Blanchimont, one of the few places that still has water on the track. Yeah, just caught that puddle right there with the with what looked like the right front there, and that was just enough to unsettle the car and snap him around. Definitely, it's almost impossible to avoid the water going into that part of the track, so it makes it really, really tricky. Maybe some water still left on those tires there as they are coming back into the pits. see if they can get going here. So we are getting on our weather report that there is going to be rain sometime again in the next 10 minutes. So I'm sure that probably the top couple of drivers have seen that, and they're just trying to sort of wait out this part of the race and just get to, I suppose at this point, what will be their next set of wet tires. They'll just go straight from wets to wets. Everybody else will take a pit stop. This is the theory. And of course, RK has the margin to be able to do that. They are well in front at this point. They can do almost whatever they want on the strategy and lose a lot of time on those worn out wets and still come out in front. But for those who are still just trying to eke it out, it's going to be really slow right now, but there will come a point when it'll come back around.
Yep, it will, but we'll have to wait and see to see how long this dry stint lasts, as we see a battle now with the lead with the car of Skylar or Chris McNichol and Kvetch Motorsports against Andreas, who is just surprisingly just let them by off the camel straight. And I think at this point he's just trying to keep the car in one piece, because they've been kind of falling down the order a little bit, but not too bad. We do have a few people stopping to pit. I don't know what they're going to box for. If they know that the rain is coming, then my assumption would be is that they would get some wet tires on and hope that the track wettens up pretty quick. If not, they're going for dries, and they're going to be very interesting as here comes the rain. It is pouring down again. That's going to make things very awkward, especially for the people that have that are driving in slicks at the moment.
Yeah, Christian really looking like kind of picked the worst of both worlds on this strategy here. It's a little bit late, I suppose, to be going onto those dry tires, but they're on it anyway. We'll be doing some fast laps here before the times start increasing again. It's another fastest lap from Luis down into the 22.9s. I have to imagine that will probably be the fastest one that we see at this point for quite a while.
Yeah, I agree. It should be spice things up again. And again, I'd like to remind you that we are running a donation. This is going to be a donation stream we are running for the Wildlife Trust organization, a wildlife firm out of the UK. We have a donation link in the description, and a QR code does pop up every now and again on our screen, like right now. Just scan the QR code, donate to a good cause, and if you donate $10 or more, you will be entered into a raffle with a bunch of amazing prizes.
And you get to help animals, and that's great. I mean, we're all animals anyway, so it's great. I think we're seeing the puddles starting to form again here around, especially.
Oh boy!
That is what those dry tires are going to do to you. So Luis finally cracking under that little bit of pressure there. Yeah, it's only going to get harder from here. So so definitely buckle in. We'll see how long those dry tires stay on. But honestly, I think they've probably already gotten their money's worth out of them. Did a lot of really, really fast laps around here, as did most of the other drivers who went onto those dries fairly early. Would they have made up 30 seconds of lap time? That's really the question. Or actually, it'd be much longer than 30 seconds, because you have to navigate the entire length of that pit lane. You're stationary for 30 seconds. So definitely we are going to have to see whether they were able to make up that much time. It's starting to look like the folks that stayed on the wets for this time probably are the ones that managed to win out, and those being only two drivers that I can tell right now, which is RK up in front, and then Inigo Lopez actually also still on those tires, as Luis has calling it quits. Does not want to be on those dries anymore. So it looks like we're going to get two teams really who might really benefit from taking this gamble.
Yeah, agreed. And it looks like, despite, you can see that Orez is slowed down quite a lot, and that is going to give Alexander Van der Wold another spot. But Van der Wold is on dry tires, so I'd imagine that at some point they're going to be, coming in, I assume. I mean, it is a downpour at the moment, so I assume that those tires are not happy at the moment.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
We'll see. I was saying we'll see as Van der Wold is coming around the corner, staying in the S's. Let's see what he does. They're coming toward pit lane. Is he going to come in? No, he's not. But Orez is. Orez is coming straight into the pit lane, I assume for a new set of wets.
I would assume at this point that if you're on those dries and you want to get as much out of them as possible, you're not going to be able to use them for very much longer anyway. It just depends on the same way that you want to pick the right moment going from wet to dry. You definitely want to pick the right moment to go from dry to wet as well, and wet to wet in the case of RK. But that's more going to be just a matter of tire wear at this point, as we are officially past the 2-hour mark, and we are also creeping towards the limit of that stint timer, although it looks like basically almost everybody is going into the pits now and switching back over to those wets, and we should see some pretty big winners from this, would be my guess. Inigo probably being one of them, and we'll see exactly when they want to come in. And I mean, at this point, pretty much I think their goal should just be to run out the rest of the fuel tank, because it's not going to be the weather that's going to be limiting their strategy anymore. Obviously, those wet tires have taken quite a beating all the way through the dry phase, but they could still have a little bit of life left in them to make it worth it to stay on them until their time for a driver swap.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I've just been given word the Tokyo Ghost car. Oh, yo, that was Andreas Spitzer in Pruan. Oh, that's such an awkward spot to be in. Get the car spun around.
Try to turn around too.
Yeah, that is like the worst spot to be in. I think these are one of the guys that were on the dry tires. But they almost took out Alexander Van der Wold in that. That was a scary moment. Following
Scary
on
for sure.
As we head down, they're heading into No Name. There's Van der Wold right behind them. They ate all the AstroTurf, and that caused a car. Oh my god, that was so close, so close. That could have ended in tragedy there.
About a hair's breadth away from getting it in the wall as well, so thankfully shouldn't have gotten any sort of damage from that. And that is going to be the Bentley pulling into the pit lane, changing over to those wet tires, I am sure. Pretty much everybody else, I think, has made it around on this particular pit cycle. RK has also come into the pits. Inigo's still out there, actually, in fact, on those used wet tires. So obviously still sees some benefit to keeping them on. And critically as well, we have Parker in the car as well in P1, so that driver swap has been made. So fresh driver, fresh tires, probably a lot of fresh fuel as well, and they are off and looking to extend this gap even more. So let's see where things ended up. I think it should be somewhere around it's going to be even more of a gap than that, in fact. Because of that Bentley coming into the pits. So it's going to be, I think, about a 48-second gap or so. Our stream is saying 45 at the moment, but definitely the gap has gone down quite a bit, kind of the way that we expected, and that was the dry tires doing their work in that sort of dry weather phase. So Christian making up a little bit of time. But definitely that car is still very firmly in front.
Yep, and it looks like Indigo has now moved themselves into P3. they've been like after that big fight early on, it really, I guess this really worked out for them, and I think staying on the wets has paid absolute dividends because now Indigo is going to be basically, if they keep this strategy up, they could have a chance to not only get a podium, they could gun for P2 if they keep the pace up.
Yeah, absolutely in the cards. I think it's definitely been a really, really well called race for that team so far. They seem to have judged this strategy really, really well, and again, just the gamble on those used wet tires really paying off for them, as well as for the leaders as well. Not that they needed a whole lot of help, but they definitely did receive it. There's the Sky Tempesta Ferrari coming out of the pits right now, or not coming out of the pits. They would be if they were coming out in the Grand Prix configuration, but of course they have to work their way all the way up the hill if they want to leave the pits in this version of Spa. So that's not going to give the number one, the first place 716 McLaren any trouble. We have a couple of other cars that are a little bit close to each other, that being Sadket in P12 and Frey in P11. But that looks like our only real on-track action at the moment, as the rest of the cars, especially in the top three, have spread out even more. And yeah, again, just we have a couple of retirements as well. That's being the number 5 Tokyo Ghost Racing, which we retired a few minutes ago, and the number 67 Porsche as well out of the race at this point. So we should have 16 cars still running. I think that sounds right.
Yeah, it looks like it. 16, 17 cars left, as we definitely are. We're not at the halfway mark yet, but we're still having some interesting battles, and things have kind of calmed down even with this wet weather. Following along now with Sadket, who is, I believe, yes, they are catching up to Frey Fireblood, who is having a little bit of a slower race. I don't know what's going on there. They head in to the chicane. Looks like they have a little bit of a better run. Are they going to have enough momentum to maybe make a move on Frey into turn 1? I don't think so. The gaps are just a little bit too big, as it looks like Sadket may try to maybe line themselves up for a move down the Camel Straight, heading down the hill up to down the hill toward Eau Rouge and Radion. So far, so good. No issues there. And oh well, I say that Sadket goes really wide, and Frey goes even wider going out of Radion. And unfortunately, that's going to be position given to Sadket.
And most likely an off track for both of them. I can't imagine.
Yeah, probably.
Great racing, though, honestly, up until that point. Definitely, it's really, really difficult to race in conditions like this, where, in fact, it actually almost even looks like it's raining harder than it was before. So the times certainly seem to be reflecting that. The fastest lap that anybody has done on this stint so far is a 2:33, again from the number 69 Audi. That still has Luis in the captain's seat for that one. So still on their charge quite a bit, and they should be heading up to Vossi real quick. And actually, it looks like Inigo has lost quite a bit of time here. It may have been that. No, they did take their pit stop. I think something might have happened to the 423 Lamborghini here, so they are back down to P7 now.
I think
sort
they
of the next target for Luis.
I think they actually did pit because remember, they hadn't pit earlier, and I think their tires were just done. You can see they're coming out of Camel Street. They had to have pit.
Okay, but they didn't. They pitted from P3. That was my confusion.
Pitted from P3. Yeah.
I was thinking that they had come out of the pits in P3, which that would have been amazing. But no, they are back down to P7, which I think is still an improvement from where they started down in P9. So that's definitely going to be a good spot for them to be in. They should be lining up Vossi any minute now if they're able to keep up this pace. But again, you know, those mistakes starting to creep in a bit. You know, with 18 cars still in the running, as I had my count corrected, it'll be some traffic to navigate for them as well, and for pretty much everybody. We're at that point in the race where everybody's kind of you know, going through the track on their own pace. You know, just sort of cars all over the place. Not really a whole lot of rhyme or reason to the traffic at this point. So it's kind of hard to predict when you're going to hit someone and exactly sort of how you're going to get around them. So just some more things for our drivers to contend with here.
Yeah, definitely. As we continue to follow along, it looks like Indigo's kind of had, like, after the start, I think they've kind of had a lonely race. They're kind of in the middle of no man's land, and at this point, I would say maybe just a drive would be fine. And honestly, I think just pick up positions where they can, and we'll have to wait and see. But maybe if they keep this up, they might be able to catch up to Vossi soon-ish, especially since they're on the fresher rubber. We'll just have to really just wait and see at this point.
Well, they were in front of Vossi initially, and definitely that mistake causing them a bit of a setback, so they'll be eager to get back up to that TGR Porsche at this point. That is a car parked on the middle of the exit of Radeon. There are cars coming. I hope they can get going. They seem to have.
Yeah,
the speed difference will not be nearly as terrifying at this point. So thankfully, sort of parked it in a place where there weren't very many drivers. We're going to take a look back at what happened here. This looks like it's going to just be losing it on their own. Yeah, just misjudging the speed heading in there. The car did not want to turn, scraping the wall. Almost collected another car there, but thankfully everybody's sort of getting out of the way here, and also thankfully there was nobody else coming. That would have been incredibly scary. You never want to see waved yellow flags when you're on your way up to Eau Rouge, but it just, you know, you never know whether a driver is going to see that or whether they're going to slow down enough to be able to react. It's really not all that possible, given that you're sort of cresting over a blind hill at that point. Yeah. And you know, obviously that's been a point of you know, some really dangerous action around Spa in real life as well as in the sim. So thankfully nobody else getting involved in that.
Yeah, tell that to Frey. He's had to deal with that twice, and both times it was a game of millimeters. An absolutely horrifying experience, and we got to see it live, and thankfully, now we're following along now with Parker Olsen in the lead car. They're gaining time again. They're good 50 seconds ahead of the car behind. So at this point, Parker is just on a casual drive at this point. He's not really had to worry about anything, and so long as he doesn't, you know, botch anything up or hit the wall or anything, I think he'll be golden.
Yeah, it's been a really, really great performance from both drivers of that car at this point. Kind of, you know, one of the stronger teams that we've seen here. The 773 McLaren receiving a drive-through penalty for something there, I'm sure. Most likely track limits or perhaps a stint timing issue. I can't imagine that anybody would have any problems with stint times at this point, given that sort of they've been in 30-minute increments at least for a little bit. But definitely by the end of this hour, they're going to have to come in again, or maybe even this half hour, depending on when they made those switches, when they were coming out. And so the 773 served that penalty. They're back out on the road in P5 at the moment, very, very far away from pretty much any other cars. So just going to be looking to set some good laps here.
Yeah, definitely. As Parker's, it's been kind of, now with the rain and people making emergency pit stops, it's kind of spread the field out a fair bit. So we really haven't any tight battles like we had earlier on in the race. So really it's just going to come down to a game of when people are going to pit, what's the weather going to be like, and how things are going to turn out, and if we're going to have any more incidents like we did earlier. So I don't know, like I feel like for at least until the next stint, we're just going to be kind of seeing some cars just keep going around in a circle and hope. Well, I wouldn't say hope, but pray that nothing happens.
Great time to talk about the Wildlife Trusts as well. Once again, we are raising money for them. We have already met our actually really high goal. I'm really surprised that we got it. But yeah, we've hit our £1,000 goal already. You can continue to donate there by scanning the QR code or checking the link in the description to get that going. And we are benefiting wildlife all around the UK. A collection of shelters, I believe, that are sort of working to, and also wildlife preservation organizations and such. So really good cause. We're furries. We love animals. So head over there if you would like to contribute.
Yeah, I mean, I just did it. So
literally, you can do it right now. It takes maybe 30 seconds.
It took me a little bit longer because I didn't understand the whole house.
Okay, well, I'll time you next time and we'll figure out how.
Yeah. I swear.
Sadcat getting pretty close to the back here of JPEG Fox, in fact. It looks like they're heading through, and actually the grip on that Evo 2 looking quite a bit better through these low to mid-speed corners. In fact, just sort of getting a little bit offline, having to stay out of the back of the car in front there, so that's going to set them back a little bit. They're going to have to make up that gap again, but probably not. Won't take that long at all, given the pace that we are seeing from them at the moment. They're at least a second faster than JPEG there in the Aston Martin. So I mean, at least in a lap, you would say they would be back on the back of that car. But yeah, just really nice, neat lines, even with the weather here. We are getting word of a 10-second penalty for another car for forcing another car off the track in an unsafe pit entry. So not what you want to see, but we'll see them serve that at their next pit stop.
Yep, absolutely. As we continue to follow along, and so far it looks like Van der Wold in P4. I'd like to point out Van der Wold had an incident earlier in the race, or on lap 1, and it sent them all the way down in the field, and they, through pit stops, through that insane charge in the dry weather, has gotten themselves in contention for a podium position against Allraz. I think that's probably like the most wild thing about that. They've basically regained everything, and we're not even halfway through this race yet.
Yeah, exactly where you want to be at this point, back where you started. Which I think is a goal for quite a few drivers that are still sort of in this race, given the number of sort of follies we've seen just during this wet weather phase. And it's definitely really, it makes this already difficult track even more difficult when you have the rain pouring down the way that it is, and it's still coming down. No end in sight at this point, although I think we might at some point in the next 25 or 30 minutes be looking at a dry forecast, so it'll be a little while more at least like this. Maybe as we start ticking towards the 3-hour mark, our halfway point of our race, we should be seeing the weather start to dry up again, and then we'll go from there. I am not sure what the timing of day looks like on this race. I don't know if we're going to get any night racing later. That might be fun.
That would make things interesting. We can definitely see that the rain is lightening up a little bit, but not by much. I did notice that we did have an incident, or maybe a flag did ping up for our 12th place Echo car, but I don't know what exactly happened. As we get back to the battle between Setkin and JPEG, oh no, JPEG setting themselves up on the inside line. Are they going to try to fight it? They absolutely are. Going down into the corner into the S's. They have the worst line going out of the corner. Sadcat trying to make a move on the outside, looking for a position going into Stavolo 1. Still just barely ahead, and they touch going into the corner, heading into Stavolo 2, where they're going to try to make a move for it. It looks like JPEG's just going to give up the fight. I think they think they're all and are now going to let Sadcat by and then just sit behind them. That was an amazing fight, though, going into Stavelo.
Around the friggin' outside of Stavelo. That's like some of the best racing I've seen at this track in this game. God, that was incredible. Just the start of that move, and you could see just how much grip that they had, even on that outside, that wetter line through that sort of mid-speed chicane right before the Blanchiments. You could just see how much speed Sadcat was carrying and how much more grip that they had than that Aston Martin back there. But just the ability to, I mean, there was a little bit of door banging, but all I think definitely well within the limits of respectable racing, and just. Wow, my opinion of Sadcat's driving just went up quite a bit.
Absolutely. As we follow along now with, I believe that is one of the Ferraris that's having a fairly rough race, but now heading down Blanchimont. They've been fairly quiet down in the far end, and right now, back following Van der Woel, who is going to be lapping them here in Hairpin, but it's going to be an awkward place to do so, because now they are going to be dealing with lap traffic of Fury and the other Ferrari of I forget their name, to be honest. But right now, heading down Blanchimont, they've already knocked that one down. Now they've got one more to deal with, and hopefully this next one will go fine.
Yeah, clearing the 666 there, the Ferrari. Definitely, it is starting to. We are starting to get to a more stable part of a stable phase of weather. We have sort of the moisture levels on the track sort of normalizing between the rate at which the cars are displacing the water and the rate at which more water is coming down is sort of meeting that equilibrium there. And so it's probably going to stay about these conditions, which are still quite soaked, as that's a lot of speed that Alexander Van der Voort is carrying around Blanchimont there. They are going to get ahead before the braking zone. I think maybe even that car lifting off a bit there just to make it a lot easier there with the blue flags. Been really nice to see, the respect to the blue flags shown. Definitely in an endurance race that gets even more important. You never want to have your race ruined by a back marker, but especially in a race like this, being as respectable as you can. And I think everybody's doing a really good job of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I accidentally...
We lose you?
Sorry. Yeah, you briefly lost me. I accidentally hit my mute button like a fool. Anyway, following along now, it looks like Van der Woel's going a little bit wide out of Eau Rouge, or Radion. No big deal, though. They're continuing their great pace so far. And now, it seems like at this point, all Van der Woel has to do is just kind of maybe wait for that dry stand and try to do what they did the last time and hope that it doesn't rain within like 5 minutes after they get their dry tires on. So it's just a matter of wait and see at this point.
You know, it actually didn't really go that badly for them, I don't think, given that they're still only about 5 seconds away from the podium. So honestly, not really a bad decision. I'm sure they got some good fast laps out of it. So that's really kind of all you can ask for at a certain point. Luis still going quite fast, actually, and is now under the 18-second mark to Inigo. So those strategies may be starting to even out at this point. Sort of the difference between the getting on the fast tires and then or sticking it out on the slow ones and waiting until this point in the race where that strategy starts to pay off. Those things starting to come together a little bit. So different approaches to the same problem. I don't think anyone's been particularly insensible with the strategy. So at a certain point, everything evens out. It just depends on what part of the race that you want to be fast in. And usually the way to gain positions, especially in endurance racing, where the strategy is so important, you want to try to, basically be doing exactly what Alexander is doing here, and just sort of circulating and doing your own times, running your own race, because it's really not about who necessarily gains the most positions or overtakes the most cars or anything like that, but it's whoever gets to the line first, whoever runs their own fastest race. So
Absolutely. As we're now at the point where things kind of even out. Like I said earlier, I don't foresee a lot of like hardcore fighting. We're halfway through the race. It's basically a matter of tire strategy and pit strategy to see when you want to do something like that, and that is the worst spot to try to make a pass on somebody. But Vanderpool got it done, and thankfully did not have a meeting with the wall or the driver next to him. But
yeah, harrowing speed difference between those two cars for sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think there was nothing much that either car could have done. They just caught each other at the worst possible time, but they played it well. There wasn't an incident, and that's all that matters, because now Vanderpool's got to still gain a fair bit of time to try to catch up to Indigo. Or not, Oraz, I'm sorry. Catch up to Oraz, and then maybe, if he's lucky, go for P2 as well.
It looks like that only lost him about a second of time, so hopefully not too much more, considering the pace at which they're closing in. So shouldn't have been too much of a setback at this point. They should be back on to P3 fairly soon. We do want to remind you that if you donate or have already donated at least £10 to the Wildlife Trust, you can use the link in the description of this video to enter for your chance to win our prizes. And again, the link for the raffle form is in the description or in the chat. And if you don't see the link, then make sure to refresh your stream, hit F5, and you may be able to take a look at that. We want to remind you to please fill out the form only once, as it is only one entry per person to get, hopefully, that signed Toyota flag, which honestly I think was probably the thing in there that I personally would want the most. But just we have some karting vouchers as well. If you want to go karting, that's always fun. So we'll see what happens.
Yep, absolutely. Oh. Sorry, I had a little bit of a technical issue. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, I filled out my raffle thing. I'm all good. I don't know if you did yet, Kady, but I
haven't tossed in enough yet. I'll probably have to do that before this is over, and we'll see if I can get that flag. If I get one of the vouchers, I unfortunately do not live in the UK, so I would have to probably give that to somebody else. But regardless,
there is a if you fill out the form, it does ask you if there is one that's specific to the UK. Do you want to be opted out of it? So, yeah, you can pick yes. So
see, look at that. That's great to know. I didn't read those instructions, so that's also a good reminder to our viewers as well. Alexander getting a little bit closer. It looks like that gap is down into the 3-second range now, so shouldn't be too much longer to go before we potentially have a fight on our hands. I don't think ours is making much headway into Christian either in front, so we will see whether those things get closer together.
Mm-hmm.
That's the 404, the Garage 42 McLaren. They're taking a bit of a spin through Lake Coombe here. That's been a real hot spot that we've seen so far. It is definitely one of those places where the grip can be really limited. Oh, excuse me. This is the chicane right before Blanchimont. Hey, that works too. Another place where the grip is really limited. Those mid-speed chicanes where you're kind of on the throttle a little bit the entire way through it, just trying to get that car rotated as much as you can. And unfortunately, Dan getting it a little bit too rotated.
Yeah, just a little bit too rotated. There was a warning for car 426 as well for unpredictable driving. Unfortunate, but thankfully it was only a warning. So hopefully they will not do that again. Back following the leader, Parker Olsen, whose team has not stopped leading since the start of this race. It has been one and done at this point. So all they have to do at this point is bring the car home. So long as they don't have any incidents whatsoever, they should be fine. Another car that I do want to bring up is the other Tig Gang car of Vossi Tigris, who has honestly had another bit of like an amazing recovery drive. Their first stint went horribly. Numerous incidents. They got spun a couple times. They got shuffled right off the rip, and they're now able to claw back and now in P6. They still got a ways to go before P5, but at the rate they're going, I'd say that they could try to maybe scrounge something out of this.
Yeah, I think every driver on this team really kind of has, and I'm not sure if they've done any endurance races either together or apart, but definitely they have that mentality of that you need in endurance racing, of just like, I am going to drag this car over the finish line if it breaks me, so help me God. And like, that's sometimes the when you're in a position like that where you have so much time to make up and you have no idea if it's even possible or not, where a lot of us who are used to only racing for, maybe at maximum an hour or 90 minutes at a time, we can sort of get that mentality of just, oh, I'm a minute back.
That's
or a
Van der
lap
Wood.
back. That's Van der Wood in the wall. So it's somebody else maybe who is going to need to give this little pep talk to themselves that I'm giving right now. But you can get to that time can get to be insurmountable. Are they still parked?
They are.
That's going to be Damon Wareham getting by them right now. There it goes. So that's down to 5th now. This
Did
could
something
potentially
happen?
be another position for Vossi. This is kind of starting to look like a hardware failure to me.
Yeah,
you see how they went
absolutely.
straight on into that
Yeah.
wall and just, no steering there at all, just basically straight from where you would be pointing your car if you were entering into this corner. And that's a horrible place to lose connection to your wheel
there you
if
go,
that's
yeah.
what happened. And that was a teleport back to the pits. So that is unfortunately going to be a tow back to pit road for that car. Let's take a look at what happened. We'll see if they just sort of keep that wheel straight and don't really do anything to it. That is looking exactly like what that is.
Oh,
Actually, yeah, no, see, went over into the grass and then just straight on. That looks pretty textbook to me. I think their wheel just disconnected there. That is...
I don't
Wow,
think it
what
was.
a way to go.
I don't think it was a wheel disconnect. I think it was a net disconnect. It looks like he had a little bit of a hiccup. His net had a little bit of a hiccup and he lost connection.
Oh, that would completely make sense too if they were stuck in... Yeah, we've lost that car completely now. That would make total sense if you... Because what happens there is your screen just kind of freezes for a couple of seconds. And so I definitely wouldn't fault their instinct at that point. If it's frozen and they have no idea where their car is going or what, it's definitely a valid instinct to just like, I'm going to take my hands off the controls. I don't really know what's going on. I'm just going to go straight and hope nothing happens. Unfortunately, something did happen, but it was a good instinct nonetheless. So, yeah. really unfortunate there. That's one of our... I don't know how many network incidents we've had at this point. Unfortunately, it seems to be...
I think we've only had like a hand. At the second one, we've only had for as far as network goes, and that's the BMW, the 18th place car, having another incident going into the chicane. But yeah, it's super unfortunate. But I guess 3 positions for everybody, I guess. But Saber Kitsune is back in the car and is now trying to slowly gain on Adeline. Gaps now about 5 seconds. And I'm sorry, 3 seconds. My eyes aren't good. Oh, there's more trouble. That's this Jeremy Dalton of Who Squirts having a little bit of an excursion off the Camel Straight, but they got the car back up and running. And now they're running toward the heading back down and around again. But yeah, it looks like things are starting to pick up once again. 24 minutes till we hit the halfway mark, as now we have Louise Adeline heading up Rouge Radeon. They've had an eventful but then uneventful race so far. So
I'd say in terms of the times, definitely eventful. That gap is now down under 10 seconds to Inigo Lopez in front, so just steadily gaining. They just did another fastest lap in these conditions at 2:29.6. So definitely, and you can see how much they're pushing just with the just completely throwing it up Rouge and Radeon there as we were riding on port. So definitely feeling really comfortable in these conditions as well. As we can see, some of our big winners here, Sadket there in P9 is looking quite good for a good haul of positions. And this car, of course, up 3 positions from where they started. The rain's still coming down. I was about to ask at some point a little bit earlier if it was looking to you like the rain. There are some shots where the rain is looking like it's being a little bit less intense, but then there's more where it's just sort of exactly the same as it is. So I think we're at a pretty consistent level of precipitation, which means that the track isn't going to be, you know, drying out or anything like that. But we are, if the forecast is to be believed, getting closer to that point each minute that ticks down.
yeah, the minute mark, or at the halfway mark, I think that's when the track's supposed to be drying up at around that time. So 38, Van der Wold has reconnected, but they're all the way down in 14th now. That's so unfortunate for them. They had an amazing run, and now they're gonna have to work their way all the way back. And that's just super unfortunate. There's Adeline now in P7. They've got a 9-second gap to gain to catch up to Indigo, and that's definitely not impossible. It's just going to be a matter of, so long as they keep it on track, they should be able to catch up fairly quickly.
Yeah, I think it's inevitable at this point. And again, you know, catching is one thing and passing is another. We know this. We've definitely seen more than a few times.
Yeah,
what's that?
I was say, didn't one become a meme? I'm pretty sure one became a meme. I'm pretty sure it involved this car right here. And I'm pretty sure it was involving the fact that they are in fact a shark and they got, I don't know, rotated.
It could happen. It could happen to anybody, really. You can rotate yourself. You can rotate somebody else. We've seen plenty of different varieties of rotation in this race so far, and definitely when the wipers are going that quickly, you're just trying to see where you're going. It can be difficult to just balance out those inputs just right. Especially, I have to imagine, just with my personal experience with the Lamborghini in this game, it definitely does have a tendency when you are trail braking really aggressively, as you kind of want to do in most of these mid-engine cars, just to try to get as much sort of yaw angle in it as you can. It definitely, when you're coming off the brakes, the rear end can get very lively on you. So that is definitely something to watch out for if you are piloting one of these particular machines. We have a few of them in this race that we've seen so far. I think there's 3, it looks like, out on track right now. So nobody opting for any of the older models of Lamborghini. I think that's a sensible decision.
Yeah, that's an understandable position. Those old cars did not do well in low grip conditions, and now Indigo, though they've had a quiet race so far, it's not going to last for very long, because that Audi is flying up the hill, and maybe catch up with them within maybe
2 or 3 laps, right?
2 or 3 laps. I was gonna say 3 or 4, depending.
Oh, I think Luis could go faster than this. You know what? I think they're holding back. I'm gonna be honest. I think you can do a 26 right now. And if you're listening to the broadcast, you should try to do a 26 right now.
You're not betting on it, are you?
No, of course not. Why would I?
Why would you do that?
God. Are they doing over-unders on DraftKings of Simufur races? I would be very surprised if that was the case. That's Mauer around once again in the 404 Garage 42. Trying to get it right again, doing a little bit of an Austin Powers impression. does manage to get it back on the road before anybody else comes. Thankfully, for a lot of the times where we've seen cars parked in the middle of the road, it's been when no other cars are around, which it really, really helps things in terms of, you know, safety cars and things like that. Although I have to imagine that there's some drivers that would kind of welcome a safety car at the moment if they could get one.
Yeah, that would be nice. They probably are like praying for one. Oh,
AstroTurf moment.
Yep, AstroTurf. I was about to say, yep, AstroTurf moment. Doesn't look like it hit too bad though.
Yeah, it'll get you. It's, you know, that's definitely got to be by far the slickest. Well, other than the grass, but that's not really a surface. That's just grass. Probably the slickest surface on the track at this particular moment in time. These sausages for sure, instant bus stop, are probably pretty dangerous, and definitely this one out of no name. I mean, really, just all the corners are kind of sketch zones right now. I know I've definitely hit that inside corner at Puan more than once and turned the car around doing that, but Luis is actually doing a really good job just staying off of them, it looks like, at the moment. Just doing their best, and Armai is saving me, or did it stop raining?
It did stop raining. I was about to point that out. Yeah, it definitely stopped raining, which means things are about to get very interesting. Wait, what? Wait, what? What? Kady, you saw that, right? I'm not high, right?
What did I see? Hang on.
Did Parker Olsen just donate $30 while driving? What?
Don't text and drive, kids. I mean, if you're gonna do it, you might as well, you know, donate to a great cause, but also, like, don't text and drive, kids. Not in these conditions.
I have a very sneaky suspicion that it is. So it says Parker Olsen. I suspect, due to the fact that it is in pounds, that it might be his teammate and they are trolling us. Either way, thank you so much for your donation and confusing the ever-living hell out of us.
Stay safe. Stay safe out there.
Yeah. Please don't text and drive. That's very dangerous. Yeah,
you think they just have it? I can't say I'm not guilty of it, but it never ends well. We are creeping towards the 3-hour mark here. Weather will be dry, it looks like, for the next 30 minutes or so. I think probably the same thing that I would be really surprised if the 716 TGR was able to pull the same magic trick again. It's Jeremy Dalton once again off into the gravel, and that's another car actually closer than this time. But definitely at least on the inside of the corner, away from where that car was going to be. So good instincts there from Jeremy, even though there was that car approaching on the relative. Thankfully managed to make sure that there wasn't any kind of incident. But definitely for the next 30 minutes, it's going to be just like this. This is a very weird session for weather. I kind of love it. Yeah. But definitely, I think it would be really hard with 30 minutes of dry weather racing. I think it would be really hard to pull the same magic trick again with the dry tires. I think you're definitely going to want to come in for dries as soon as you can at this point.
Oh, this is getting a little bit awkward for Luis Adeline. They were trying desperately to get around that lap car, but for whatever reason, the lap car did not want nothing of it. It kind of impeded them a little bit. But thankfully, they were able to get around them safely. And I think this was just due to the fact that they were kind of in an awkward spot themselves, trying to get. They might have been at a loss of grip, but were able to save it. Here we go. Luis Adeline. Okay. Really? Really? What the hell?
Thank you, but also you're really funny.
Yeah. I saw what they did.
A little bit of a time loss for Luis, definitely, in that part of the racetrack. I think it's definitely it would have hampered their progress a little bit. But honestly, that's a pit. That's into the pits.
That's them going to pits.
Luis, and I have to imagine they're close to the stint timer, so might be Luis's time to get out of the car.
Yeah, I was going to say they might be getting close to driver swapping. I don't think he has yet. I don't think they have yet. This would mean that this will now be going into the hands of Jordan Johnson, as Parker Olsen again out in basically no man's land. He can just cruise, which is why I'm incredibly confused as to why they're making donations while driving. But you know, who knows? Yeah, but every little bit helps. We've exceeded our goal by over $100, or almost $200. I'm sorry. Pounds. I'm sorry. I am not from the UK.
Great British dollars.
Remember, kids, microwave your tea.
Always microwave your tea. That's Jeremy once again off in Lake Coombe. That's proving to be quite a problem corner for them. Definitely the tires on that Ferrari are probably fairly good right now. And that's another spin around. Damon Wareham. A little bit of a weird rejoin, but not really much you could do. Thankfully, it was sort of right in the middle of the Kemmel Straight there, so that car had plenty of time to see them and be able to take avoiding action there. Let's see what happened. That is also a very weird place to lose the car. Not if you're coming out of the pit lane, though. That is definitely not weird at all. Just trying to get on the power as much as they could, trying to get onto this. Definitely will be by far one of the wettest surfaces on the racetrack at this point.
Yeah.
Just trying to make it out of there, and that's just fishtailing. That's going to be a lot of damage, actually, on that the front right of that car, where we've seen some damage before. So we'll see what the bodywork is looking like, maybe on one of these camera angles, as Damon is coming around this corner here. You know, it's not looking 100%.
No, and you know what's the ironic thing? It's the same side that
it's the exact same side. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's the exact same side. Two different drivers, exact same side. Oh, very squirrely. Going into Pouan. You can definitely tell the car is not happy. I believe they switched. I think this kind of makes it obvious that they have switched to dry tires early.
If we could get inside the cockpit on this, I would love to see if their steering is out of alignment, because it's kind of looking like it might be, honestly. Looks fairly straight, maybe a little bit of angle in that, but definitely the car is not turning the way that David is used to it doing. So
I think it's because they're on dries, to be completely honest.
That's also most of it.
I'm fairly certain it's because they're on dries, while it's still freaking tan.
But that'll pay off later. It absolutely will pay off later. Well, maybe not now if they want to come in to repair that damage. But if it's drivable, then definitely I would see. And that's going to be them going around yet again, out of the wall still, which is good. Not doing that again, thankfully.
They stalled
just
it.
Just going to try to. That's a stall as well. So yeah, we'll see if they can get it rolling again. Looks like they have. They're spinning around in a bit of an awkward way. This is, of course, the exit of Blanchimont, which is not where you want to be trying to turn around a car, but manages to get it on the road okay. Stays ahead of the rest of those cars there. Yeah, I think this is just going to be the same thing that we've been seeing for, what is this, the third or fourth time of just trying to navigate this as best you can. You have to get on this AstroTurf here to get the best line into the corner, and then just a little bit too much braking there, carrying a little bit too much brakes into that corner, and the rear not liking that one bit.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, but you know, it could have been worse. The exit was probably not that great, but it looks like so far that is a very deep way to get through a Rouge Radion. But it worked, I guess. They survived. Now they've just got to make up for all that time lost, which is a fair bit, I think. So they've got 6 seconds ahead of Sabre. No, I'm sorry, that's 52 seconds. I was looking at Sabre, who was 6 seconds behind Indigo. So that's going to make things interesting, as we have another little battle here. This is Fatcat in a fight for trying to catch up to Daniel Wareham, which should make things very interesting, because usually Daniel would have no problems, but I guess because of this wet weather, it's just nothing's gone right for him.
May I tell you something interesting, Wolfin, which is that it looks like Luis is still in the car.
I mean, it's just Luis driving, so.
Yeah, but I would have assumed that they had made a driver swap in that, given that the stint time is probably fairly low for them.
For Louisa,
Adeline.
Adeline? Yeah, you're right.
Well,
Huh.
we'll see. We'll see how that goes, I guess. Maybe they're
Yeah.
anticipating well, I mean, they would have been off dry tires, but we'll see what happens. They may be lining it up with when the fuel runs out. That would be probably my guess, but yeah, there's always some, you know, a little bit of awkwardness when it comes to, especially when it's like this and there's sort of, in fact, a little bit of sun peeking out now. It looks like maybe we could be getting a little bit more sunshine, which I'm sure these drivers would very much welcome. But yeah, when both of these cars kind of taking a little bit of a drift there for Blanchimont. But when the weather is like this and it's always changing and you never quite know exactly what tires you want to be on, when you want to come in, when you're sort of required to come in, that's very, very wide. It's going to have to be taking the exit road there for Damon, who is having a heck of a time with the car at the moment, all the way down to 9th in that 773 McLaren. So not been a great stint for them so far.
Yeah, and unfortunately not the best of stints. 8 minutes to go till the halfway mark, and so far it's Parker Olsen once again, miles ahead of everybody else. They've got an 88-second gap, followed by Oraz, who's in P2, and then Clippert, who has just gone into the pit lane. So depending on when Bossy box. Oh, speaking of boxing, our leader is in fact boxing at this time. I think they're going to try to maybe do what everybody else is doing and box early to get the dry tires on, because I'm guessing they're under the impression that it's gonna be like this for a little while now. So if they're boxing, that can only mean that they must think that it's time for dries.
Oh yeah, it almost certainly will be, considering that the forecast has been that we're going to be having clear skies for, well, not clear skies clearly, but we're going to be having no precipitation for the next 30 minutes. So that is probably exactly what they're thinking. Also in the pits as well is the 69 Audi once again. Luis may be making that driver swap now and handing the car over to one Jordan Johnson. We'll see what happens with that. And the rest of our front runners as well coming into the pits. It's looking like everybody has pretty much gotten the memo at this point. It is time to come in, and especially when the leader comes in, I would imagine that probably there's a lot of drivers in this race whose strategy is, I'm going to do whatever the leader does, and that is a perfectly valid way to do strategy.
Yeah.
But it's definitely sort of the safer approach when it comes to stuff like this. P12 and P11 getting a little bit, or sorry, not that's a lap traffic up in front, but we'll be seeing what the times are going to look like. I think we are already getting some times down below the 2-minute 30 mark. So just like we were seeing at first with that first little bout of wet to dry racing, those times are going to continue to come down, and we'll see where they end up.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, ooh, that was very dramatic as they spin once again. That was that wing is skewed. That's not good. That was very violent and very hard. That's not going to end well for them. What happened here? Was it just wet weather moment again?
Has to be, right? Coming around Blanchimont here.
Yeah, heading into Blanchimont, hit the curb. Yeah, just bonk.
Control Z, Control V of the other incident that we just saw a couple minutes ago there.
Well,
for sure.
they saved it that time. This one they hit the wall.
They did for sure. Yeah. That is the difference. And they've gone around again. Actually, they haven't come in to repair that.
Yeah, they must not think it's. Oh yeah. Parker Olsen has lost the lead to Oraz, and is now. Yeah, this is due to the pit strategy, but still, that's a bit surprising. As now Oraz is in the lead of this race with a 12-second gap. So obviously, when Oraz pits, Parker will get it back, but I don't foresee. Oraz has got a pit, so we'll just have to wait and see when they pit and if they can make up any time.
I almost wonder if they think they might be able to do the same thing that the other cars did in the sort of first wet to dry phase, where they sort of just try to stay on those tires for as long as they can. But I think we're going to have just a little bit too much sunshine here. It's really not going to be long enough to make that strategy work, or at least I would be incredibly surprised if they did. Again, a pit stop around here in total takes around 1 minute and 45 seconds. So whatever you do, you have to be faster than that. That's really sort of the only question that you need to ask when you're coming up with pit strategy, which is just, hey, am I, doing the same, or is what I'm doing going to be faster than if I do something else, right? Is plan A faster than plan B? And it actually kind of looks like at this point that both Parker and Orez are on 3 pit stops on their pit count. So I think this actually might be a legitimate change for the lead.
It might be. We'll have to wait and see. I don't think Orez is boxed yet, but I could be wrong. Following along now, Vossi is yeah, but looks like somebody is spun out. Oh yeah, it's Dalton in the Ferrari again. Again, I swear O'Radion has been catching out a lot of drivers, but thankfully it's not really led to any incidents. I'm knocking on wood now since I'm a commentator and I just made that statement. And Orez now, if they've already gone in, then that basically means all they have to do is see if they can gain some times.
Well, I think they're probably just doing the same thing that some of the other cars are doing, which is just sort of making a quick stop for whatever they need, whether it's fuel, or I have to imagine probably they might be fuel limited, or if they are just switching those tires before the stint timer runs out, because RS is also rapidly approaching the end of their stints. They are currently, of course, on a they got, I think it looks like it's maybe 28 minutes left on their stint. So at some point they are going to have to come back in, and that's going to hand Parker the lead back again. Just based on what we've been seeing with the times so far, I really doubt that they could have not only wiped out whatever that minute lead was, but then also gained another 12 or 13 seconds on top of that. That would have had to have been either just a major mistake from either Parker or RK, or just unbelievably, unrealistically fast driving. So I think that's where things are at the moment.
Yeah, and I'd also like to point out that Luis did not switch. They are still on track. So I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. And they're heading now down toward No Name and toward Puan. So they did box early. I remember they boxed twice. I wonder if they forgot to change tires, which would be incredibly unfortunate.
Not like I haven't done that before in endurance races. Yeah, listen, it's pit menus, especially when you're sort of in the car and really focused. They can be weird to navigate sometimes. So I absolutely get it for sure. If that is what ended up happening, that's Damon off the road again. It's been just a nightmare of a time for them as it continues.
Same corner too.
There is that dry line again, and it is the exact same corner. There's that dry line that's forming again. You really want to stick to that just as much as you can. I'm sure as soon as you get even a little bit off of it, as I'm sure we will see in this replay here. Yeah, so just there's a little bit of spray coming off of that tire there. So you can see there's still a little bit of moisture on that part of the racetrack, but not too much. Getting onto the AstroTurf to try to, and just exactly the same thing. Great drift this time. If they had held on to that, that would have been
funny.
If we make another intro video, that would have been on it for sure.
Yeah, exactly. That would have been funny to see. But we're on an absolute recovery drive at this point. It's been a pretty rough race with the tire strategy and everything else, but slowly but surely they've been very much getting the job done. So good for them. Hopefully things kind of, once the track completely dries out, that they will improve significantly. But so far, the only one that's like even RK has not beaten Adelaide's time in the dries, so I don't really know. Like unless if Adelaide can keep up that pace from last time, then they may have a shot at the very least getting a podium.
Yeah, I could absolutely see it happening. I mean, there's still, despite how far away everybody is, we are, we just ticked over the halfway point, in fact. So woo, confetti, congratulations. So congratulations, honestly, to everybody who is still in this race after 3 hours. I'm delighted actually that our casualty rate hasn't really been too high in this one, and at least for the ones that have, it seems to be connection issues on occasion, just sort of taking people out. Here's Parker back into their rightful place in P1 at the start of our third hour of 6. And just as a reminder or not a reminder, but as a recap for everybody who might just be joining us now, we had at the beginning of the race the number 38 and the number 15 of Vossi both losing positions with an incident. They've both been on pretty good recovery drives. I think both of them have done quite well to get back where they are. Vossi back up to P5 at this point, about 60 seconds away from Inigo in P4. The 716 of RK and Parker continuing to lead by a very large margin, and that margin growing the longer that RS stays in the pits, as they are obligated to do. And we had some time penalties, some other incidents that happened, especially around expiring stint timers, which I hope won't happen again. But we'll keep you apprised of all of those if and when they happen.
Ooh,
and that
trouble.
is going to be somebody right at the top of the hill once again. Please, let's make sure that we stay off the road. That is very good instincts there from the 426 BMW, just staying off the road as much as they could. Very, very smart to be staying off of the wet stuff there and just staying out of every other car's way. Definitely just doing their best to minimize the incidents. Part of why we've had so little retirees so far.
Yeah, so far, and honestly, we've not really had a lot of driver swaps either. Like only a couple of drivers have been swapping out, but that's going to change. Denak has returned from his lunch break, and he will be trading off with me. So good luck with you guys for the rest of the race. I will be getting my lunch and enjoying it from the lounge room, I guess. And I hope
the cool down room.
Yeah, the cool down. Yeah, our own little cool down room. I'm out of soda anyway. So.
Lunch sounds good. Have a good one.
All right, you two have a good one. Enjoy the race, and we'll be seeing you. And enjoy the chaos.
I already have been, quite honestly. I really have. Denak, I know you were there for sort of the start of this race and a lot of that stuff that I just described. I know you've been watching for a little while at this point. Any thoughts on anything that's been happening so far?
Well, it seems like I missed all the retirement action as soon as I left the college.
Honestly,
we had like 3 different retirements as soon as I left. I'm thinking like, did I bring curses upon me? Or something like that. But what I do bring with me is some weather tidings, weather updates here, because indeed in the forecast we have rain in the horizon again in the next 30 minutes. And looking at the current track conditions, they're still on greasy as well. So our drivers are definitely driving in very sketchy conditions at the moment here. Not sure if they're opting to be on those wet tires or switching over to those slicks here, but those conditions could be happening very soon.
No, it definitely looks like Saber absolutely knows that it's. We don't need the track condition up on the screen to know that it's greasy for sure for most of these drivers, as they are just doing their best to try to navigate this weird combination of just whatever rubber is still on the track and the water that is still remaining to be displaced. We just want to give you a reminder as well as we cross into the 3-hour mark here that we are raising money for the Wildlife Trust, an organization, a collection of organizations based in the UK, as that's Parker off into the this looks like the exit of Puan as I'm just starting my monologue, so thank you, Parker, for that. That's going to put a good almost 20 seconds into the huge lead that they've built up over the course of the last 3 hours. So definitely don't want to do too many of those. and I think this is going to look pretty familiar to most of us who've been watching this race so far. You know, actually made it through that part okay, but yeah, just got stuck on the sort of outside and was trying to turn the car in to take that second apex of Puan, which is sometimes if you get stuck out there and you hit the marbles or you hit whatever moisture is still left out there and you just start understeering and you can't get out of it. I definitely am relating to that particular experience for sure, but that's going to be a little bit of a setback.
Absolutely a reminder that it is indeed still greasy at the moment here, and our drivers are going to have to be on top of their game to keep their cars on the track here. And the curbs and the AstroTurf are not your friend here, as Parker Olsen very aptly demonstrated here. But despite that spin, despite the big off-track moment they had, that they still have a whole 47 seconds to Christian Kemper right behind them there. But with 3 hours left to go, we're only halfway through the race here, and we are not quite sure what the stint schedule is going to be between Parker Olsen and Robbie Kelly in that leading number 716 car there. So there could still be a possibility for Christian Kemper or even Horace Volpes there in the background to catch the lead car again there and do a bit of a fight there.
But maybe they just forget, and then there's a drive-through, and then, you know, maybe they get even closer. Who could say?
I mean, you say that, but
we can manifest all sorts of things up
drive-through.
here in the commentary booth. You know, that's our power. We're aware of it. Actually, I think you might have reverse commentator Chris at this point because all the retirements happened when you weren't here. So maybe now that you're here, you're casting your aura of safety over the rest of the cars still remaining on track. Not for Damon, though. Definitely.
Really good timing.
That was about
there.
what was that, a 720 or something? Just coming around and hitting multiple parts of their car on the that sort of green wall that is sort of holding back the mountain there as Blanchimont continues to just live in Damon's head rent-free.
Well, you say it's a 720, it's a McLaren 720, so I think that just makes perfect sense with them. But I'm not sure how intentional they were with that.
Well, here, let's count them.
Spin around the exit of that Blanchimont corner there. Good thing they avoided those. I think that was the Ferrari and Audi and some other cars around there. So good thing of them avoiding. They finally decided to go to the pits here. Hopefully fix all that damage they had on the car there. But yeah, a very, very brutal stint for Damon Wareham and that 773 car there. And hopefully after fresh pit stop, fresh tires, a fix on the car, they'll be able to get their groove again there. Because I know for sure that if you start having those incidents, having those spins, you kind of lose your own confidence as well there. And those mistakes just keep on piling. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. So I think the best thing they just need now is just to reset and get back on the road.
Reset and get back on the road if you think that's going to help, or you know, in some cases in endurance races that I've been, sometimes you kind of just need to know when you need to get out of the car and let somebody else have a crack at it, or not like need to, but just that, you know, it would be probably better for yourself and the team just to, you know, give yourself a bit of space, a bit of a mental break from the car, especially when you sort of have, you know, multiple incidents piling up like that. And if you're going in to repair that damage anyway, might as well just sort of take the time to take that driver swap as well, because that does end up costing you time. You know who's not having a problem, though, as far as getting around these back markers, thankfully. Still up here in P3, so has done a really, really good job just, you know, managing this race really well. One of our few drivers, or actually I don't even know how few drivers it is, but one of our few drivers who is driving on their own today. We have a few solo entries and a few 2 and 3 member teams, but trying to, you know, heading into the 3rd straight hour of driving here pretty much with only those pit stops to break things up. The fact that they're still doing, you know, as well as they are, I think is definitely really commendable.
Definitely very commendable indeed. And when we had the start broadcast, I did have a tally of all the different solo and team drivers that we had. I think it was 9 solo drivers versus 12 team cars there. But we have had a couple of retirements, and a couple of the cars did not end up starting the race at all there. So I'm not quite sure what the current tally is here, but it's still almost an even 50-50 split between solo drives and team drives here. So props on that. And yeah, it just goes to show most of the people here do have the endurance for at least a 6 hour race here. So if anybody needs drivers for 24 hours, I think you should be looking at the grid on here, so you get some good takes from there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, anybody who needs to, you know, triple stint, quadruple stint, here they are, you know, putting in the work. It's really, really great to see. I mean, this is the type of race length, like on iRacing, for example, they don't even let you sign up solo for these, or they'll disqualify you if you do. So, you know, it's a really, really long time to be, you know, sat in the same chair. Not really a whole lot of break to stand up and stretch. Hopefully they are. I was just thinking that you know, some food sounded really good right now, but you know, here I am, and I'm sure probably for our drivers as well, who are doing all of these stints back to back to back to back, basically until the checkered flag, probably sounds pretty good to them too.
I mean, if you do want to get yourself like a quick takeout food there and get something food, I can just comment it for a while. I can manage.
Oh gosh, I'm completely okay. I think at this moment I might I might grab an apple or something later. That sounds pretty good.
Well, I mean, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, or I guess like the bad weather away here. I guess we can go with that. Because indeed, in the forecast, it's not going to be 20 minutes until rain is going to be happening here. Actually, it's going to be down to 10 minutes. It's only going to be some very light rain here. But we have now officially went away from greasy track conditions to green track conditions here. So all of the water has been dissipated from the track here. But there's not going to be that much time left before the rain is going to be happening again here. So it's going to be that the next question is, when do you pit for those wet tires again here?
You know who still hasn't pitted is Inigo Lopez, who is now up, who has inherited P4 because of that decision. I think they are actually doing the thing that that they were before, or that the leaders were before, of just trying to extend out this stint until the rain hits again, and then go back onto another set of wet tires. Which I would have to be incredibly surprised if basically everything about the tire temperatures was just blinking red at them at this point, given that the track is completely dry, and there is no wet spots left to try to cool those down. So it's tough out there if you're on there. Those little patches of puddles at the beginning of Blanchimont there, maybe the only reprieve that they really get.
I think Inigo may have been in a very awkward situation here, because I'm looking at their stint timer. They have 3 minutes left on their stint here, so I think they have to box this lap, or next lap at most, if you want to have a chance of not getting a drive-through penalty from staying out for so long here. So it's going to be a very tough situation for them, because now they're going to have to either put on wets there, and then after 10 minutes go again for another set of wet tires there, or they're going to box for wets right now. I guess we see that as they go into the pits now, as I predicted. But yeah, they could either be on dries and have a very super short stint that's going to lose them time, or they're going to have to try suffer on a completely dry track with wet tires. And either of those options are not going to be good for them at the moment.
I think, okay, if this was me, given that this is, I believe, the single longest pit lane in this video game, I have to imagine that, and that it takes 1 minute and 45 seconds to get around. I think at this point, probably the best thing to do would probably just to suffer on those wets, because I mean, there's a good chance that you lose a ton of time from doing that, and you sort of chew through those at a really extreme rate, and then everybody else has better tires than you. But at least you're not taking another pit stop if you do that, and I feel like it might be marginal between whether those are good or not, whether that's a good decision or not, as that was a 22 flat there from Saber in the 621 Mustang, doing really, really fantastic work here. There's Inigo still making their way around the second part of the pit lane here. So yeah, really awkward position, but I'm sure they are sort of crunching through it in their head. And at a certain point, you kind of don't... You got to take a gamble either way, and you kind of don't know whether that gamble is going to pay off until, let's say, 20-25 minutes from now. We'll check back in and we'll see whether that paid off or not. But, you know, that's the future is unknowable, I think, is the thing that we learn here from sim racing, and that time marches ever forward.
Futures are unknowable, at least beyond like the next 30 minutes that we have here. That's the extent that we see on our weather app here. And speaking of that weather app here, I think there has been another update. It's actually not going to be raining anymore after 30 minutes. There's going to be a very brief 10-minute rain shower. So that's going to be making things even more interesting now, because I don't think that's going to be long enough for anybody to put on wet tires here. So I think there's going to be quite a lot of sketchy driving coming up soon here, and I think if Inigo Lopez was paying attention to their weather app here, I think they're going to be staying on those dry tires here and just going to be getting ready for what's going to be probably a very crucial stint for all of our drivers, and that's going to be, I think there could be probably race deciding at that point.
Yeah, you saying that actually made me feel a lot better about what Inigo's doing, or at least just the way that this has worked out for them. You know, if it's just a little shower, oh, that's totally fine. You can, well, it's not totally fine. You still have to keep the car on the road. You know, 10 minutes of rain is not nothing. Absolutely, it will at the very least get the track greasy or at least damp again, at least for a little while, and then from there, you're just sort of you know, sliding the car around, just trying to do your best on those slicks, pretty much like everybody's going to, until you get back to the dry running, and then you can just enjoy them. So I definitely feel like that's probably the way to go, and I think it makes things a little bit clearer for Inigo, because if that rain lasted any longer than that, now it's starting to get into a position where, okay, I'm actually going to be suffering on these for a long time, so I should really think twice, I think, before getting onto the dries, and here it comes right now.
Quite some good prophetic timing for all of us here with how the rain is going to be starting here. And if I'm going to have another look at my weather app here, it's still indeed going to be rain for about the next 10 minutes before it's going to be drying up again here. So I still don't think it's going to be long enough for anybody to put on the wet tires here. And it's only going to be light rain, so it's not going to be very heavy pouring rain here. So yeah, now it's going to be where your driver skill is going to be coming into play here, because you're going to have to drive on dry tires for this whole stint here. And there are some ways you can get around it. You can try driving a little bit on the marbles here, getting like a slight bit of a grip kind of here that might improve marginally. But right now it's just going to be babying the car around here, just trying to stay alive here. And as you can see, the tires already started to struggle a little bit here with the pouring rain here, and no wet tires to save them here. So you also see in the background, I think that's going to be the car of Alexander Van der Wood here now, put up on the outside of Fury 8 Pool's car here, and in fact they're a lap down here, so no change in position here. And yeah, I think, yeah, I honestly don't know what's going to be happening here, if our drivers are going to be surviving this or not. I really hope they do, because I do, I want as many cars to survive here as possible.
Yeah, of course we do. Unfortunately, I don't think the same goes for whoever programmed the weather for this section, who just kind of seems to be an absolute sadist, just given the way that the weather has gone so far. I know you don't program it like down to the minute in this game, but still, just the way that this has gone, it is just a lot of teams just having to pull out some really high IQ strategies just to try to you know, stay on the lead lap with this thing, and try to do the best that they can, just given everything that this session has been throwing at them so far. We have a cone knocked over there on the entrance of the pit lane as Alexander Van der Wood continues to get closer and closer to the rear bumper of Skylar Dixon here in the number 100 GTR. We will see how this little bit of a... Is the Nissan a boomer? Because I kind of want to say Battle of the Boomers.
I mean, it's a car from 2018. I think the Bentley Continental that Alexander Van der Wood is driving is also from 2018. So I guess we can count as boomers as being about 8-year-old cars here. I think that is valid here. But you can see that Alexander Van der Wood just had a huge launch of Radeon corner here, and there's not going to be much of a challenge that Skylar Dixon can put up in the number 100 Nissan GTR here. So, and I don't think it's going to be making much sense for Skylar Dixon to try and put up a defense on the Bentley Continental ahead of them. And they are going quite wide into the corner complex there, but no incident here so far here. But the rain is increasing, the rain is getting heavier here, and you can see the cars are starting to slide and drift around there, but there's going to be no reprieve from those wet tires here, so it's going to be just driving them very slowly, braking very carefully, turning very gently to keep the car on the road here. And we're actually going to be seeing, I think at some point, Vossi, that's going to be the car number 15 of Vossi just ahead of it. And now Parker Olson is behind them, so I'm not sure if there was like an off-track moment or something else that happened, but there seems to be a swap of positions here, and it's going to be getting even more interesting to see who's going to be ahead at the end here, because I'm looking at my timers, my splits here. There was a very slow lap from Parker also here, getting only a 2:26 compared to a 2:25 from Vossi Tinkers here, so everybody's definitely suffering from the wet conditions here.
Is Parker already lapping P4?
That is indeed correct, because they are on different laps, yeah.
Yep.
There you go. On lap 76, and Parker also at 77. So at this moment, it's only the top 3 that are on the lead lap at the moment here. So quite a huge difference in pace.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's kind of like. It's kind of like Parker and RK are on one lap, and then the rest of the race is on another lap. Pretty much is how things are looking at this point. Yeah, I think definitely there's we were seeing a little bit of, you know, what happens a lot when you're trying to navigate conditions like this is that you feel like you have grip, and then just you try going into one corner and it's like, oh, I don't have grip anymore. And you're just sort of, it's almost like an on-off switch in some ways, where, you know, you're feeling confident, you're feeling like you have the car underneath you, and then suddenly you just do not. And it's all sort of back to your brain, sort of the wheels turning, trying to, you know, get a feel for whatever grip you have again, as that's going to be both TGR cars, one after the other, into the pit lane here for their dry tires. And this might be close to a driver swap as well for P1. We've seen Parker in the car for quite a while at this point, has put in quite a good stint here, almost as good of a stint as RK's initial one. So we'll see if RK gets back into the car after this. Here's Christian Klippert in P2, who will probably be following suit fairly soon in that 991 GT3.
Somebody that
Oh,
lost their
jeez.
lead is
Oh,
gonna be
no.
Tyler
Back
Dixon's
up,
Nissan
back
GT-R.
up.
Spot around there. Yeah, that is not a good place to be spot around. I think that's the third or fourth time there. And I do see some front bumper damage there, so I think that may have been a very, very big incident from the Fetch Motorsport Nissan GT-R there, unfortunately. So they're going to be probably going back to the pits. So let's look at the replay to see what exactly happened there. But I think we've seen this already 3 times, so I think we already know what exactly happened there. So they're going up the hill here, trying to turn the car to the left. The car just steps out from underneath them. Actually, it's going to be on the left turn there where the car steps out, and they just overcorrect and they just hit the wall here with a big hit onto that tire barrier there. So quite an unfortunate incident from them, and they're going to have to limp their car back into the pits here. But going back into that conversation with Parker Olsen and Christian Klippert all going into the pit lane there for fresh tires, I think they're going to try the gamble on wet tires here, because it's still going to be another 10, 15-ish minutes of wet weather driving, and the track is already damp, so it might be better for you to just take the wet tires now and just ride out this wet section here instead of trying to minimize the time loss on dry tires, because I feel it's going to be close to undrivable if you try to put on dry tires at the moment.
Yeah, I really actually wasn't expecting this much moisture to be on the track at this point. Thank you so much, Sever, for the 20 pounds to the Wildlife Dress. We very much appreciate your contribution there. As here's an example of somebody out on dry tires at the moment, really, really struggling. I definitely wasn't expecting the track to be this wet this quickly, and yeah, now the wets are definitely starting to make some more sense. So I think probably for Inigo that means hopefully a free pit stop if everybody else is going to be coming in as well. So definitely sort of mitigates that's a very slow spin. That's one of the slowest spins I've ever seen, and it's really torturous when you're in one of those. It's like, oh, I know I can't save the car. Please just spin me around. Let me get going again. Ooh, that's going to be a little bit of front bumper damage there for Jeremy as well, trying to get it turned back around on the Camel. And yeah, I think everybody is underestimating how much the weather was going to make it harder to drive.
Yeah, now it's going to be the gamble, because now the track is just completely wet at the moment here, so this is absolutely no condition to be driving on dry tires at the moment here. So I think if you have not pitted for wet tires here, you're going to be doing this ASAP as soon as possible. And yeah, I'm probably going to be watching. Yeah, there's going to be no, they're going to be actually staying out there. So I think either they have already put in their wet tires, or they're just going to try to suffer through it. We don't see the cars of Skylar Vixen there in the pit lane. It's going to be Luis Gordon in that Echo Team Racing car as well, trying to put on those wet tires here. And if I'm going to be looking at the lap times of Inigo Lopez here, who's currently sitting at P5, and their lap times, what are they? They're doing those 2:33s here, so I think they may have put on wet tires. I think this may have been the gamble they were going for, and it actually has seemed to have paid them off for them really, really well.
You know what? Sometimes it works, and that's why we were just talking about gambling earlier. This is why you should gamble, but you shouldn't gamble with money. You should gamble with tire strategy. It's just more fun this way too. Of just like, let me do something weird and just see if it works out. And I don't think that's what Inigo is doing at this point, just trying to navigate the race as best as they can. But sometimes you just end up in a position where you're just in a really, really awkward position, and somehow, some way, it just ends up working out for you in the end. And so, you know, hey, great job. Definitely, it would be even harder in, if there wasn't infinite if there wasn't an infinite number of tire changes that you could make, because that's definitely also would put in another factor. If there were any sort of like limitations on tire sets or anything like that, it really makes things difficult to judge as basically as difficult to judge as Rouge and Radion probably are right now, at least in this kind of weather.
Something that I'm also struggling to judge is when is going to be Jordan Johnson hopping into that number 6 to 9 Red Bull Racing Squared car, because I don't think we have seen them a single time this entire almost 3.5 hours that we've seen on the track here. So either they're just, I don't think they even showed up for the qualifying. They didn't show up for the practice session here. So either they're going to be doing some crazy strategy where they're going to be driving for the only last hour for one stint, or I think Jordan Johnson's fell asleep or something. Those are the only two options I can think of here.
Yeah, just not feeling it. Vibes are off. You're good. You know what, Luis? Why don't you go for 6 hours? Clearly they're having a great time doing it. The pace has just been on point this entire time. So, shout outs to Luis once again. Hopefully we see an appearance from them, as that's the 426 BMW off once again in Lake Coon, which is also proving to be one of our big problem corners around here. I mean, I think it might be easier to list the corners that aren't problem corners at this point with this amount of water on the track.
I'm pretty sure you can go on the Kemble straight pretty straight, but we say that, and that's going to be Fury April's number 7, the SQ Red Racing Team car. They're also on the side of the road on the Kemble straight here, so I'm not quite sure what happened there for them to be on the wall right there. Hopefully we can see a replay on what exactly happened there. Yeah, we're going to be getting that now. So going up through Radion, and they seem to be okay at the moment, but there's going to be the Lamborghini of Sadka right behind them there. They have had some incident happening between the two of them, but they lost their rear going on that slight right turn kink there, so I'm not sure if they're still on those dry tires trying to do some huge camp, or if they just had a 650S McLaren quirk.
Yeah, either that or, just got to turn up your traction control a little bit. Please, that in, like, basically 99% of the time, it's not even, you don't even think about that as a corner. It's just sort of an extension of the rest of the Kemmel straight. And so, like, you just sort of, go in, just, take that tighter line, and then you're on your way. But in conditions like these, apparently, with the way that car is set up, it's not as simple as that.
Absolutely, indeed. But it looks like now everybody has spitted for their wet tires here. The caps and the pace of the car seems to be starting at around the 2-minute 36 marks for the lead cars here. And they all seem to be flipping at around the same time here, except for Parker Olsen, who just put on the board here a 2-minute 31.7. And if I'm going to be having a quick look at our stint timers here, yeah, it's indeed Parker Olsen who is the recent car who has done the pit stop here. The two cars ahead, Alvarez Lopez and Christian Clipper, have not opted to go to the pit stop here. So I think they may have also done the same thing that Nico Lopez did, where they just boxed for Wets very early on here, and now they're reaping the rewards here, because Parker Olsen is quite far down from them, and they don't look to be having any struggles at the moment here, keeping the car on the road.
I mean, it's tough out there, but I mean, they're making it look really easy out here, just riding those curves as basically as much as they would in dry weather, and just it's looking like a really, really solid drive out there.
Absolutely, indeed. But we're going to have to be watching those gaps coming down very, very quickly here, because, I mean, the last lap times that have happened with the 2366 and 406 cars here were in the 236s, whereas the 716 of Parker Olsen and Robbie Kelly was a 231. So it could also be that they're either just trying to nurse those dry tires through this very awkward stint here, but I think at this point, the wisest choice would have been to put on those wet tires here, because they're just struggling on that big struggle bus here. And the gap is again shrinking down even more here. The gap is now down to 14 seconds, actually. And I think before the end of the pit stop here, it was closer to 20 or 30 seconds. So I think it's one of these big strategy campus here that we're going to have to just kind of try to feel it out and just sometimes just roll the dice and see what happens here. But somebody who seems to be a good time on the road as well is going to be... It's going to be Positivus in that number 15 car here. They, again, had those spins and a couple of incidents at the early part of the race here. And I think we also saw a donation from Plasma for, I think it was for $30 here. So
hey, Plasma, welcome.
Plasma, welcome. I hope you're going to be also joining us on the actual car here, because I don't think we've seen you the entire race.
No, we definitely haven't, and hopefully they'll be in the car quite soon. But thank you so much for the $30 there. That really, really helps out. Well, we got 2 minutes and 30. We got 2 hours and 30 minutes left to go. I would hope that we didn't have 2 minutes left because we still have plenty of race time to go. And just the more that this rain comes down, just the more brutal this gets. Basically, for anybody, like if you haven't pitted for wet tires at this point, like it can be hard to kind of tell if you've already been out too long and you should just commit, or whether there's still time to sort of turn things around and whether that would be faster. I think we're probably well past that point at this point of being able to do that sort of successfully, but it might just be a matter of just trying to claw back whatever time you can get at this point from a strategy that already hasn't worked for you. So it's a really, really, really tough position to be in. And, just the rain stopping is not going to fix all your problems instantly. You still have to wait for that tick over time to happen. And you can just see the pace difference here now with Vossi getting up the inside in no name, not a corner that you usually see a whole lot of moves in. But it looks like they're going to get it done well before Puan pulls back in front. And that is going to be another position for Vossi back up to P4.
You can just see from those lines that the two cars are taking just how much Luis Adeline is struggling in those dry tires, which I assume they have under their car there. They just cannot carry any speed through the Puhan corner there, and Vossi is already gone in the horizon with only 2 corners done there, and just barreling down the road here, trying to catch up now to the lead cars here. Though unfortunately, Vossi Tigris is a lap down on the top 3 here, so unless they have some huge pace gains here where they can just lap the entire top 3 once to get back on the lead happy, I think this is going to be the most that they're going to be able to extract at the end of the race here.
You don't even have any faith in your teammate to lap 3 cars in 2 hours who have been going faster than them?
I mean, I could also be some gabbies that would happen, but I think that would be the worst possible outcome here. I think that's, now that I mentioned it, I think the monkey spa is going to curse my entire team here, so but hopefully that's not going to be happening here. We see a bit of an off-track moment from Vossi Tigris going to punch him on here. And going back on our top 3 here, Parker Olsen has been flying on the road as well with a consistent 231s here, with only a couple of seconds now behind Oraz Vobest in that number 406 Lamborghini here. And it does look like Oraz Vobest and Christian Klippert in the 2 leading cars here have opted to stay out on those dry tires here. And I think at this point it's just too late for them to consider doing the swap again here. They're just going to have to muscle their way through it and just get to the end here, which is going to be giving very easy overtakes for Parker also once they eventually catch up to the lead cars here. But it looks like Christian Klippert and Oraz Vobest are stuck on that same strategy here. So I think they still have a bit of a fight between those 2 cars once they get to the end there. But actually, I'm not quite sure here. I'm looking at our weather app at the moment. It's going to be now stopping rain within the next 10 minutes. So if Oraz and Christian can just get to the end of this next 10 minutes and hopefully maybe get some new tires at that point, that they may be net a bit closer to Parker also than they were before the rain started here. But I don't think we'll know until we get to the end of that rain period.
Yeah, and again, all we know is within the next 10 minutes, right? That could be 10 minutes from now. That could be 5 minutes from now. It's I don't believe it's a perfect science as far as that weather app goes. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you know down to the minute. If it says 10 minutes, does it actually mean 10 minutes, or is there a little bit of fuzziness there?
I mean, as far as I know, it's just a very, very vague descriptive. I can just see in 10 minutes it's going to be 2 clouds here, which I assume is going to be no rain, and then 30 minutes in it's going to be 2 clouds again. So it's going to be just again an overcast day here at the Ardennes Forest here. So and again, as you mentioned earlier as well, even though it might stop raining here, there's going to be that period where there's going to be a very, very drenching wet track here, and there's not going to be that many cars on the track, so it's going to be taking quite a while for them to for the track to dry enough for slicks to be even considered. So yeah, it's just going to be down to, I think at this point, Christian Klippert and Oraz Vobest are just praying for the rain to end as soon as possible so they can just stop hemorrhaging time, stop hemorrhaging speed, and try to maybe recover back into contending for a P1.
Contending for P1, I think, is probably fairly optimistic, but we'll see. We'll see what happens, especially if they keep losing somewhere on the order of 5 to 6 seconds a lap, which is currently what is happening at the moment. Sorry, 6 to 7 is what's going on right now, as losing 7 seconds and Christian losing 6 seconds per lap to that car behind. That is a very, very wide moment for RS there. That should make it even easier. And they should happen right now. They had to slow down quite a bit to make that move work, given that the speed difference was not quite as much as they were maybe hoping for. I don't think they're going to fight this too much, and indeed they aren't. That's going to be a much better exit there from Parker Olsen, and Parker is only one more car to clear before regaining their rightful place in first place. Of course, that will be with at least a pit stop advantage on each of these cars, which, as we know from the times that we've seen so far, should be 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Yeah, it's looking to be quite a solid driving here from Parker Olsen at the moment here, and now it's going to be clear from RS Lopez. Now it's going to be Christian Clippert 18 seconds ahead of them, about 20 seconds actually here, looking at our on-screen graphics. That has a bit of a difference on my own timing app here, but either way, with the pace that Parker Olsen is currently driving here, and with still rain on the horizon here, probably going to be still a wet track for at least the next 10 minutes here. It's probably going to be, I mean, looking at the pace, it's probably going to be now about like 2-3 laps before they catch up to Christian Clippert as well and get that overtake done here. But looking down the rest of our field here, it looks like most of the drivers have opted to put on those wet tires here. We do have also Luis Adlin and Inigo Lopez doing those same similar kinds of lap times to the top two drivers here. So I think there are also the other two drivers of our grid who have opted to stay on those dry tires here, waiting for the rain to stop and for the track to dry out again here. And in fact, I think do see it's going to be now Sarah Emberson just caught up to the back of Inigo Lopez and just passed them as well on the back. Unfortunately, we missed that on the screen here, but we do see on our screen it's going to be Free April again. Spun out on the little kink of the Kimball Straight here, so that McLaren 650S, even though they have the wet tires underneath them as far as I can see, they're still really suffering in these local conditions, it looks like.
Yeah, as is most people, and it pains my heart to see that beautiful 650S just beaten up as it gets rattled around the walls of Spa-Francorchamps here. We have Sarah Emberson here in P6 negotiating the wet conditions with that 621 Ford Mustang. Actually, it looks to be a really solid car in these conditions, given the stability of that platform, especially through this higher speed stuff here. It's looking quite planted around there. The rain's still coming down, of course. We're not going to get a break yet for quite a while for most of these drivers. Parker has made up another 5 seconds this lap on Christian Clippert up in front. That gap is down to about under 15 seconds now.
Yes, it's going to be another 3-ish laps for Parker Olsen. It's going to be catching up to the car number 236 of Christian Clippert here. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. But looking at also Sarah Emberson there, they're also going to be now catching up to Luis Adlin. That's going to be sitting in the P5 car ahead of them. They're also lapping about 5 seconds faster. So it's going to be now another 4 laps for Sarah Emberson before they're going to be having a fight with them. But I think at that point the rain might be stopping here. And I think looking at our screen as well, the rain is looking to be quite light. So I think we're starting to hit the trailing end of our wet stint here, and in fact the track conditions have switched from fully wet to being just damp. So I think our dry tire runners are going to be soon thanking their heavens or whatever deity or non-deity they're going to be worshipping for, so they can go back to regular dry driving.
Yeah, it's definitely a long way away now. Definitely for a lot of these drivers, it probably the dry laps that they were doing feels like a distant memory, most likely. But we are going to just give you another reminder with those few other donations coming in. All you have to do is donate that amount that Fury just put in, which is £10. And you'll be entered into our raffle for a bunch of prizes, including a Toyota GR Racing flag signed by some members of the 2023 WEC team, which is, wow, that's really cool. Every time I say that, it's like, wow, how'd you get your hands on that? That's crazy. And we have some other minor prizes as well, some commissions from some wonderful artists in our community. Please check it out and get yourself entered if you have not already. The link is in the description of this video, as well as on our socials.
minor correction, that was actually a £10 donation from Frey Fireball, not from Frey April. But again, a big thank you to Frey Fireball for giving that donation to us here while we keep on commentating here in the track, on the track with the booth here. And I guess we haven't really talked about it. We also have Paliku'i here in the background here, just making sure that we get all the nice onboard action throughout the entire race here. And they're going to be the one doing the full solos thing here, because they have not had no reprieve for the past 4 hours at this point, because they were live before we were even on the commentary booth here. So if we're going to have to give a shout out for somebody doing a solo job, I think that should be also Paliku'i.
Oh yeah, absolutely, for sure. Thank you so much for helping our broadcast happen. It's we truly can't do it without you. Here we are crawling towards the what would this be? The 66% through the race percentage, as we are getting towards the 2-hour mark now. Not a lot of time left in this race. I mean, there is a lot of time left in this race, but relatively there's not a whole lot of time left in this race, as we've done 85 laps of Spa-Francorchamps so far, and we will do many more before we are done around here. Inigo Lopez crawling back up to P7 in that car. So again, this strategy pretty much working out for them, and especially for the folks that I have no idea if anybody is still on dry tires. It looks like there's a good number who still are. Inigo, it seems, being one of them. Just taking a look at, I'm considering basically like there's the cars that are doing, the 29s, the 28s, maybe the low to mid 30s, and then there's the cars that are doing like the 34s, the 35s, and those are the ones that are definitely going to be on the wrong tire at this moment, because quite honestly, for a lot of this race, we've seen some really competitive pace gaps between most of the cars that are participating today.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be about, from looking at our qualifying results here earlier, I think the pace difference between the first and the last people was about 2 or 3 seconds here, so quite a decent spread here, but I think at the top was a much narrower spread here. So, though to be fair, the race qualifying was also done in torrential rain conditions. That also influences the pace here in the end. But another update on Parker also here. They're currently only 5 seconds back from Christian Clippert currently on our grabbing us right here. So I think it's going to be at the end of the next lap or the lap after that where Parker also just going to be now reaping the rewards of that time here. Though just as I say that, it looks like the rain has finally stopped on the track here. And there is no more rain in the horizon for the next 30 minutes at least here. So if the track does dry enough, and Christian Clippert has not completely murdered their dry tires here in these wet conditions here, they might have a chance to just about hang on to Parker also here, depending on how quick the track dries out.
Yeah, those low temperatures for that entire stint definitely would have made more than a little bit of graining on those tires. The little bits of rubber coming off in bands on the surface of those tires, and just making it really difficult to find a consistent amount of grip with them. So definitely they're going to have to be contending with that. But the more that this track dries out, the more heat that they're going to be able to get into there, and hopefully they're going to be able to resolve those issues as we head into the sort of twilight minutes of the twilight hours, I should say, of our race here. We do have a couple of more people, I think, probably thinking about the pit lane at this point. This will be when the drive runners are going to start taking over, and in fact Sarah Emerson just pumping into 2:32 flat there, which has been the fastest lap of this particular stint. So definitely those times coming down, and we will continue to monitor those as we continue to take a look.
And somebody that we also going to be monitoring, that's going to be our donation tracker, because we just got a £10 donation from our broadcaster Paliku'i. So thank you to Paliku'i. I will personally pet your head next time I get you for doing that kind of donation and for doing all the commentary here. And also a £10 donation from Newbie as well. So I guess I'm gonna have to promise a pet for Newbie whenever I see him.
Oh yeah, Newbie, thank you so much. Yeah, it's really heartening to see just the amount of support that we're getting. It's, I'm sure the Wildlife Trust will very much appreciate it. There's a lot of times where you're donating to like these huge organizations and you're putting in, I don't know, 5 pounds, 10 pounds, you know, you're like, oh, well, you know, what are they going to do with that? And the answer is more than you think. It really does go a long way for organizations like this. I definitely know from just the experience that I've had in the past, just working with nonprofits before, like, they genuinely do, you know, they genuinely do notice, and they are very thankful. So, you know, anything goes for there. That's Sarah off into the grass, unfortunately, in a really, really bad spot. Gonna have to wait for at least one car to go. I think they're able to, she's safely able to get back on the road at this point. So, thankfully, again, just being smart and taking a look at your relatives there. That's exactly what you want to do when you're in that position.
Quite some bad luck from Saracen because they were just ahead of Inigo Lopez there, and they now just lost all the time again here. But we're going to be watching an onboard replay of what exactly happened there. So going down Wuhan into the exit curve there, I think they may have had some issue there where, yeah, they just lost traction on that exit curve. That's going to be a big hit into the metal barriers on the left side there. So that's going to be lots and lots of damage on the car here that I think they're going to have to repair to keep the car on road there. And unfortunately, because indeed they had just gone past Inigo Lopez with some huge good strategy calls there, and now also going to be catching up onto Wu Sadling here, but now they're going to be losing all of that. With now Parker also driving into the pits here to, I think, put on their own dry tires at the end here, which is quite interesting because Christian Clippert has indeed opted to stay out for now there, though Christian Clippert is also coming to the end of their stint timer as well, with about 10 minutes left to go there. So this might, despite them just suffering so hard on that wet stint there, I think this may have been the call to just muscle your way through the wet stint and stay out there, because the gap is just continuing to increase there. And yeah, I guess it's just going to be down to how fast the McLaren is going to be behind them to catch up to the Porsche once both of them have finished doing their pit stops.
Yeah, the crossover point is absolutely happening at this point. It's harder for me to tell now just looking at the lap times who's on wets and who's on dries. So it's definitely we're hitting that point where that crossover is happening. So definitely within the next lap or two, Christian's going to want to cover that off, or I suppose not really cover that off, considering that there's so much distance between them in terms of time. But you know, still rolling out of the pit lane now. So you know, there's a lot of time still that they're going to have to make up, and we'll see what Aras does as well. That's actually, I think, still the sort of the big question mark here from them, is that you know, you have to sort of be mindful of stint timers even when you're a solo driver as well. So whatever they sort of decide to do here, I think they're going to have to do it fairly quickly, especially if they want to make sure that this gap between them and Christian doesn't get too high, because this is definitely still a position on the table for Aras if they get the strategy right.
Looking at Aras' stint timer, they're only sitting at 45 minutes stint timer here, so they still have quite a big margin to get to the end of their time here, and we only have about 2 hours 10 minutes, 2 hours 12 minutes left to go on the track here. So something else to also consider, that if you have your pit stop kind of out of sequence by having to pit for tires when it's wet, pit for dries when it's dry, it could also just mean that in the final hour they're going to have to do another smaller stint to kind of neutralize the stint time you have there. So with how time or as well as after, I think they're going to be looking pretty set there. So I think it's going to be down to a question of how good those dry tires are on that marathon, if they're still going to be doing good pace. So we're going to be watching those lap times very closely here to see if they opt to just get fresh tires now or just wait until the end of their stint timer to put on another set there, because I think if they can just keep the car on the road there and put some all right lap times here, that's going to be a big gain for them in position.
There's the question of how much fuel is left in the tank as well, which obviously we don't have access to up here in the broadcast booth. We don't know exactly how much fuel any of the cars are carrying at any given time. We can sort of sometimes get an idea if we, you know, like watch them during their pit stops and see how long they're sort of sitting stationary there, whether they're taking a tank of fuel or not. But you know, if the stint timer runs out before the fuel does, then definitely that will be just one of those little small bits of inefficiency that can start to happen, especially when the pit stops are as weird as they have been in this race, at least so far, with the way that the weather has been. So definitely good chance of things getting offset a little bit, and you just sort of have to do this strategy juggling act of when are the tires running out, when is the fuel running out, when is my time in the stint running out, and sort of whatever the most immediate timer that's running out, the whatever timer you need to reset just in this particular moment, that's the one that's going to force you to come into the pits or not. And then from there, it's just, you got to see how it shakes out. It's not an efficient or a particularly, it can be a scientific process if you're good at it, but I think for a lot of our drivers here, especially, you know, in a race like this where it's just impossible to tell exactly what the right thing to do is, nobody has 20/20 vision, so it's a lot tougher.
I don't believe fuel is going to be much of a consideration for all these drivers here, because the big limiter is going to be your stint time. It's going to be a fixed 65 minutes. You're going to have to do your stint. You're going to have to be in the pits within that 65-minute window here, and the fuel tank on these GT3 cars, they can go up to like 1 minute, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, maybe even 30 minutes if you do a lot of fuel saving here. So I think for the most part, the drivers might just top up their tank to full here and top it up again once they go back to the end of their stint time here, unless you have done a big miscalculation and underfueled your car here before your stint time has done here, then you might have to consider that. But I think for the most part, we're currently just trying to put some laps on the board here, and that's going to be interesting as they cross the line now for the next lap. What is their lap time going to be? It's going to be a 2 minute 30.3, so about lap time as Christian Clifford ahead of them with a 2:30.7. But the big difference is going to be once Robbie Kelly, who has now hopped into that number 716 TGR car there, how their lap time is going to be stacking up against the top two there, because I think if they're going to be matching about the same, or if there's only got to be about half a second difference here, I think with about a 60-second gap they have towards Wolfin, I think that might be too big of a gap for them to gain anymore.
Oh yeah, well, first of all, welcome back, RK. Second of all, yeah, it does actually, once these pit stops happen, I honestly think that gap might have come down quite a bit between Christian at least and RK. Right now it's a minute 24 is RK's gap to the leader, and of course a pit stop takes a minute 45. So if that's to be believed, and there's no sort of like major mistakes or anything like that, that gap might be somewhere in the 20 or 30 second range, whereas we have seen it in the 50s or sometimes even over a minute. So it seems like they've maybe lost quite a bit of time in this part, but of course they're going quite fast again now. They just pumped in a 2:27.5, so that gap is absolutely going to be coming down. They're going to be able to make up some more time once everybody is finished coming in.
Well, with the lap times of our Kelly being literally several seconds faster than the top two car, there's going to be a pretty decent chance that they're going to be able to pass on the track there in the end. And you have to consider that there's going to be, again, that pit stop stint timer coming to the end with Christian, but they only have about 5 minutes left before they're going to have to go into the pits themselves. And the gap is going to be too small already for them to be behind them. So I think in the end, the better idea was to have kept those retires. So they may were able to close the gap a little bit there. They were certainly able to close the distance. But just from the sheer amount of pace that RK can put out of that because I don't think there's going to be much of a challenge or much of a chance for Clifford and Lopez to challenge for the lead at this point.
Yeah, that would be my guess. We still, of course, have 2 hours left, but there's just the trends and the way that things are going. I think that's pretty much what we can expect. You can see that dry line now is very, very clear. I would probably say that this track is either damp or greasy at this point. So definitely for the drivers, it's going to be a very precarious time, especially coming up here. Manages to do it okay. That is actually quite a feat in the 991 Porsche, considering the way that car's suspension is set up. It's a really, really difficult car to corner, and especially in these kinds of conditions, that's really, really impressive car control. And I'm sure they probably practiced quite a bit in a variety of conditions with this car, and definitely for not being the most recent and therefore the sort of the most up-to-date Porsche available in this game. Really impressive. I think it's really impressive from Alexander as well in this Bentley, and anybody who's driving a less than modern piece of machinery here, which is quite a bit of people.
Absolutely, indeed. I think a lot of our drivers have opted to have those more older stock cars just for the fun here, as we did with Alexander Van der Wood here. And quite surprisingly, there's not really much of a Yeah, I'm pretty sure the number 142 car ahead of him is a lap down, so they are not racing the Bentley for position, but they don't seem to be giving it up that easy here. They had to wait quite a few corners before they let them by there, but no incident there or contact there at the end. But yeah, I think that's going to be piloted by, if I have a quick look here, yes, it's going to be piloted with 142. Is with JP Fox, and yeah, Alexander Vanderwood is actually a lap down on JP Fox ahead of him, so it's going to be one lap gain back on them. If I have another quick refresh on my time machine, no, there's still going to be another lap behind on JP Fox here, so they're probably not going to be overtaken again here, but Alexander Vanderwood is absolutely making gains, trying to recover as much time as possible after they had that unfortunate technical issue and disconnect.
Going okay so far. Honestly, for how bad that incident was, I don't know if you were actually saw it like on the broadcast, but like
I was just, I saw it.
Yeah, just plowing face first into that wall at the exit, or sort of like mid corner of the one at the bottom of the hill there. It's you know, been kind of a miracle to get this car back up to exactly where it is. So you know, making up more laps and just, you know, trying to make any kind of progress forward that they possibly can. It's quite a feat.
And that's going to be now Christian Clippert in the pits now, inheriting the lead to Horas Volpes, who has not yet done their own pit stop here. And looking at our lap times here so far, Horas Volpes has been able to put in a 2:27.9 compared to our Robert Kelly's 2:26.6. So RK's definitely flying the track here, being the fastest car off the road at this current moment there. But Horas Volpes is definitely trying their best to hold on to the lead here for as long as possible here. But I think by the time that Horas Volpes has done the pit stop, they're going to be sliding quite a ways behind RK. But the interesting question is going to be between Horas Volpes and Christian Clippert there, because they're going to be about the same distance, about the same pace here. And we're going to go back to see, because there's still, if I have another look on my stint down here, there's still about another 10 minutes before Horas Volpes has to go to the pit lane here. And the track is getting more and more dry with each passing minute there. So I think Horas is just going to try to extend their stint for as late as possible there, because their tires don't seem to be that worn out, despite having to skate around with them in those wet conditions.
Yeah, I think the real question is going to be what Christian's lap times end up looking like, sort of between those two, especially since that's who Ars's fight is at this point. They're trying to catch up as much as they can. That gap, of course, down to, you know, 18 seconds or so, I think, the last time that I checked right before they went into the pits, as Christian is now out of the pits at this point. And yeah, we're just going to have to see what those lap times end up looking like comparatively, whether Ars is losing time or gaining time, and if they have any sort of awareness of that in the car, as it might be really difficult to have, given that Ars is driving by themselves and doesn't have the benefit of a teammate or a race engineer or somebody who can take a look at the lap times for them and tell them exactly how they're doing relative to everybody else on the track. It's going to either be basically come in right now and cover that off and try not to lose as much time as you can to that sort of like that undercut almost, or if you're still doing good lap times, just extend it out as much as you can, like you said, and build up that tire gap so that you can start to make up some time.
Something to consider is that Christian Clippert actually managed to still stay ahead of RK after the pit stop cycle as well here, so I think
not by much.
I think the issue is going to be now that the Christian Clippert is stuck in an old, almost 10-year-old Porsche 991 compared to a very modern McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. So there's not going to be much chance, I think, in the equal conditions as the two cars are at the moment for Christian Clippert to defend from RK's charge here. But that is at least a very smart strategic thinking from Christian Clippert to make use of that dry period to stay on those dry tires here and extend the gap for as long as possible, because I think if they just had a more modern car, they might even have a shot at defending, and they are in the same team in the end here, and I don't think there's going to be many team wars here, but we're going to watch very closely what the fight is going to be developing here in the end. We're going to be
come on,
RK.
you can defend.
Oh,
yeah, stay on that inside.
With the inside there. Oh no, it's going to be RK almost punting their teammate off at the exit of Blanchimont there. That was a take that we live on broadcast here, guys. No, not like this.
We didn't want to take gang meet, not today.
We don't want to take Gambit. We were trying to desperately want to take Gambit, but somehow RK was a little bit impatient trying to get up on the inside of Blanchimont there. Almost punted their teammate off into the barriers.
minor ticking meet. I think more of a ticking stand up. I would call that probably just like a little bit of a tap there on the rear, but it was definitely enough to stabilize the car. And how they were able to catch that Porsche, I have no idea.
Oh, that was that was definitely a pucker factor moment right there here. But fortunately, both cars are going to be now safe and sound and driving on the track here. But they did lose a little bit of time there at the end. But we're going to have a quick replay to see that moment again from RK's on board here. So you see RK managed to get a really good launch up the road here to try to get as close as possible to the Porsche here. And there was a bit of a gap you see on the left side there, and they were trying to dive down for it. But then it looks like Christian just was not quite anticipating that moment there and just ended up tapping the Porsche on the rear there, which I think caused this incident here. So, and in fact, it does look like, I'm not quite sure if that was deliberate, but RK has given the position back to Christian. What happened there?
I think so. Honestly, I think that was that I was actually kind of wondering whether that would be the case, whether they would sort of feel the need to give that position back. And honestly, I'm glad that they did. I know it definitely for sure wasn't intentional. You know, just the speed overlap between these cars being so high that it makes moves like that really difficult, especially in that part of the racetrack. So I think at this point, like, you know, you have the opportunity to be able to give that back. You know, you're probably going to get it back anyway, as it looks like they might into the sort of mid-speed chicane here, but ends up not being able to do that. They're going to head on down to Blanchemont, where the battle is going to continue, and hopefully they will not catch each other in the exact same spot, but it's looking increasingly likely that that's what's going to happen. And we'll have a take two on this, and we'll see if RK is able to get around okay, or whether Christian's just going to let them by. We'll see what that battle ends up looking like. But yeah, the straight line not looking good.
Yeah, it's looking to be a much cleaner overtake from RK this time around here, going side by side through Blanchemont there. So quite a brave overtake with the track still
there you go.
Quite greasy and sketchy there, but much cleaner pass this time around here. But what this indeed ended up costing is time for RK, and currently they're sitting over a minute, 70 seconds behind Oras Wolfin here, who has not yet done their pit stop here. And we saw that despite the pretty big gap that happened between the two cars there, our Christian Cooper was still able to stay ahead, but what we're going to be focusing now is going to be a fight between Damon Wareham and Skylar Vixen in that actually sad kip. Actually, yeah, I apologize. That was actually a lap behind. No, it's not a lap behind. I'm completely lost my marbles here, but in the end, it's going to be Skylar Vixen's number 100 Nissan GT in a battle with Damon Wareham's number 773 McLaren 720 GT. 720S GT3, and it looks like Skylar Vixen is putting their elbows out there, trying to defend from the, I think it's very clearly a faster car there, because Damon Wareham did indeed have quite a few incidents that cost them a lot of time, a lot of damage, and just trying to, probably a lot of confidence as well here. So they're just trying to recover back to where they're supposed to be here, but Skylar Vixen seems to be doing a pretty alright job so far, keeping the car, keeping the 720S behind them. And I'm not quite sure if that is just my spleen tricks. I mean, this looks like the hood is popped off, or the front bumper is wrangling on that 720S there, and just probably cost them quite a lot of pace.
Yeah, a faster car, but a damaged car for sure. And I'm not sure how much of those repairs that they were able to get done in their last pit stop, but it seems like probably none. It's kind of what it looks like to me. Either that, or you know, Damon got into even more trouble after that, and you can see just the loss of downforce there on the front. Yeah, it's really starting to affect them now.
Yeah, they're just trying their best, because that's all going to be the lap traffic car. I think that's going to be the Ferrari. I think that was the Ferrari of John Dalton there. The triple double 8 are there, just driving out of the way of the battling cars over ahead here. But indeed, I think in normal conditions, Damon Wareham would be just flying past Nissan GTR here, but with all the damage they're carrying here, and a bit of an unfortunate mode there with lap traffic just blocking their exit there on the La Source corner here, again losing them even more time there. So I think they're going to have to struggle even more there just to get past Skylar Vixen's Nissan GTR there. But if we're going to be going back on a brief revisit of our lead fight there, after the latest lap here, Oras Wolfin is at 2-minute 26, and RK was only on a 2-minute 30, so I'm going to be watching very close to see what this last lap is going to be like, because the gap is still quite large there, and Oras Wolfin still has not done the pit stop there, so I think they're going to be heading into the pit lane in the next lap or so to put on their fresh tires here. And I think if we saw how it happened with Christian Cooper, I think even after this pit stop cycle here, Oras Wolfin might be coming a little bit ahead or just barely in front of RK. We're going to be watching that very closely for sure.
Yeah, 2:30. How do you feel about an invalidated 2-minute 23.2? Because that's what they did last time. I've just been taking a look at just the gap to the leader and like how it compared to the gap that Christian had, because of course they ended up in front despite us thinking that they would end up well behind. So that could potentially happen again. But honestly, I think what's the main thing that's going to come out of all of this fighting so far is that I think Christian and Oris are probably going to be a lot closer together than they were previously, and that's definitely going to make things a lot more interesting. Big slide, big, like 5-second slide there from the GTR behind, and thankfully just managed to duck behind the rear bumper of that car, and I think contact was avoided. Somehow.
There can't have been more than a couple of feet separation between the two cars there at the end.
I think it was less than that.
We're not gonna have to watch very closely on this replay here to see what exactly happened on the corner here. So they just go very wide and just losing the rear on that car there and just losing it. And yeah, that can't be more than just a meter separating the two cars there. So good avoidance from them, and yeah, very kind of a sketchy moment here from Skylar Vixen. But thankfully, both of them made it through fine, and they're back on the road here. In fact, there's going to be, I think, some more lapping traffic behind them. Just going to be hoping to, and that's going to be the car of Inigo Lopez, followed by the car of Sarah Emerson there. I think they're both on different laps. Yes, they are, but I think Sarah Emerson is going to be attempting to unlap themselves from Inigo Lopez here, because they seem to be driving a little bit faster compared to Inigo Lopez there in the end. So we're going to be watching that very closely as well. We also have a bit of a report. It's going to be a drive-through penalty for Sad Kid as well. I'm not quite sure for what reason, and I think it may have been for track limit violations here, because I think they're fine on their stint times here. There's been no other report from the steward. So I think, yeah, it's going to be those track limits, because I did mention there at the start of the stream here is that it's going to be a 6-hour race here, but she only gets 3 track cuts for the entire race here. So a lot of our drivers already paid for that. I think Sad Kid is going to be now one of those that has paid for them. But now somebody who's in the pits, that's going to be Oras Volpes. So now it's going to be the interesting time.
Yeah, here we go. And actually is just stationary now when RK is only 10 seconds behind them. So this is going to be definitely, they're not going to be getting out in front of them. But we'll see where they end up relative to Christian, of course. That's going to be 5 seconds away, 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away. They're still stationary. So I think Christian's going to get out in front as well by quite a margin. I'm not actually... That actually almost even gives me some more questions about how Christian was able to get out so far in front. Christian was only stopped for 16 seconds, apparently, the last time that they were out, the last time that they were in the pit lane. And that's half as long as how everybody else has been with that standard amount of time that you take for a tire change. So I think that's how they were able to get back out in front of RK initially. But that gap looks about the same
their
now.
Tires.
Yeah, they must be.
I think that's what they're doing, yeah.
So
it's quite interesting.
So the gap back out to 19 seconds now. That's about the same critically as it was before the pit stops happened. So that's where the time would have been lost, right? If Christian hadn't gotten into all of those that kerfuffle there with RK, it would have been probably another 15 seconds that they would have been able to pull on Araz. So now, not only has the strategy not actually gained them any time over the car that they're racing, but Araz now has much fresher tires to go chase them down on. So this is not looking too good for Christian right now.
Not too good at all there, but I think we also missed at somewhat a donation. That's going to be a €10 donation from Wise Wolfin. So thank you for them very much for that donation here. Apologies for missing it earlier. But yeah, with Christian Clippert and Oris Wolfin, it's going to be down to the last 2 hours of our endurance race at the moment. So it's only going to be a maximum of 1 or maybe 2 pit stops here, depending on how your stint timers score here. And looking at Christian Clippert's your stint timer here, I think they're going to be able to get away with just 1 more pit stop there at the end. So it's going to be just down to how well Christian can nurse those tires there towards the end of their next pit stop cycle here. Unless I look at my weather app here and there's going to be more rain. More rain, and it's going to be heavy rain forecast in the next 30 minutes here. So this could be the saving grace for Christian here, because if they can just about squeeze ahead of Oras Volpes here in these next 30 minutes here, they might be able to just go back to the pit lane, put on the same tires here. That's going to be neutralizing the advantage that Oras Volpes has in their dry tires here.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you right before you brought up the what the rain is going to be looking like. So that'll absolutely be something to take a look at. This is for position between Spitzer in front and Damon Guerin behind. Of course, still trying to do their best to get around here, and they are in fact going to do it. Not much of a fight there put up by the whatever number car that is, the 23 there of Spitzer. So back down to P13 for them, and that's going to be another position in Damon's long climb up back to a decent position for them, decent result.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very long climb here, especially trying to nurse a damaged car all the way to the end here. Then I think the rain might be saving them a little bit there, where they can just go back to the pits here, maybe consider fixing the damage there in the end, unless they want to just try to nurse the car all the way to the end here. But yeah, with that rain forecasting, we finally have Jordan Johnson that has decided to grace us with our presence. Congratulations. Hello, Jordan.
Still driving around that Audi, which is unfortunately, I think, a bit of a sicko project of Jordan's. They do find themselves enjoying this car for some reason, and are piloting it around for this endurance stint and doing quite well in it, actually, as well as their teammate, of course, Luis, putting in some really, really fantastic stints that we've seen before on the broadcast. A little bit of a slide there. As they're getting around the lapped BMW there. Not too bad, thankfully, getting around that car. So they have the Sadket piloted number 13 Lamborghini in front of them to deal with, and it looks like they are currently one of the fastest drivers in the session, as RK sets another fastest lap that's a 21 flat, and these are about what the times are going to be starting to look like as this track gets more and more rubbered in now. The rubber just beginning to be laid down after all of our stints of rain, and that is thankfully going to be very welcome news for our drivers.
Absolutely indeed. And now I'm going to be curious to see what the gap is going to be with Christian Clipper and Oris Lopez and what their lap times are going to be, because now it's going to be Oris Lopez crossing the finish line just now. It's going to be a 2:22 flat from Oris Lopez compared to Christian Clipper's 2:26. And that's also going to be a €25 donation from Swinley. A big thank you for that. And in fact, now that I'm having another look here, we have just gone past £1,300. It's going to be 130% over our goal met for our donation here. So a huge thank you again. We're getting even better here, and just a thank you. But going back to this,
I see killed it.
Yeah, absolutely indeed. Yeah, going back to Christian Clippert and Oris Lopez here, Oris only lapping in about 4 seconds faster than Christian at the moment here, and the gap is about 12 seconds. So with that kind of pace difference, I think they're going to be catching them in the next 2-3 laps. And the rain is still forecast to be about 10 minutes away here, so I don't think there's going to be enough time for rain to come there, and they're going to be switching back to those with tires here. But I think Kristen might be able to just save their hemorrhaging, as we see a bit of a close moment between the 650S of the SQ Red car here and Oris Lopez just trying to be lapping around them. So thankfully, no more issue there. But yeah, I think at the end of before the rain comes on the track there, Oris Lopez is going to be getting around Christian Clippert's number 236 Porsche here, but the gap is going to be probably going to be a bit smaller than it was before these couple of recent pit cycles here. So I think, despite the maybe odd, eccentric, let's put it, tire strategy, I think Christian has been able to make it work.
Just about. I mean, that gap is still coming down really, really fast between them and Araz. It was a 26.2 there versus a 22 flat between those two cars there. So this rain better come pretty quick. I think these cars might actually come together right as the rain starts falling, which would be very entertaining. But we will absolutely see. That's a 20.2 from RK. It's just getting faster and faster out there. I think the track has probably got to be at least in that sort of like in between green and completely rubbered stage at this point. There's got to be some rubber laid down on the racing line at this point. You can actually see it a little bit, those sort of dark patches in sort of the apexes of these corners and in the braking zones. That's where all of that grip is going to be now, as all of these drivers are sort of adapting their driving style. Then they're going to have to adapt it immediately after again once the rain starts coming. And yeah, it is going to put probably quite a few of our drivers in an awkward spot here, but this is definitely RS's chance to just continue to push because they have the pace advantage right now. They need to be able to use it before this rain comes and neutralizes everything.
Yes, with the latest lap here, Christian Clipper was able to put in a 2:25.9, so just a bit shy of that 2:26 marker here. And the next lap that we got from RS was a 2:21.8. So again, it's going to be about 4 seconds a lap faster between the two cars here, and still going to be about 10 minutes before the rain is going to be coming down here. So it's going to be close. It's going to be a tight battle between it. I think we're going to be having a very entertaining showdown between the two, all the chosen cars here, because it's going to be a battle between a very old Porsche. Though to be fair, Porsches are very good in the wet there, and I think that was part of the contribution why the two Porsches were able to sit in P2 and P3 overall, because at least that's been my experience when I arrived on racing in ECC in our Simufur leagues here. Especially every single time there was rain there, the Porsches were at the top.
That makes sense to me. I feel like on a, I know it's probably feels really scary when you're driving them in those sorts of conditions, but you know, there's just that really short agile wheelbase. I'm sure it really makes a difference when you're, you know, all these other, you know, the big boats of, you know, the BMWs and the Mustangs and the Bentley especially, just like plowing through the puddles, just, you know, understeering all the way through the corner pretty much. I feel like definitely for cars like this, it's probably not nearly as much of an issue, or, you know, as long as the driver can stay in control of the car while all of that is happening. But yeah, we are starting to see definitely, you know, all of these different drivers getting in the car, just, you know, enjoying these last little bits of dry weather before we go once again back to just feeling it out, and, you know, just corner by corner, where am I putting my car, where should I be putting my car, and where does it actually end up going, and how do I need to adjust from there, as that gap is coming down quite quickly still between RS and Christian, which Christian looks like made quite a bit of a mistake, because that's a lot of time that they just lost to RS, about 2 seconds or so, just in the last few seconds.
I am fairly sure that Christian is trying to push the ever-loving heck out of that Porsche, that old Porsche there, to just try and stay ahead for as long as possible to keep that fight going there, because there's still no rain on the forecast there. It's still going to be completely bone dry at the moment here, and Oras is now within striking distance. They're going to be in their rear view mirror at the moment. That's going to be putting additional pressure on the German Porsche driver there. So I think it's going to be at the end of this lap here where the overtake is going to be happening soon here, unless Christian just puts on a huge brave defense there. That's going to be quite unlikely here. So, but if you're watching now on board with Orange Bubbles here, now you can see in the horizon, that's going to be Christian Clippert's Porsche 991 there in the horizon, and they're going to be just, you can already see just from these corners here how planted and how well behaved that Lamborghini is. They're just having no issue at all here, just keeping the car on the road there. And I think if we were going to be switching over to Christian's onboard at some point here, actually it's going to be Christian dipping their wheel on the grass there for a little bit as well here, going up into the Bruxelles hairpin there. And yeah, just the amount of pace the pace of it here, just how comfortable Oras is as well. It's going to be working many wonders for them, and probably going to be making for an easy pass.
Oh yeah, I'm not expecting this to be much of a challenge at all. It just depends on sort of where they catch them, and well, especially through this high speed, they're losing quite a bit of time. That's fairly impressive amount of speed difference there in that high speed between these two. Kind of the opposite of the dynamic that we were seeing just a little bit earlier into this race, where you really just saw the Porsche just losing a lot of speed on the straightaways, but trying to make it up sort of in this low speed, this mid speed, those places where that car ends up shining. And yeah, definitely with that exit, I think they might have it done as early as into this bus stop, or at the very least into turn 1.
Yeah, we're going to have to watch them very closely here. You can already see the gap is almost a second here, less than a second at this point here, going down to the bus stop chicane here. If Orange has been very brave, they might just make a huge send into bus stop here, but I think, oh, they're looking at it. They're thinking about it. They have a bit of a peek here, but Christian Clippert's going very deep into the bus stop. I think that might be it there. Yeah, there's not going to be much of a chance for Christian Clippert anymore to challenge the Lamborghini ahead, and that's going to be now Oras will goes through, inheriting P2 from Christian Clippert here, and with still no rain on the calendar here, that's going to be not much of a chance for Christian Clippert to hang on there with that ailing old car there. Again, the lap times between them, a 2:21 from Oras Lopez and a 2:26 from Christian Clippert here. So I think at this point now, Christian Clippert was first praying for there to be no rain. Now he's praying for there to be rain again.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Christian, I'm like, okay, well now what? I guess like, well, that didn't work the way that I wanted to. I'm going to be losing. You know, at this point with RS being in clear air, you know, they're going to be losing quite a bit of time just over the rest of his stint. But at this point, I mean, you really just have to wait it out. It's a really frustrating position to be in. You just kind of have to hope that it swings back your way because there's really nothing you can do. If you pitted for dry tires right now, like sure, maybe you'd go a little bit faster for a little while, but then you're gonna have to go right back in again, and then you've lost a pit stop to you know, whoever it is. So either a pit stop or you know, probably my guess would be close to 20 seconds by the time the rain actually gets here.
Yes, but I think we also missed a donation from Swingley, who just did another 25-euro donation for us, so thank you for Swingley as well here. And also speaking of pit stops, I just saw Inigo Lopez just had another pit stop themselves, and I think that's going to be quite an awkward time. But that's going to be also, I think it's going to be Robbie Kelly, and that's also going to be the Lamborghini of Sadkit right there. It's going to be another contact between them. Oh, that is not good. That is absolutely not good, because I think that's also the Ford Mustang of Spitzer there as well here, so... Oh, I think I want to see a replay of what exactly happened there, because this is going to be huge consequences for the potential lead of the race here. As we see, as I say there, rain is now back on the track here. It's going to be raining again, and it's probably not going to be too many more laps there before they're going to be putting back on those wet tires.
Yeah, no, we'll take a look at it here. Yeah, it is looking like just these three cars coming together. There's a fourth car in the background there as well. Just trying to navigate around this back marker here is RK, and Wolf just was not clear. Thought that they were clear and just wasn't. Secondary contact there from the Lamborghini, that one getting spun around as well. And then as we saw on the live broadcast after that, that tertiary contact between those same cars as well. It looks like Fossey might have just gotten away with it, just in that particular thing. This is a perfect time for RS to be coming into the pit lane.
Yeah, but also I'm curious to see if Clippert is going to be doing the same thing as well, actually. Wait, hold up. Oh no! They've Austin Powersed it! Oh no!
That's a really bad one too.
That is really bad. Oh no, that's going to be super awkward. I hope nobody else is going to be going to the pit lane here soon, because... No, there is! It's the Echo Racing team, man! V8 Manchester causing a traffic jam on the entry of the pit lane here. There's going to be nothing they can do here, and it's going to be... Oh, thankfully they can get away through fine here, but that's going to be super unlucky, not only for Christian Clippert, but also for the Racing Team Echo car there, who just was completely innocent of this incident there, and unable to do anything about it. And in fact, it's going to be Christian Clippert giving up the position for Racing Team Echo car there in the end, and... Oh, that... It could have been very fortunate. It could have been Christian Clippert minimizing the damage loss they had from double stinting their tires here, but Austin Powers it into the pit entry lane is going to be erasing any kind of hope they had.
It's brutal. That's one of the weirdest things I've seen in the pit lane in like a while. just the one car coming in, and then as like Christian was trying to unwedge themselves, which, by the way, if you're in that position at any point, it's usually just faster to tow, and also you get out of the way of everybody else. But like what we were seeing there of, you know, Christian trying to get pointed the right way again, that Team Echo car looked like they were like backing out of the pit lane to see if they could get back on the track. I don't know if they had the confidence that Christian was going to be able to actually get it going again, and they just wanted to like, okay, well, I guess if I can't pit right now, let me just, I guess, go out for another lap, because like, and just, you know, come back later and see if it's cleared up. But just thankfully ended up getting it unwedged before that ended up happening, because that would have been, I don't think I've ever seen somebody start to go into the pit lane and then back out and go back onto the track. I'm sure they probably don't let you do that. I'm sure the stewards would have something to say about it. So thankfully that's not what happened, but still just very weird, as RK is going to benefit from all of that.
I mean, RK did also have a spin from all of that. They had their unfortunate contact with some lap traffic here. So I think the big benefit of all of this chaos there was actually Horace Volpes here, who currently just had no issue. They just went away fine. They had their wet tires on. They're now going to be driving all those wets here on a wetting track here. So perfect timing for them to get those wets on them. Now we're going to be watching very curiously like what the gap is going to be between Horace Volpes and Robbie Kelly once they eventually finish with their pit stop cycle here. And I actually don't think this is the first time that a Porsche 991 has spun around and Austin powers themselves into the pit entry of Spa-Francorchamps, because I'm pretty sure, like, on our very first season, our very first year in Timber, there was also a similar incident with, I think it was Wushel, who also had a similar incident where they Austin powers themselves into the pit entry of Spa-Francorchamps on our sprint, one of our season races here, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be a picture of that if I can just find it at some point.
We can't live broadcast Wushel's L's though, is the thing.
I mean, that's fair, but I just want to verify if I'm actually just not talking out of my my rear, my behind at this point.
Oh, I'm sure you are. I definitely wasn't around for that, but I'm sure it happened. As RK is still in the pits now with Ares creeping up behind, still stationary. In fact, I think they're repairing that damage. So actually, this might be, and this would be for position. Ares has already completed their pit stop. And if Ares, if they continue taking a while to get going here, still stationary, I think this is going to be Ares up into the lead of the race. On merit.
That's going to be no.
They got rolling now.
Here.
It might be close at the end of the pit lane. It's not going to be very close.
Yeah, actually, I don't see where Oris Wobis is at the moment on the track. It's only going to be a couple of seconds. Yeah, it's going to be Oris Wobis about 5 seconds behind. Now they're just coming up on Uru Radion here, and they're going to be carrying a lot more speed than RK is here throughout the Camel Straight here. So it's going to be pretty good amount of time gain after all that chaos here. But I mean, frankly speaking, RK has been just driving on a different continent, a different planet on pace compared to everybody else here. So unless there's going to be some more incident happening, I think RK is just going to be driving away into the horizon.
Yeah, this is an order of magnitude closer to RK than anyone has been in like 3 hours. So I think that's really, really fair to say. The tires should warm up pretty quickly, so I don't think there's going to be any sort of like messing around on cold, wet tires on a slippery surface. They lost a little bit of time, I think, by doing that, but that gap is already coming back up. So that'll be Ares at the very least very, very comfortably into P2 now. They really won't have anybody else to worry about. Vossi is still in the pits right now. I'm not sure if they are. Yes, they are still stationary. I think they might have picked up a little bit of damage from that incident as well. So Christian is at least going to get P3 back. So they're not going to fall all the way down at this point and start losing more positions outside of this little fight that they've been in. That's very, very close between Alexander and Sadket there in the Lamborghini. They are racing each other as they're going to be going side by side through Puan, and that's a bit of a slide there, but they managed to keep the Boatley pointed the correct direction. Fording the waves is the Boatley, and up into that'll be P9 for them. So really, really good drive.
Yeah, very good stuff from Alexander Vanderwood here, trying to recover as much time as they can after their disconnection earlier here. And they are already up in P10. I think when they rejoined the circuit, I think they were down in P14, P15. So very, very good recovery drive for them. We also had a bit of an update from Fury April that they are unfortunately unable to carry on racing. They had to have their teammate hop in the car here. So just from the commentary team as well, hope Fury gets better soon here. Sending you much love and many, many well wishes here. But we're going to be keeping our focus here on the track for now here, because the cap is not actually separating themselves that much between RK and Oras Wobis here. We're going to have to maybe wait a couple more laps here to see what the actual true pace difference is going to be like. But looking at our pit lane here, Vossi Tigris again have finished their own pit stop cycle here, again slotting themselves behind Inigo Lopez here, but the gap is now only 3 seconds, and actually they're right ahead of them. Inigo Lopez just managed to navigate a lap traffic and Nissan GTR right ahead of them, but I think there's going to be a battle on happening between some Tigers and Sharks.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. I mean, they seem to be losing quite a bit of time as we are, sort of continuing on into this race. A little bit of a 3 cars coming together really here is what we're looking at, and we'll see how that works out. But this could potentially be a lot of really, really good positions on here for Vossi. And Inigo, of course, has been driving a really, really smart race so far. That strategy in that sort of second part of the race really, really, really worked out for them to get them up to where they are right now. So definitely, if they can hold on to this, it'll be just an incredible drive from them. But Vossi is catching up basically every corner at this point, a couple tenths here, a couple tenths there.
Yes, I'm also very curious because I'm looking at my statistics here, and Inigo Lopez has apparently only done 4 pit stops overall, which I'm not quite sure how you're able to do that considering there's a 65-minute stint timer.
I haven't seen any drive-thrus or anything for that, so...
I'm honestly confused. I'm going to have to maybe have an interview with Inigo Lopez at the end of the race here. But for now, we're going to be keeping a watch on the cars on the track. That's going to be between Inigo Lopez and Vossi Tickers here, who has now caught up to only a couple of seconds to Inigo Lopez ahead of them. There's going to be now that blue flag, Nissan GTR right ahead of them, who is hopefully going to be just anyway. But they have caught up to them in quite an awkward position here because they're going to be just with Lulasors. And I think when they get to Eau Rouge Radion, that's when they're going to be catching. So I think Vossi is going to be losing quite a bit of time on the Rouge Radion commentary. I think we also saw another car there on the side trying to get out of the way of the lapping traffic there. Yeah, that's going to be the Ferrari. Ooh, that's going to be in a very bad spot for Vossi because slowing down right before Rouge Radion. That's going to be costing even more time for Vossi because several seconds, in fact. Now the gap has increased all the ways now up to 3, 4, even 5 seconds at this point. So quite bad luck on traffic here, Vossi.
Gosh, that's brutal. That's about as bad as it gets, honestly, with just catching people in different places on this track. We've seen a lot of, like, weird awkwardness around, you know, Blanchimont, around some of these chicanes especially. Just places where you really just want to be head down and just doing as much pace as you can do as we are crossing over into the 90-minute mark on a race. We're actually at a point where it makes sense to talk about the number of the amount of time left as minutes instead of hours. In about 30 minutes time, we will only have a sprint race to do, pretty much. For everybody who is going to be doing GT3 Season 8, that's the sort of the standard amount of time that we have for our races. Here's Blade Wolf up in P8, doing quite well in that Aston Martin, and still some maybe some positions on. It would be quite a feat. But first of all, they're going to have to worry about defending from Alexander behind, who is very, very hungry for that P8 position and looks to be having the pace to get it, at least so far. These two, they're close to each other on track, but they don't look to be super close to each other on pace, just based on you know, the way that this Bentley is looking in the wet weather.
Yeah, it's not going to be probably not going to be much of a challenge for Alexander Van der Voort to get past. We also saw, I think that was going to be the car of Spitzer right there in the background, getting out of the way of this battle for position here ahead of them. And just looking at the last lap times between Kady and Alexander Van der Voort here, it's going to be almost 2 seconds between them. So I think it's not going to be much of a challenge there. We can already see how much better of a line Alexander Van der Voort can take here on Wuhan compared to... I mean, I'm not sure how much we can see through this huge wall of mist here, because unfortunately on our replays, the wipers are not visible or working and clearing away the weather on there, which I'm hoping their wipers are going to be working there, because otherwise I would be absolutely terrified driving in these conditions without any windshield wipers.
Yeah, gosh, could you imagine? I mean, literally, like, if you look out the window, you can see just, like, there's, like, just solid lakes of water forming at especially the parts sort of off track, but like even on the exits of corners and on some of the apexes as well, you can start to see those puddles forming once again. Unfortunately, here in ACC with the weather system that we have available to us, those puddles are not completely dynamic. They do form at sort of some predetermined points on the track, but it definitely pays to make sure exactly where those points are. And at this point, with now this, we are heading into our third bout of wet weather here. These drivers are pretty familiar with how they should be driving in these conditions. And again, we're sort of heading towards that equilibrium point where the amount of water that's getting deposited is about the same as however much is getting carted off by the cars. And at that point, we are going to be seeing more stable weather, and hopefully drivers can start to get into a rhythm again.
Something to also consider is that the Aussie Tigers was finally able to get around that lap traffic car here, and this again on another charge to try and catch up to Inigo Lopez right ahead, and the gap has now struck back down to about 1.5 seconds here. It's also down to almost down to a second at this point here, so quite a bit of a pace difference between them. Though looking at our last lap times here, the fastest that Inigo has been able to do is about 0.5 second faster than Aussie Tigers here. I think they have both being caught up in lap traffic here that has been having an influence on the track here. But considering that Vossi has already closed the gap here, I think there's quite a bit of a pace difference, quite a bit of an advantage for Vossi Tigris, and probably not going to be having much of a fight with Inigo Lopez here to get ahead and get up into P4 again, which, considering they were all the ways down, I think it's going to be P7 or P8 after they had several incidents and a couple of taps with other cars. I think at some point they also had a time penalty for causing a collision, so I'd say all in all, pretty good recovery to get almost into podium positions.
Yeah, we're proud of you, Vossi. You're killing it. Keep going, man.
Go, Vossi. We're not biased at
good.
all here.
We're not biased at all, no.
WTGAN Racing driver commentary booth.
Hey, I mean, we're doing pretty good, I think. That gap back up to 8 seconds between RK and Arez there, who also has similarly had just a really good drive. Oh my God, that was so close. Not the way that you want to, not the way that I would choose to go on that, as that's Kamil Jirajek from the SQ Red 650S, unfortunately, in the barriers as well. This looks like the entrance to Lake Coombe. You don't want to be driving, oh gosh, okay. Not the entrance to Lake Coombe. I thought that they were pointing the wrong direction. I was like, hey, you better get pointing the right way again, or the game's going to disqualify you. But no, they were pointing in the right direction. And again, very well off into Guam at this point, just trying to get that car back on the road. Not sure exactly how much damage that was, can't really see, but this is getting closer and closer now between Inigo and Vossi here.
Yeah, looking at our lap time difference here, now with both of them in clean air, the lap time difference is about a second between them, so it's going to be advantage for Vossi for sure. Now they're going through the Lake Holm, actually, yeah, Lake Holm corner complex here, going now into Bruxelles, and watching very close to see how much of an exit speed both cars can get there. Looks like Vossi can just keep their car nice and tight on that inside line here, going through Bruxelles and then towards the corner in through Puhan here. And yeah, just overall it looks like there's just a lot more grip on that car. It's actually going to be now Vossi up on the inside, on the left side there, going up on the inside, going into Puhan here, almost touching doors here with a very brave move up there. And I think it's going to be Vossi trying to on the inside. Inigo Lopez tried to stick around on the outside here, but unfortunately there's just not enough traction on those old wet tires here, and there's just no more chance there. And it's going to be Vossi through. And speaking of the Porsches here, I think the advantage the Porsches have here on wet weather is because they have those rear engines, so they can always just get really good traction off the line, off those exit corner speeds here. And in wet weather, it's getting that good exit speed, getting that good exit off a corner here. That's the thing that counts here, which is probably the big reason why they are so dominant in the wet here. As you already saw from that replay here, Vossi was just able to just plant the car, get that much better exit than Inigo Lopez was able to in that mid-engine Lamborghini there. So that's probably going to be the big factor to consider.
God, that was scary, especially going into Puhan in the wet weather and just trying to dive down the inside there. You really have to have a good judge of exactly how much grip you have, and given that we haven't been too long into this bit of wet weather here, I feel like it's probably fairly hard to know exactly how much grip you have going into there. I almost thought that I might have seen just a little bit of understeer and a little bit of resulting contact there. We would have to look at a replay to know for sure. We didn't get a great angle, but it's just, I would have expected probably at least a little bit of door banging, and thankfully they both kind of got through that okay, and it seems like both of them are sort of more or less okay with the outcome. Don't really feel like they were particularly shoved wide or anything like that, so still, respectful racing between these two, and I think Vossi's just going to be able to stretch their legs quite nicely now.
Yes, again, Vossi has been able to get back into the position. I think that's going to be the maximum they can get there, because they are... Actually, no, they are on the same lap now between Christian Kubert and Vossi Tigris here, unless I am looking at my timers wrong here.
Yeah, just because of all that contact with
and
Christian and losing time.
Well, the gap is still about 47 seconds between Christian Kubert and Vossi Tigris here, but it looks like after all the kerfuffle, Christian Kubert did lose quite a lot of time to the lead two cars. So that's going to be only Robert Kelly and Oraz Volpes in the lead lap of the race here. And I think it's going to be Christian Kubert almost being lapped by Robbie Kelly at some point here soon on looking at our gaps here. So it's going to be quite a dominant drive from Robert Kelly in the end, from the number 716 TIGAN racing car. And I think there's just nothing else really that can really challenge them. And I think even after they had that incident with, I think it was the Sackett's car and the Ford Mustang of the number 23, They're still miles ahead, and after a couple more laps, the gap has already increased to another 10 seconds between them and Oras Wolf is behind there, with lapping about a steady second faster than the car behind. So not much more for Robbie Kelly and Parker Olsen to do in that 716 car than just bring it home.
Yeah, I mean, not much else to say other than that, really. It's been a really, really good drive, and you know, I feel like with that incident, like maybe a little bit of blame on well, it's, you know, always up to the lapping car to be able to do so safely, and it didn't seem like the Mustang there did anything particularly unpredictable, but it was just one of those things where you think you have room, sort of your spotter tells you you're clear maybe, and you're just not quite clear, and you sort of pit maneuver yourself in a weird way. I can't say I've never done that before on, you know, just driving in a straight line. Definitely, you know, lapping traffic will do that for you if you think you're sort of, you know, safe and comfortable out in front. But it's been really good for them to get back out in front and sort of reestablish their dominance here. You know, just find that rhythm again. And definitely, I think for Araz, who I think I would be really surprising if we were to see them contend for first place again in this one. But they definitely don't really need to worry about Christian behind either. So in a really comfortable spot for them.
Yeah, quite a bit of separation between all of the different cars here, and looking at the gap between Inigo Lopez and Bossa Tucas here, it has not shrunken that much here, and in fact, Inigo Lopez was able to put in a slightly faster lap time on the last lap here at 23.2 compared to 35.2 compared to Fozzie's 33.6 here. So I think the battle is still on battle for P4 here, and with a bit more lap traffic coming up ahead, I think that could also be working dividends for Inigo Lopez here with being slowed down by, I think that's going to be the Ford Mustang of the 621 team ahead of them. That could be just giving another advantage, another chance perhaps for Inigo Lopez to try and get another move to center here. But we're going to be watching this very close here because we have about 1 hour 20 minutes, so that's going to be about 80 minutes left of the race to go. So we're going to be close to the end here where people are going to be going to their last pit stops here because the stint timer is indeed 65 minutes. So I think the earliest you can do your pit stop and still make it to the end here without having to do another quick drive-through or whatever. I think that's going to be in the 1:05 mark.
Can we get a quick weather alert on just how things are looking for the forecast here?
It's actually going to be raining for again another 10-ish minutes, and I'm looking 30 minutes from now it's going to be dry again. So that could be throwing another wrench in the works here because I'm going to be looking at the stint timers on most of these cars here. They're all well within their stint timers, so I think most of these cars are just going to try to extend for as long as possible and just wait for that dry period, and not going to be too much of a hassle there. But that could also do a bit of a number on the stint timer. But yeah, I think the only thing we can do is just wait and see what happens here. But there's going to be more dry weather in the horizon for, I think, that'll be for the last hour of the race.
Right, yeah, that's mostly what I was asking for, because I mean, if it just stayed wet the entire time, then you know, we would just be, you know, counting down the stint timers, and it would be that one more stop. But I'm almost wondering if it's going to be two, if it ends up, you know, being dry at an awkward time again, or, you know, say if it was, you know, if it's 30 minutes from now, that's, you know, 50 or 45 minutes left on the race. That's Satket going around. They're on their own going around once again. Hopefully should be able to get this one going before anybody else gets particularly close to them. I think they are going to manage to do that heading down into Puan. And every time it like keeps raining like this again, I think it's just getting like more and more wet. But I feel like it's here's the replay here for this is between Arcade trying to lap that BMW there. Managed to get through there okay. BMW going really slow here. I looked like some damage maybe on the front of that car as well. But Satket getting it going again, and we're going to keep it rolling here. Oh, Jordan's in the pits.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure the stint time was in at the end this soon. Another look. No, they only had about 50 minutes on their stint time, so I'm not quite sure why they are in the pits right now, unless they had some technical issue or something else here. We're hopefully going to be having an update on that soon at some point. But yeah, a bit of a spin from Satket there. Cost them not really a position, but quite a lot of time there. And hopefully not probably going to be losing them chance to get challenged for P9 there at the end here. But yeah, I think if we're going to be having the maximum amount of chaos for the last hour of the race, it's going to be dry in 30 minutes, and then 30 minutes later, wet again. So you're going to be sitting on those dry tires here with only about 10, 20 minutes of the race to go, thinking, do I box for wets, or do I try to suffer with the dries until the very end here? Because I think that's going to be making for the maximum amount of chaos. And that's going to be George Russell again out of the track.
Seems like
I think they may have had a drive-through penalty.
Could have been.
Were they stopped at all?
Ooh, squirrely.
Yeah, no, they were not stopped at all here. So no, they just had a drive-through penalty. So my only reason is that they probably have had a drive-through for track limits.
Yeah, nothing from the steward's room at this point, it doesn't look like. So that was just probably done via the game. Or maybe they weren't sure. Yeah, it was for track limits. We are getting confirmation on that. So definitely unfortunate, especially in this weather. But they're going to keep on rolling. They're down into P9 at the moment, but they've got Blade Wolf lined up in front of them. I feel like with the pace that we've seen, that should be a fairly good or a fairly easy move to make. Inigo Lopez also losing a little bit of ground here on Vossi, the gap getting up to about 5 or 6 seconds. So definitely Vossi feeling comfortable now that they've gotten around that car. And I'm actually kind of surprised at how stable the gap has been between RS and RK in front. It actually, in fact, RS going faster than RK just by a few tenths on the previous lap.
I think that might be because of that moment between the number 4 to 6, BMW M6 that they had earlier, that just slowed down RK quite a lot here. Because before that, they've been doing a pretty steady lap or so ahead of them. And we're now watching on board with Jordan Johnson. They seem to be struggling quite a lot with that car there. So are they on dries? What is happening? I'm very, very confused on why they're struggling so much and why they have to go to the pits again.
I mean, I would be amazed if they were on dry tires at this moment. I think it might just be some discomfort with the car, that Audi being the way that it is and the suspension being the way that it is. It's a very, very difficult car to drive, especially even in dry weather. It's very difficult.
Yeah, indeed. But yeah, going back into that weather talk here earlier, I think if there's going to be a situation where it's going to be dry track in the next 20, 30 minutes here, and then if there's going to be rain again for like the last 10 minutes, would that be when you box for wets, or would you just try to suffer in dries and try to survive until the end there?
I mean, we've seen rain fall for 10 minutes before, and in those cases, it was definitely, it seemed worth it to go onto those wet tires, because at a certain point, especially when it's raining at, whoa!
Oh!
Great catch, sort of a double. Oh, and they're still not done sliding around on those tires. Okay, I might believe you actually that they're on dries at this point. I've seen enough evidence. I think that might be what's happening, and I'm not entirely sure why that would be the case. Maybe just a mistake on the MFD. But I mean, there are some places where it actually kind of looks pretty remarkably hooked up. That looked okay through that section. So, I mean, obviously, I think Jordan is sort of fighting the wheel pretty much every single corner that they go through at this point. But honestly, this is kind of looking fairly hooked up at this point. May have just been some a temporary moment up Origin Radion, which for sure is the most difficult place to drive on this track at the moment.
I mean, from what I've heard from Jordan Johnson himself driving this car here, it's a death machine here where you drive it on the absolute limit. As we see, they get a bit of an oversteer moment going through Wuhan here, just trying to keep that car hooked in here. And I think with the way Jordan Johnson likes to set up their cars here, they just drive it on the absolute knife's edge just to keep it on road there, to extract the maximum possible pace out of it. So I think in these very tricky wet conditions here, I think that's just paying dearly for Jordan Johnson here, just struggling to keep the car on road here, keeping it on the black stuff underneath them. And yeah, again, a bit of a wiggle there going up on the exit of Stabilo here, now catching up to the 426 of the Doggo Racing team there. So yeah, I think it's either their setup just not working at all for the wet weather there, or it's just either that or they're on dry tires. I don't know why they would be on dry tires though.
Managed to clear that car okay, thankfully, just right before the braking zone of Blanchimont there. You can see just the amount of
the amount of work that's being done to catch this car at this point. Is this fun? Are you having fun when you're driving a car like this for an hour?
I mean, it's keeping you engaged at least.
Oh yes, no, your attention cannot wander for a second. Arcade pumping in a 33.2 there on the last lap. That is very, very quick, much, much faster than basically anybody else on the road right now. The only people who are coming closest, actually Vossi and Oraz are doing similar-ish lap times, but you know, they're clearly the closest that anybody is coming. We can start to see that pace difference now between who's on the dries and who's on the wets. Or even just who's comfortable in this weather and who isn't. It definitely looks like. I don't know if that would have been because of an off track that would have gained them a lot of time, but Alexander actually on the last lap invalidated a 32.7, which is about half a second faster than anything RK was doing. So I assume that was probably just cutting a corner there that didn't need to be cut.
I think that's going to be my feeling as well here. And also looking at the pace between Christian Clippert and Vossi Tigris here, they're doing about the same amount of lap times here, but the gap has shrunken a little bit between the two Porsches here. So we might see them come together again with the final hour of the race to go here. And having another look on my weather app here, I can see it's still only saying dry in 30 minutes, but it's going to be decreasing rain in the next 10 minutes. So we're getting to that window here where I think most of our drivers are probably just going to stay out in those wet dries for as long as possible here and just waiting for that dry period to end. But then we're going to have to see just how long that dry period is going to be lasting here, because I don't see that far into the future. My clairvoyance only carries for 30 minutes.
30 minutes, that sounds about right. Man, these gaps are really kind of stretching out now. I think Jordan is getting closer to the back of Blade Wolf. The pace difference there is quite high, so we'll see something happen there probably fairly soon. Arez is continuing to chug along here, and actually for the last several laps of this stint here has also been just continuing to extend that gap over Christian, which is now up over a minute. Up to a minute 10 seconds between those two there. So definitely really doesn't have anything to worry about for P2 at the moment. Could they get P1? I mean, we've definitely seen RK recover from a couple of like pretty bad incidents. One more of those and it would be Ara's back in front.
Yeah, I was going to be saying that, like, at the start of the race here, like, after the first hour or so, RK's team, the number 716 McLaren, was in a dominant lead of well over 60 seconds, almost over a minute at some point here, but that gap has just been eroding down, and down. Now they really don't have much of an error margin anymore here, so they're going to have to just drive absolutely perfectly. I mean, I don't think they have to drive on the absolute limit there, but Oraz behind them is not too much slower. They're only lapping about half a second slower compared to Robbie Kelly's times on the board here, so they're going to have to just avoid any incidents, avoid having any more awkward moments with lap traffic there. Otherwise, they might just lose the lead here. So I hope I hadn't cursed them at this point, though.
Listen, I believe in the aura of safety that you have here. Just your comforting presence, making sure that everybody manages to stay on track, even though we've seen a lot of evidence to the contrary, at least so far. I don't know if it really matters whether you're here or not. There's just chaos is going to happen. It's Spa. It's very, very wet. We're having a Spa day out here for sure, and the rain is just continuing to come down for everybody here. This gap is getting a little bit closer now. It looks like it's going to be 2.6 now between Jordan and Blade Wolf, so that one happening probably within the next, I would say, 1 to 2 laps would be my guess for this one. And again, one thing to catch, another thing to actually pass, especially because you want to be able to see what's in front of you while you're trying to pass somebody, which Jordan definitely can't. Those wipers going very, very fast at the moment, but we'll have to see. And that looks like it's going to be a wide moment there for Blade Wolf. Thankfully, it's not going to take me too long. And or actually, no, that was not Blade Wolf. That was some lap traffic there. So just getting around in Huan, and cost them a little bit of time, it looks like, but not too much.
I mean, you keep mentioning a spa here, and I kind of want to have a spa right now. I just getting a nice soak in warm water, not in this pouring cold rain at the moment here. But I think after being here for so long, just commentating, watching this action here, trying to keep manifesting the energy of keeping our cars on the road here, as Jordan Johnson does not keep it on the road here, barely keeping it within the track limits. They're sliding on the exit of Stabilo here, and I think we all just deserve a very relaxing spa.
That sounds really nice. I definitely would appreciate that for sure. that car is getting thrown around these corners. Jeez, it always looks so scary. I know it's not as scary as it looks, but it's one of those cars where it just looks scary all the time. As Blade Wolf is now firmly being able to see Jordan in their spray, in their rearview mirror, as we take a look at what the view is as they are sort of craning their head, trying to look behind and see where this car is going to end up, where Jordan might be looking to try to line up this move. Takes a bit of a wider line through the source there, just trying to get a bit of a better exit, carry a little bit more speed through that section, especially in this wet weather. That can be the faster line, just depending on, you know, how much speed that you can carry through, how much you can get on the power, and especially trying to stay away from, there's probably not very much rubber left on the track right now, but if there is any, you definitely want to stay away from it as much as you can. It looks like they're not going to be nearly close enough to be able to make this happen on the Kemo straight, but we've seen Jordan be really strong in the corners so far in this race, so you know, we'll watch out for any mistakes from Blade Wolf as well, see how much they want to fight this. I have to imagine at this point in the race you're pretty much fighting for whatever you can get your hands on at the moment. Probably there's not a whole lot of reason for them to just tuck in and see if they can both pull together and catch up to P7 up the road. I have to imagine the way that the times are going, this is probably the most that Blade Wolf can hope for from this race at this point, even though P8 would be a really solid result. But if I were them, I'd probably be just trying to fight this one out as much as I can.
Speaking of catching up, I'm watching the latest lap times from RK and Aura Swabas here, and Aura's actually did a 0.2 of a second faster lap time compared to RK here, so the gap is definitely has not extended quite a big amount there, and I think Aura's is just trying their best to just stay somewhere within striking distance of RK here, just trying to hope for like some late full course yellow or like an incident to happen that would just gonna give them the opportunity to fight back for the lead here, because yeah, they're just really fighting there. Again, we're talking about that issue where there's really not much of a safety margin left for RK here, and I'm actually quite surprised that even after almost 6 hours, now at 5 hours of racing here, the gap is still they're within striking distance of each other for the lead of the race.
Yeah, genuinely. I mean, it will still be, I think, probably quite a bit of a tall order for RS, because just we know how good RK is on the defense. We know how consistent they can be and how hard it can be to extract a mistake out of them. But hopefully if they can get any closer and start to apply some real physical pressure, as definitely Jordan is applying pressure to Blade Wolf right now. Blade Wolf looks to be sticking to the inside on this particular lap. They're going to go side by side into turn 1. It looks like, ooh, are they going to be able to route it around the outside? It's going to be really tough. They're going to get on the power, and that is going to be move done before a Rouge and Radion critically for Jordan Johnson there up in P8.
Yeah, we should also have an update from our student team where we have a 25-second. Oh, that was contact between Blade Wolf and Jordan Johnson there on the Radion complex. That's going to be them spinning around. That's going to be cost them huge amounts of time there, but does not look like there was a lot of damage between either of the cars there. So I hope we can see a replay of that. But yeah, that was a very close moment. Let's see closer on what exactly happened on their onboards. So we're going to be watching with Jordan Johnson's view here. I'm actually going to be switching back to Label Kagakia here. Going up into Radion here. They are very close going up the hill here. And I think what happened is that Label was just not expecting how slow Jordan Johnson would be on the exit of the Rouge corner there, and just managed to catch him out. I'm not sure if there was actually any contact there at the end here, but it looks like both of them just got away without a scare.
Yeah, seems like it, thankfully. Definitely, I think, yeah, Blade Wolf there kind of misjudging the speed a little bit. They were very clearly just, going off close to the barriers, but thankfully not into the barriers. So, yeah, it was definitely sort of a misjudge of speed on their part. But, yeah, definitely the scariest part of the track. We've seen a lot of scary stuff happening there. Thankfully, they were able to both get going before that lap car behind them really got particularly close to them, although they're pretty close to them now. And Jordan is going to stay in front critically. Obviously, Blade Wolf not wanting to sort of take any advantage that they don't deserve, from that particular incident. Obviously, they felt somewhat at fault, but or maybe it was just a matter of who could get going faster. But yeah, I feel like that was definitely sort of the right call there. We have a couple other cars coming out of the pit lane at the moment. That's the 426 BMW there, just trundling down the pit lane, and thankfully out of the way of these three.
Yes, and there's also going to be a fight starting to develop between the number 100 of Quick Fetch Motorsport car here in the car of the Racing Team Echo car right behind them. Only about a second now separating between them. Now, in their rear view mirror is going to be that Racing Team Echo car there when that Christopher McNichol is going to be piloting that 90 car at the moment. And before I lost my train of thought, we did indeed have a time penalty for the car number 426 for causing a collision with the car number 847 at some point. So, yeah, quite a big moment there between the two, and honestly, the 426 car is several laps down. I think they're almost 15 laps down off the lead pack there, so there's not going to be much of an impact for them or for anybody else there. But yeah, you never want to see those penalties, you never want to see those incidents. But going back into this fight with the number 847 and the number 100 cars there, the pace difference looks to be quite significant between the two as well here. Christian McNichol only managed a 35.6 on the last time, whereas Daniel Tabber in that Aston Martin got a 33.1 there. So I don't think there's going to be much of a challenge here with the two cars. But you never know. And with the last hour now, where was that, the final 60-minute mark there? So there's going to be quite a lot more jockeying for position now, I believe. People are just going to be pushing, trying to extract as much pace as possible here to get those last stretch of pace. And as we see, the number 100 car just going wide on the corner before stabbing those. So that's going to be a very easy pass in the end for the Racing Team Echo car.
Yeah, doing a really good job, quite honestly. Up 2 positions at this point. Obviously, I think they might have been the ones that were involved in that Austin Powers incident at the pit lane. So definitely, for them, I think still being up 2 positions from where they started, they've been doing quite well in this race. Yeah, the time's looking pretty stable, I think, from everybody. We'll see how long this rain ends up going on for. If it gets dry, it's supposed to get dry, and then I think you said wet again, like right at the end of the race. So at least probably 2 more changes.
No, I mean that's just what I'm maybe speculating to happen. I don't see that far into the future. My clairvoyance only goes 30 minutes ahead here, and looking at my
okay, you can only see 30 minutes forward in time. I understand.
Yes, exactly. That's how far my clairvoyance goes there. And I now see that in the next 10 minutes it's going to be now dry again, and in 30 minutes it's still going to be dry. So at least for the last half hour of our last hour of the race here, very, very weird mouthful there, it's going to be dry, but there's still going to be a chance. There could be a chance for rain for the last hour or for the last 30 minutes. We'll see.
Yeah, I feel like this has really been we've sort of had a race of 2 different kinds of driver here, where you have the folks who are actually really feeling themselves and really feeling comfortable in the mixed conditions and the wet weather. We've seen a lot of drivers who have been really, really strong with that. Luis earlier in her stints with the number 69 Audi. Arez, I think, has been one of our stronger drivers in the wet weather. And then everybody else who is just hot lapping away on the dry. And then, of course, we have a third kind of driver, that being RK, who's just kind of good at everything at all times. So, we do have a couple of different strengths and weaknesses on display here, as you do in any endurance race, really. Strengths and weaknesses of particular drivers. So honestly, I feel like it's been really nice, sort of like at the beginning of the year. Let's just sort of like establish a baseline for sort of how everybody's driving, especially heading into GT3 Season 8. I think a lot of these folks are sort of getting a feel for what their opponents are going to be like, and who they're going to be racing in sort of the mainline series. So, and we're going to get a good sense of that too.
Absolutely, indeed. And now we're going to be seeing the 2 Lamborghinis of the track here now back to back here. That's going to be actually Horace Volpes a full lap ahead of Inigo Lopez here. So they're going to be close to lapping the full field here. Though at the moment, RK is still on the same lap with Horace Volpes and Christian Cooper here at the moment here. So RK has not yet lapped the P3 car here. But in the end, the top 3 have been on just a different level of pace and also consistency here. They've been able to stay away from any big incidents. There have been a couple of weird small scraps between them all here, but they've just been otherwise been able to just steer completely clear of everybody else here. And that's been paying them dividends by just lapping the entire field all the way up into P3 here. So I think all of the drivers at the top is definitely there's a pat on the back for race well done here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also,
go ahead.
donation. Yeah, forgot about that. Yeah. And we do still have 1 hour left to go here, so we still have a chance. We still have the donation drive left here for the Wildlife Trust here. So use that QR code on the screen here, or click the link in the description or in the live chat there to donate to our very good cause here. We are sitting at 130% of our donation goal here, so we've already reached our goal. Thank you very much for that. But we can take in every single dollar, every single pound, every single euro counts here. So if you have anything left in your coffers, in your pockets, like a 20 cent you found under your couch, I think we could also use that.
Oh yeah, of course we could, and the Wildlife Trust could use it as well. They need to be able to save up that money. They could get like 1 GSI wheel right now, and maybe we could get them enough to get like some active pedals or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I think this would be enough for at least an R5 bundle for them, and get them started.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Career. Maybe they could just like start training those UK wild animals to be sim racing drivers here as like a nice promotional campaign.
Yeah, you know, we don't have enough badgers here at Simufur, so if we could have a couple more, I think that would be we would really welcome that. RS continuing to get around the lap traffic here. Really kind of is on a Sunday drive at the moment. The RK has sort of reestablished their dominance up at the front. That gap now up to 17, 18 seconds. So not looking like there's going to be a whole lot of chance. I know we've been going back and forth up here at the commentary booth, just based on you know, the ways that these two drivers have been trading times. But Horace putting in a really, really good show here, continuing to pull that gap on Christian behind. Of course, just even more insurance for you know, making sure that they don't lose this P2 position, and they're going to be bringing home some really nice hardware, I think, for this one.
Absolutely, indeed, and that's going to be now Oras navigating the lap traffic car there in the background, and yeah, there's not going to be much more fighting happening between the different cars here, but if I had another refresher on my lap times here, yeah, it's going to be the car of Alexander van der Voort here slowly catching up onto Sarah Emberson's number 621 car right ahead. The gap is only now down to 2.5 seconds at the moment here. I think with the latest lap times here, it's going to be down to probably this lap or the next lap here, where they're going to be catching up and making a pass soon here, because Sarah Emberson has not been driving too fast there. They've only been able to do 2 minute 36s compared to a 2 minute 30 from Alexander van der Voort here, but they have a lot of lap traffic to navigate here. That's going to be the Racing Team Echo car here, and Inigo Lopez's car right there. That's going to be slowing them down a little bit here. But then we again had another donation. That's going to be a £20 donation from Sif here. So thank you again for Sif for doing us another donation here, putting us up at 133% donation goal achieved here, with at £1,336 here. So I think if anybody has £1 they can donate, we would have elite donations. That would be quite based.
It goes to show where the culture is, that the first thing I thought of was a 6-7 joke and not a lead joke. It's been a long time since then, but you know, here we go. It's Alexander van der Voort making the move on the lap traffic here, actually fairly close to the back of Sarah Emberson at this point. This is probably our closest fight on track at the moment. It's now under a second there to that Mustang up in front, and we'll see. I feel like I've seen Sarah do some really, really good defensive driving in her day, so we'll see how she handles this here. The rain's still coming down as we are getting towards the 50-minute mark of today's race. Those blue flags flying still as well, and Alexander looking, that Bentley looking really, really hooked up through this section. I don't know if they're going to try for it into Puan. They're pulling out a little bit, maybe just giving a little bit of a look there, just sticking their nose in a little bit to see if they could get Sarah to bite, and she did. So they are going to be continuing around Puan at this point. Really, really bad exit from Sarah. I think that is just about going to do it up into the chicane here, and that is going to be another position for the Bentley number 38 up into B6.
Not a bad result from the Bentley number 38 Bentley at all here, considering that where they started here. Actually have another look on their position here. They are only one position down from where they qualified, and considering that they were punted on lap 1. They also had a spin, they had a crash, they disconnected, and they were several laps down here. And considering despite all of that, they're almost back to where they qualified. I think that's going to be a driver of the day combination if we had one of those.
Yeah, we'll see what happens for sure. I'm not sure if anybody's really thinking about the pit lane right now. That is the end of the rain, though, for sure. So we'll get a look at that. I think the drivers are fairly familiar with the general drying profile of this track at this point. We've seen this track get wet and get dry quite a bit over the last few hours. So hopefully they're familiar with the amount of grip that they can expect, maybe have a little bit more data on which to base their decisions of when to pit or not. It's Damon off into Puan once again, actually. That was a fairly... oh no, into No Name, excuse me, right before Puan. That's a corner that we haven't seen them on very recently. This is fairly slow speed, so I wonder if they just stood on the power a little bit too much getting through here. That exit looked okay. We're on the brakes, and yeah, just taking the car around. Maybe that brake bias needing adjusting there.
Yeah, it could also be that they just lost traction going to mounting on that that stripe curb here. We just saw a donation from our owner, Simufur server owner here of Festfox here, that just put us. They were trying to put us into a lead amount here, but they went just over that. We now have 1,338 pounds. Oh no, we didn't get to the lead amount here. Just as we see Denny sprang in that 666 car here, also spinning around through the Lake Club corner complex here. So unfortunately, we missed that big opportunity for another funny number here. So unfortunate.
Unfortunate indeed. Still running though, which is very, very admirable. To all of our cars who are still running, we love you. Thank you for making this endurance possible. And honestly, again, I feel like the retire rate has been quite a bit less than I was expecting it to be. That was a little bit scary there through Origin riding on 4 Christian Clippard, who is still trying to make up this ground, but that gap to RS has stayed pretty static. I don't think it's really going to be going anywhere. Thankfully, though, they look pretty locked in for the bronze here today, as Vasi is still, again, about 40 seconds behind, hasn't been able to really make any headway, given that all of these cars are pretty much doing exactly the same lap times at this point. So here they will most likely stay for the rest of this month.
More than likely here, and there's still another probably like 20 minutes left on most of our drivers' stint timers here, so there's not going to be much of a risk for them running out of that 10 stint timers here. And now with the rain has stopped, the track is going to be driving soon here, so now the next question these drivers are going to be asking is, when do they pit for those slick tires here? They already had one experience of that earlier in the race here, so now they're going to be hopefully a little wiser later on here. And we actually do see Damon Wareham already in the picture, probably opting to put on those slick tires quite early there, I have to say that, because still not at the end of this time at all here. So I hope they didn't jump the gun too early, because the track is still very, very much wet at the moment here, and there's going to be quite a while there before the slick tires are going to be optimum.
Yeah, based on what we know from what we've seen in other wet stints, that feels really early to me. I mean, a lot of these drivers still have their wipers on, like just trying to clear water, and the spray is looking quite significant at this point still. You can sort of start to see that line getting just a little bit drier, but it's still kind of that same shade that the rest of the track is, and we're still seeing just a lot of spray getting kicked up. So I almost don't really feel like that's the right call at this point. But obviously, give it a few laps. We have these cars circulating and clearing all of this water. Those are going to come into their own at some point, but I have to imagine that'll be at least a little bit of lost time.
Absolutely, for sure. Now it's going to be Damon Wareham coming out of the pits here. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be for new wets or for new dry tires here. We're going to be watching how their car is going to be behaving for this lap here, also watching their lap times very closely. I think I also saw the 666 of Damien Sprang here also in the background there, heading into the pits as well. And in fact, they are still in the pits for the time being here, so it's going to be watching to see where Damon Wareham is. That was quite wide of Lee Comier, apologies. Now going down into Bruxelles here, does not look to be too misbehaved. It seems to be behaving nice and tidy here, going through Bruxelles quite wide into the hairpin. They're kind of missing the apex there in the end, but no issues so far. So maybe they just put on new wets there, which would be a very odd choice, or I'm actually not sure anymore.
Could have been I mean, I know you mentioned the stint time. I don't know how close they were to that really, but oh yeah, here we go. All right, that answers a lot of my questions actually going through Puan there. That's about what I would expect that to look. But yeah, I mean, maybe the track is drier than we expect. You know, maybe it's drying out quicker than it was on sort of the previous stints. Obviously, we think the rain is mostly done at this point. I don't know if there's going to be any more. I don't think so. You know, the track is just going to get a chance to continue doing this, or you know, they still have that car in a configuration that makes it really agreeable with the sort of still slightly mismatched tires. But could be any number of things. But Sasha's driving that car quite well.
Yeah, we also had another donation. That's going to be now this time from Jasper Sparks, a whole £83.19. I'm not sure if there's like a specific joke with this 420.69. Oh, it is! It's a 420.69. Oh, thank you for the very specific amount of money donated from Jasper Sparks here. Thank you very much for that. Almost 150% of our donation goal met here, so thank you everybody for the support, for the help. This is going to be going for a very good cause here, helping the wild animals of the UK to get them themselves better homes and just looking after them. So yeah, with about 46 minutes left to go here, I'm going to have another look on my weather app here, and guess what? Rain in 30 minutes. This is going to
there'll
be
be 15 minutes left. That's definitely enough time for this track to get wet enough to where you're going to need wets. But the question is, who's actually going to do it?
Yeah, that's going to be the toughest mark for everybody, because you saw it. The strategy kind of worked for Ravenloft. They were able to just reduce that gap significantly to Robbie Kelly before the rain period ended here. So this could be another chance for them, but it's going to be down to like how late the rain is going to be starting and how heavy it's going to be. At the moment, my weather app is only going to be saying it's going to be light rain at the 30-minute mark there, so it could be not enough for them to put on wet tires here, but that's going to be extremely interesting to see. That's not going to be Emerson opting to go into the pits here, probably to put on those slick tires for the time being here, because most of our drivers are going to be getting close to the end of their stint times here. Most of them are sitting at the about 50-minute mark here, so I think this would be the most sensible time to go to the pits here and just put on those dry tires, at least for the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. I think you would be losing a lot of time if you were to do that sort of regardless, but I would be... Honestly, I think somebody should go for it, just because I'm a Chaos Agent and I just want to see what would happen. Of just like, hey, let's stick out on these wets for just, you know, let's just run it out as long as we possibly can. Let's get some fuel right now and just go for it. But I can't imagine how we would do that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I maybe one of the back markers might just do it for kicks here, for fun here. We just saw in the chat here that apparently the 666 are on slicks in these conditions here, which seems to be very sketchy. A little bit too early to do that, but I think it's the track. Their track is also getting quite dark at the moment here. We also see Andrea Spitz just spun around. I think that's going to be the exit of Puhan here. Unfortunate for them, but no damage so far to be looked at here. But yeah, it is getting quite late here. I think the in-game time, if I'm going to have a quick refresher here, it's going to be currently 9:30 p.m. in-game time here, so it's you can see those lights here. They're going to be having to keep them on here to actually see where they're going to be ahead, and it's going to be making the track cooler, which also makes the evaporation much lower here. So the track is not going to be going as fast as it probably would have been earlier in the day.
Yeah, that would certainly be my guess for sure. Let's see. I think I want to, as we're sort of like getting towards the closing stages here, I just want to take a look at our big winners and losers. I think basically everybody in the top 5 was really did a really good job, and this is a battle for position here as we are looking at P15, P14 here. I think that's going to be pretty much job done here heading into Blanchimont. I can't imagine that Spitzer is going to want to fight that too much, and both of the cars getting quite slighted, but still making it happen. Really, really slow exit actually from Camille there. Might be a chance for Spitzer to come back at them there. Oh, just trying to close that door, and it was a bit of a dive from both of them, and I think both of them were trying to let the other by. I think they both felt somewhat responsible for that incident, but it looks like it's going to be Camille who is going to get back out in front, and Spitzer choosing to give that position back. I honestly don't know if it was really even their fault. I think it was a little bit to blame on both of them, but you know, sort of for Camille trying to close the door there. I don't know. I could see it
I
either
think
way.
I would leave that to Stewards in the end. But if
For
we're going
sure.
to go back on the topic of winners and losers of the race here, I think one that's going to be winning the most, that's going to be Sadcat. Currently sitting in P8, number 13 car there. They've been up 12 positions from where they initially, actually 13 positions in our onboard graphics here, from where they initially qualified. So a really good upwards dive from them. And also a pretty good result from Nico Lopez as well, with some very smart strategy play here, going up into P5 there at the end here. So pretty good results from quite a lot of our drivers here. And also a really good recovery from Alexander Van der Voort here from a literal crash and disconnection from their game to still be only one position down from what they qualified. I think those would be like my top 3 gainers throughout this race here. Though I do also have to give a shout out for Oras Bobis as well here, going from outside the top 3 to get past both the Tigran Racing Porsches here, and also having a shot, a far away shot, but still a shot to actually contend for the race, for the win of the race as well here. So I think that also deserves a commendation.
Oh yeah, gosh, of course. Yeah, it's been a fantastic drive from a lot of folks for sure, and obviously, you know, team efforts on a lot of those. You know, it's been really great to see just you know, the way that the different teams have sort of complemented each other, their strengths and weaknesses, and yeah, it's been really fun being alongside you here today for this one. And we're still getting a good amount of water on the track right now, especially around those curves. Do you want to be careful? And we have Alexander now catching back up to another bit of is that RS and P2?
That is,
I guess
this. Yeah, I think they're trying to unlap themselves.
Yeah, this must be unlapping themselves, which at this point with the pace difference between these two, yeah, I mean, I could see the argument for it. They're fairly close though, so I don't know if you would want to risk it necessarily if you were in this situation, especially because you can just sort of sit behind and save a little bit of fuel if you need to come back in for a last little splash and dash. Then that could definitely pay dividends for you later on. But both of these drivers pretty much in races on their own at this point. I don't think they're going to get in each other's way too much.
At least if I was Sadcat in this situation, I have no reason to try to fight with Alexander Van der Voort here, so I would just like sit by here. They have been driving considerably faster for the last couple of laps here compared in their lap times here, so I think if Sadcat is smart, they were just going to be moving out of the way here, just let them go by here and just focus back on their race here to try and stay within a reasonable distance of RK here, because there's still going to be about 40 minutes left of the race to go here. A late rain call is going to be mixing up the pack properly with when people are going to be going for their dry tires or not here. Though looking at the current weather here, it's still wet. It still hasn't got even damp or even greasy here. So I think, I mean, there's not going to be much of a chance for people to put on slick tires even here, because there's going to be going to the end of their stint times here soon, and they're going to have to decide if they're going to want to try risking it on wets here or try to go for a dry stint.
When we were seeing the other wet stints, was it? Did it take this long to clear off the track there? Because I feel like this has taken a longer time than it has for.
It's probably because it's much later in the day and the track is cooler, so the evaporation is much slower than it used to be.
Yeah, we're getting this beautiful sunset here here at Spa-Francorchamps, and that definitely is making the track cooler, and it's keeping that water on the track. Just, you know, there's no sort of like, or there's a little bit less kind of evaporation going on. It's really just that displacement mostly that's clearing the water. And with the amount of cars that we have on the track still circulating as well, it might be that we've sort of, well, I don't know if we've settled into like an equilibrium where they're going to continue clearing it off until it's dry, as long as no other precipitation falls. But of course, there's going to be more. So it just depends on. I could see a scenario in which it just kind of stays this level of wetness, or maybe a little bit more dry than this, basically until that next bit of rain hits, and then we're wet again. So that would be the situation where you would just want to stay on these tires for as long as you could and then go straight from wet to wet.
That's also my feeling as well. I think most of the drivers are just going to be staying on the wets, in the wets for the rest of the race here, unless there's going to be a very quick evaporation drying here happening very soon here. And yeah, we're going to watch that very closely here. Though the gap between Alexander Van der Voort here and Oras Bobis hasn't really changed much here between them for now. And yeah, I think it might just be that Alexander Van der Voort has eased off a little bit here and just trying to stay behind for now, not too much yeah, what's challenging for the car ahead here? Just trying to get to the car to end here, because the next car ahead, that's going to be Inigo Lopez. That's going to be a whole 40 seconds ahead, and there's probably not going to be much of a chance for Alexander Vanderwood to catch that kind of gap in 30 minutes or less.
Well, still, just has been on this recovery drive basically since the beginning of the race. So, props to them absolutely for getting that car back up there. Looks like we have a couple of our folks in the back diving into the pits now. We'll see what tires they end up on. I have to imagine at this point it might be another set of wets. Oh gosh, what a great shot that is, heading down the hill with the reflections of the sunset in the water pools. An even better shot here as we're coming up. Radion here, this game is quite pretty at times.
It is quite a pretty game, and I don't think there's going to be many other games that would rival that. And my only hope is that in Asset, of course, he was going to be having as many pretty things here. And I'm going to get a lot of screenshots out of this, but now we've got to be going on board with Alexander Wood here, now caught up to the back of Horas Volves here, going up into the corner complex around here, and actually getting quite a bit closer. I think the big, heavy, lumbering Bentley Continental is going to be quite easy to drive around these conditions here compared to the lighter, maybe a little bit more skitsy to drive Lamborghini here, and that's quite a bit of an understeer from Horas Volves that Lamborghini Corona right ahead. That's going to be giving an opportunity for Alexander Vanderwood to get even faster. It's going to be another drift, and then also a drift from Alexander Vanderwood here on the exit of No Name Corner here. So Gab is still staying about the same, despite probably both drivers just trying their best to just get past around each other. And yeah, I think this is probably going to be working the best for Horas Volves here, because they're not really trying to defend at the moment here. They're just driving their own line here. I think the only issues are going to be happening if the gap is shrunking even more here and Alexander starts making the inside driving around.
I'm in a frame of mind with just looking at the lap times and everything, where RK just did a 2:28 again, so we are rapidly approaching that time where the drives are going to be better. We are going to get there, I think, before the wets come on, but the question is for how long. If it seems like it's going to be 10-15 minutes remaining in the race, that is really not a lot of time for anybody who's running in the drives, as RK is in the pits and Vossi is also in the pits. I think they just followed each other straight in, most likely. I have to imagine that they're probably going on the drives right now. So this is the strategy that they have chosen, and I am very interested to see if they are going to make up enough time for that to be worth it.
Honestly, if I was them, I think I would just put on another set of wet tires here, because currently the track is still wet. And there's not going to be much change there, and they are running out their stint times, which is why they are in the pits here. So I think all of these drivers are just going to be putting on another set of wet tires here and just hoping it's going to be staying wet enough at the end of the race here, because there's not really been much evaporation at all here. It's been like 30 minutes already since the rain has stopped raining here, and there's not been much change in track conditions here. So I think the wisest choice is going to be to just wait until the end of your stint time here, put on some new wets, and just ride until the end.
Yeah, it's either way, you're going to be suffering for some portion of this race. It's either going to be now or later, pretty much. You pick when you want to suffer. So, as it is with a lot of racing strategy, sometimes it's just about picking the least bad option, especially when the weather looks like this. Again, I am convinced that whoever programmed the weather for this session is just being really, really mean for whatever reason. That's one of the things with endurance racing. It makes it so much more interesting when you have sort of varying weather like this, and you go through these different phases. Yeah, so these are two cars stopped. I also kind of thought the same thing, maybe, that we were thinking there was just that, like, oh, are there just two cars just mashed together, like bumper to bumper in the middle of the track? We didn't have it quite zoomed out enough to see whether that was the case. But RK's coming out of the pits right now, looking really, really steady on those fresh, cold tires on this wet surface. So I have to imagine that these have to be wet tires for both of these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely, indeed. And looking at another refresh on my weather tab here, the track is now damp, so it has started to evaporate a little bit there. So. And the weather app is only saying it's going to be raining in the next 30 minutes here. So if it's going to be raining, it's going to be raining for a very short time, in like the last 10, maybe even 5 minutes. So if you opt to put on your slick tires now, you might have a chance to gain a little bit of time there, and you might get away with just driving them for the last 5-ish minutes on the race here. But at this point, you don't really know. The only thing you can do is just try to gamble. I think dries would be the gambling option, but if you want to be just trying to save, I think you could just put on some more tires.
Yeah, exactly. Oraz has also taken a pit stop, it looks like, as well, and looks to be on pretty much just matching RK's strategy. Doesn't want to do anything different to see if they can potentially overtake them at some point during the race. Just try to make some kind of a pace difference, which, I don't know. Given the distance that you have to Christian, that might be worth considering. But they've chosen to just go with the leader strategy at the moment. They're going to copy RK all the way to the end of the race, and Christian coming in for their stop as well. So those gaps are pretty much just going to stay where they are. A couple of other drivers coming into the pit lane as well. Alexander from P6 pitting now. Johnson is still out there, and Sadcat and Blade Wolf down in P9 and P10, both coming into the pits together as well. They're very close to each other, so we'll see what happens there. And some other folks down towards the end of our order coming in as well. But that's going to be a purple lap there for this stint from RK with that 230. 236 is actually really slow for a damp track. It should be going faster than that, but I'm sure as soon as the tires warm up, it'll get there.
Yeah, it just might take a while for the tires to get back into the window here, unless they put on those dry tires there, which we'll probably find out in the next couple of laps here once we watch everybody finishing their pit stop cycles and putting on their fresh tires underneath them. But yeah, this is probably going to be the last pit stops for anybody on the track here, with only 30 minutes left of the race to go here, and it's getting quite dark as well here. You can see those long shadows starting to be cast in the background here, and that sunset just looks so gorgeous. I want to take a lot of screenshots of this race once I'm done with this.
It's a great end to the race for sure to have this view. Cars starting to flip on their headlights here, as that was quite wide out of the pit exit there for the Tempesta Ferrari. Thankfully not getting into anybody, but I almost feel like that might be a penalty for not exiting the pit lane safely, but see what happens. Do you get penalties for that, or is it just sort of like a track limits thing? I think it might just be a track limits thing.
Well, in-game wise, there are no limits on when you can, or what line you can take on the pit entry or pit exit here, but the stewards might penalize you for exiting or entering the pit unsafely here, though we did not get any penalty for Clippert in the end here, unless the stewards are still looking at that incident. So, yeah, I don't know. At least in other simulators, I know in iRacing at least, if you didn't exit the pit lane safely here, you would get a stop-go penalty here, but there's no such in-game enforcement in this game.
Seems like it, no. Definitely. Oh, and there goes Jordan into the pits now. So Saber will overtake them temporarily, although Saber does still have a pit stop to make as well, so that will potentially change things, mixing up the order around here. But looking pretty safe for that P7 is the team of
I have
Jordan
to actually interrupt you there, because at the moment Saber is sitting at a 50-minute stint at the moment, so they don't have to pit. I think this could be a genuine battle for position here, because Jordan Johnson just lost the position. Now they're about 25 seconds behind the 6-1 Ford Mustang there.
Yeah, but you have to wonder whether the fuel and the tires are going to make it there. We'll obviously see. I have no idea what they're looking like, but yeah, it could potentially be for a position there as well. We have, I think JPEG is still sitting there in P10. It looks like quite a big gap to Sadcat, so that looks like a position there as well. Thank you so much, Sarah, for the 15 pounds there. I honestly was probably going to say something to the effect of, like, it would be kind of awkward if we sent them a number that ended in 42069, so thank you for saving us from that. We still got the 69 at the end, though, so, you know, if anybody wants to donate, I don't know, 1 penny, that would be... that would be a good way to fix that as well. But yeah, let's we, as a reminder, in these last 30 minutes here, if you want to donate at least 10 pounds like Sarah just did, you will be entered into our raffle. We have 1 entry per person. I feel like we've had quite a bit of donations already that have hit that limit, but regardless, if you still want your chance to get in, there is still time. You have less than 30 minutes to get it done. We will be doing that raffle at the end of the race, so if you want a signed TGR flag, not a TGR flag for us, it's the actual real life TGR of Toyota Gazoo Racing, if you want a flag from them, or if you want any sort of other goodies. We have commissions from some artists that are members of our community. So anything like that sound good to you, please donate to the Wildlife Trust. It's a very good cause.
What does not sound
we
good is
have a little
watching
bit-
Jordan Johnson going wide off Blanchimont there.
Yeah, very, very wide.
Oh, wow.
Onto the grass. I'm surprised they were able to collect it, actually.
Yeah, but speaking of 3GR flag there, wouldn't that be very selfish if I just were to offer an actual, like, Tigan racing flag with my signature? I think that would be quite weird. I'm not sure anybody would really
They have
want
to
that
pass it
anymore, but-
around so you get it signed by the whole team, and, you know.
Yeah, but I think the entire team is, like, separate in 3 different continents, so just getting the signatures for everybody might be a bit of a challenge.
True. Yeah, that makes complete sense. But no, it's the 2023 World Endurance Championship Toyota team that, of course, I believe they won that championship in that year. So
Yeah, very much a pretty prize position, and congratulations on anybody who wins the raffle. And as a reminder, there's going to be multiple different winners of the raffle here, and again, a bit of a wiggle from Jordan Johnson going all the little kink on the camel straight here. But yeah, so if you do sign up for the raffle, if you have done that £10 donation here, there's going to be multiple different winners here. So there's going to be somebody that's going to be winning the flag, somebody that's going to be winning the different vouchers, or somebody else that's going to be winning the art there. So there's going to be many chances for you to win at least something good here.
oh yeah, of course, we've got a ton of stuff to give out, so I'm actually really surprised. Lap times are continuing to go down. We are well below the 30-second range now. Arcade doing a 28.7 last lap. I have to assume, and as I say that, that's a 27.2 on the next lap, so the time's definitely falling down. I don't know if we're in the greasy stage of things yet. I have to imagine that we are, and we are, it looks like, going to get just a little bit of night racing here as the clouds start rolling in once again, obscuring that beautiful sunset that we had before, and the last 25 or so minutes of this one are going to be under cover of darkness and perhaps just a little bit more rain, and we will see if and when that strikes the track and how many people it catches out. It could potentially be quite a few.
That's going to be interesting because I had another update on my weather applet here saying that's going to be now rain in 10 minutes. So there's absolutely going to be a very small shower of rain towards the end of the race. So that could be throwing a bit of an interesting mix here because the current track conditions are damp. Probably going to be close to greasy soon. So there could be a window where the wind tires are not going to be quite as optimal here anymore. But I think most of the drivers have just opted to put on wets here. And looks like all the lead cars are lapping around the same time here. So if they have all opted to put on slick tires here, they have all done it, or everybody are on their wet tires at the moment here. And I don't think it makes a lot of sense to even consider the dry tires here because the track is just not there.
It's really just not there. It's not yet anyway. We'll get there at a certain point. Still going through Puan in third gear, where that's normally a fourth gear corner. That one is so in the dry. So we're not quite there yet. I don't imagine we're all too far off, but definitely the rain is going to throw a wrench into things. I'm not seeing any super cool battles on track at the moment. Everybody is quite far away from each other. The closest we have is P16. That number 666 Ferrari is catching up quite quickly to the back of the number 16. So we may see something there in the next couple of laps. But as for right now, RK continuing to cruise out in front. They are continuing to pull that gap on RS here, considering that RS sort of gave up that possibility of P1 at this point. With 20 minutes to go, it would be a monumental task for them to be able to get back up there. It would literally have to be a second a lap or over a second a lap for them to even get close. So looks like it's going to be a silver medal for them, but for a solo effort, you can't ask for much more, really.
I mean, just now that you mention it, that everybody from P1 down into P7. Okay, so P1 car, that's going to be Parker Olsen and Robbie Kelly. That's going to be team car. P7, that's going to be Sibir Kitsune and Sarah Emberson in the number 621 car here. But everybody from P2 to P6 is a solo drive. So all of our solo drivers here just ended up being at the pointier end of the grid here. And I think if I go down the grid here, everybody else down there is a team effort here, so it seems like all of our solo drivers are just being very fast. So I think all of them deserve a big pat on their backs.
I couldn't do this. You think? That's why I didn't sign up for it. Even if I was in a team, it's just it's and especially solo. It's just so I know people who have done you know, 24-hour solos, are you completely out of your mind? The most that I've driven in a single stint is like really like 3 hours, and even that is just so much. It is so much of just sitting in the same chair and driving the car and putting in the same set of inputs over and over and over again. Definitely all of them will be very good at Spa by the end of this race.
Absolutely, indeed. I know a lot of these drivers have been putting quite a lot of time practicing for a Spa at the moment here. Probably going to be about as much time doing like full endurance races before they actually did the proper endurance race here tonight. But with only 22 minutes of the race to go here, I think most of our gaps have stabilized, besides that fight we are seeing at the back here between P17 and P16, between Dan Moore's number 404 Rush 42 car here and the 666 of Daniel Sprang in that Doggo Racing car. So now going into Vossi Tigris, they're also lapping a little bit faster than Christian Clipper ahead of them, but the gap is still going to be 30 seconds. So I think the only thing that's going to be having a shake-up on the cars at the top 10 or anywhere really is going to be some incident or something awkward happening with some lap traffic.
Yeah, I mean, what else do you want to talk about?
I don't know. The weather? It looks quite dry at the moment.
It does look quite dry at the moment. We're pretty close here with a gap down below, but I think this has already been resolved. It looks like a little bit nerve-wracking there for this. What is this car? This is the Porsche of Vossi here, the Porsche 991. It is actually genuinely a really good sounding car. I like all of the Porsches and how they sound in this game, and honestly, it makes me drive them when I really shouldn't be, because my driving style is really terrible for these. I completely chew through the tires whenever I drive a Porsche. So, I mean, I don't know, they're fun to listen to.
Yeah, you do need a special kind of person to be driving these Porsches, especially the old ones around the track here, whereas the 992 would be much better picked around here. And yeah, I'm just thinking, what would actually happen if we tried to do a full 24-hour race commentary? I know in real life, when there are 24-hour Le Mans races that finish commentators, they usually go into some very wild, silly antics late at night here. So I think we're getting up to that point now where we're just trying to come up with some just something to talk about. We're just talking about some really weird funny things.
You know me, I like weird and funny. That's how it is. We can take a listen here to just get some nice engine ASMR on this machine here.
Yeah, engine sounds too relaxed and steady too.
It's relaxed and steady too. You know what? If you've been relaxing or studying to this race, you know, I feel like that's a great thing to do. But that's what I do with endurance races, honestly. Or I at least I chop them up and sort of watch them in chunks whenever I feel like I get the chance. So that's usually me. You know, where it takes like, I still haven't watched all of the 2025 WEC season, even though I have access to all of them. I'm still sort of working through my backlog there, as the next season is going to be kicking off in really not too long from now. If you haven't gotten into the World Endurance Championship, it's really fun. You should watch that.
It is absolutely fun indeed, and not just the 24 Hours of Le Mans. There are the other races in the calendar that are also really fun to watch as well here, and it's going to be in those nice hypercars and GT3s where, I mean, we all love F1, we all love Formula 1, it's the Premier King Series and everything, but have you just seen the variety of cars, the variety of designs? Every single car looks different, and they're all just lapping within the same second of each other here, making close racing happening all around it. It's just very wonderful to watch.
Yeah, if you think it's crazy that RS is finishing like 25 seconds behind Robbie after 6 hours of racing, try Le Mans being decided in less than 5 seconds. It's really stuff like that.
Absolutely, yeah. With about 20 minutes left of the race to go here, we really are running out of things. I think the commentators are also running out of steam here. I know you've been here for like 5 hours at this point, so I want to give you a big commendation for the longest stint you've had, not driving but at least commentating, and definitely make sure to get some water.
Oh yeah, I definitely will. I have not been very good about it, if I'm being quite honest. So, you know, that's just that's what happens to me. Anybody who has watched my Twitch stream, you know that I forget to drink water a lot. So that's just the way that I go. AV Wolf, thank you so much for the 10 pounds. That will enter you into our raffle in 18 minutes time. And you might have just secured your chance to get one of those flags, one of those commissions, get something nice for yourself. So anybody who still wants to, in the last few minutes here, you know, toss it over to the Wildlife Trust's fantastic organization out there in the UK. Please give them whatever love that you have remaining in your heart and in your wallet. Whatever you can spare, they will very much appreciate it.
I mean, in your wallet part, especially going to be the helpful part there, but yeah, also another reminder is that while there's going to be the raffle still going to be going, the actual drawing of the winners is going to be happening after the race. It's going to be announced separately. And if you are not in our Discord server yet, simufur.com to our website or discord.gg/simufur to join our Simufur Discord server here, they're going to be drawing the winners here, and they're probably going to be DMing you in Discord to announce who is going to be the winner of the prizes there. So make sure to join our Discord server if you have not already here. I'm honestly surprised if anybody here at this moment here has not decided to join our very wonderful Discord server of Racing Furries.
Yeah, unless the quality of the product on screen has not been good enough to justify that, but I think it has. I think we've seen a lot of really good racing around here, and just you know, folks being nice and respectful, and obviously, you know, everybody makes mistakes, but we don't hold it against anybody. And mostly what we want to do here is just have fun. This is one of the few times where anybody can win anything, and it's not even the people who are driving; it's the people who are donating. So that's just the kind of competition that we do. We have GT3 Season 8 is right around the corner. That is going to be starting up in the first day of February, actually, or not the first day of February. The last Sunday of January is going to be the first race of GT3 Season 8. We're at Silverstone, and those are only an hour long, and those are solo entries. So if you want this kind of racing here in ACC, but in a slightly shorter format, by slightly shorter I mean a sixth as long, you can check that one out. And we also have I don't know how to pronounce this like in real life. I know what the pun is, but I'm gonna say what if one. I think that's the way
I think that's what I would also say as well. I mean,
a sort of hypothetical
yeah,
parallel universe F1 series that we're running in Assetto Corsa. If you've ever wanted to actually drive around Hanoi Street Circuit or Autopolis, or I know a lot of people have been getting a kick out of Valencia Street Circuit. All of those are on the calendar for that one. We're racing Assetto Corsa's F3000s around some delightful circuits that either only had one race at them or just never had a race at them at all, in the case of things like Hanoi, the Vietnamese GP. So if you're into that at all, then sounds fantastic to you. Get joined on that. That's going to be our Friday series running alongside GT3 Season 8 for the upcoming stuff. And after that, who knows? I mean, we have sort of a running announcements of different series that we do. We're almost never not racing. So if neither of those sound great to you, just wait until the next one. It'll probably be something up your alley.
I mean, we are trying to do a bit of more variety on what we do here, because I know in the past years we pretty much exclusively only did GT3's ACC, that's it. But nowadays, in the past couple of years, I mean, let's be honest, ACC is starting to be a bit of an old sim here. We're trying to diversify into other sims. We had a Hypercar Championship in Le Mans Ultimate. We just finished an ARCA car season in iRacing last year as well. It's been really fun here so far. We also do a lot of rally championships as well here. So there's going to be pretty much anything for any kind of discipline that you might be interested in here. So in any racing you want to do, just join us here on the Discord server if you have not already. Because I'm going to be personally very slightly disappointed in anybody who has not done that yet. That is still in the chat. Shame
you're
on
not
you.
mad, you're just disappointed.
Yeah, that's the worst part, isn't it? Not being even upset.
Wow.
Yeah,
You know, also too, the rally stuff is that's the 426 BMW turned around once again in Puan, trying to get the car going. It's thankfully keeping it out of that other car there. So yeah, that's been the most eventful thing that's happened in a while. But yeah, like the rally stuff that we do, that's asynchronous. You can do it literally whenever you want. It's just through the club system on EAWRC. I don't know if we're planning on. I have to imagine as soon as Assetto Corsa Rally gets any sort of multiplayer function, we're going to be doing something there, just because I know how many people really like that game, myself included. And we would really like to be able to run events for that as well. So, yeah, watch the space.
Yeah, also reading the chat here, I can tell the commentators are a little bit tired here. We are absolutely awake here. It's only almost 11 p.m. here in Finland. My own commentary booth here, probably quite late for Kady Timberfox over there in the United States as well here. So I'm quite awake here. I've only been here for the last 6 hours trying to manage everything. We're fine. I promise. We only are trying to stall for time for another 30 minutes here with not much happening on the track here. So I promise. We'll be
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. It's not like I have somewhere else to go after, like immediately after this.
I mean, if you really want to leave right now, I can just try to do solo commentary for the past 20 minutes trying to come up with something.
Oh God, I'm not going to give you a one-man show. That feels that feels a little wrong. Yeah, we could have a we could have some input from Paliku'i here if that happened, I suppose. But nah, I think I'm okay.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine here. A bit of a yellow flag from Jordan Johnson here. I'm not sure if they're stopped on the track or something else has happened to them, but yeah, not much else so far. And I think the rain has finally arrived on the track again here after quite a long delay here, and it's never got dry at any point. So it's going to be track back to wet here. It's dark, it's cold, it's wet. Quite a wintry day for Spa-Francorchamps for sure here. So quite a fitting conclusion for a very, very fun race here with, I think, especially all those solo drivers there. So it's just waiting for the time to end here so they can finally have a break here. Maybe go stand for a while and not just sit on their sim rigs.
Yeah, I really feel like as you know we've I feel like before we get to the end of this we could make it an even 1500. We're not that far off. We really aren't. It's what?
How about
55
this?
pounds?
If we get to 1500 pounds, Kady has to drink a glass of water. We'll go with that.
Wow, that's the most horrible torture that you could ever give anybody. Why would you do that? Oh, I have to go take care of myself?
After
That's
you, so
crazy.
we just get that. If we just get another 54 pounds and 31 pence, we could have Kady finally hydrating herself.
Finally
I think that would be the
hydrate,
most-
God.
Yeah. That'd be incredible, wouldn't it?
And like maybe eat something, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I had a couple of very nice sandwiches and a pot of noodles before I hopped back on the commentary board here.
That sounds great, honestly. Just like from one of those little cans, or?
Yeah, I just had a pot of instant noodles here. It's
Yeah,
ready.
that works, I guess.
It's one of those super ones. I love them. They're cute. They're nice. Nice little snack.
See, I've only ever really there's like a ramen place not that far from where I've lived, and that's the only place that I'll get ramen from, just because like I don't know, it doesn't that instant stuff just it never tastes right to me. Also, thank you, Miles Wolf, for the 15 pounds sponsoring our absolute tomfoolery up here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Wendy. And you also saw another comment in the chat here about the R8 being on slicks. Oh my lord, they are absolutely insane. Still on slicks.
Oh, you're getting me to hydrate. Okay, thank you.
Oh, there we go. Let's go.
That's it?
It's probably going to need a while for it to come through here, but we're just going to wait a while here. But yeah, Jordan Johnson's number 69, Red Bull Rejects, Red Bull Racing Squared.
The Red Bull
Marcos Rejects. It's the... Yeah, it's just such a mouthful to say here, but yeah, they're just driving on slicks at the moment for the last couple minutes of the race.
The way that I've spent this entire race since I've been here trying to figure out what the deal is with that car, and you saying that made it click for me of like, oh, that's what it is.
Yeah, actually, on the SimGrid page here, the name is Red Bull Racing Squared dash Helmut Marko's Rejects. So I think the joke is that they're both just rejects from Helmut Marko's driver program here. Another victim of the Red Bull driver program. And overall, I think they're just having a laugh. They're just driving with slick tires on a wet track there at the middle of night in Spa.
I mean,
oh lord,
they may be like 8 seconds slower than the next car in front of them, and actually, I don't know if they're in danger of losing a position to Sadcat in the next 8 minutes. It could potentially happen, but that gap would have to come down quite a bit for that to happen. Same thing for Vasi up in P4. That gap coming down to 16 seconds there. So those are really sort of even the closest whiffs of action that we could possibly get at this point in the race as we are counting down here. You told me that you didn't think it was going to get to nighttime.
Well, I'm not always correct. I am not clairvoyant. I told you that my clairvoyance only goes 30 minutes ahead here.
True,
and
30
now
minutes
it's
time.
30 minutes time. Oh yeah, it's going to be nighttime.
That's very fair. I
A little bit
suppose.
too late to say at this point here, but I do have to say it's looking quite glorious with the damn track there and with the water spraying on these cars here. So very pretty game here, and I'm hoping for sure that there's going to be many more fun series to be had in the future here, because just for the fact that the game just looks gorgeous.
It's very, very good. I think we got another donation there from Weiswolf, was it? Again?
No, that was the same 15-year one. We didn't get anything else after that.
Did you get it already? Yeah. Oh, there
Yeah,
goes Vossi slewing a little bit through turns 3 and 4 there. Managed to collect it okay.
Yeah, still alive, still going here, still functioning,
going.
and yeah.
P4, I think a
it's
great spot for them to end up in.
Yeah, I mean, you were not here for the start here, but there were a couple of incidents with Vossi Tickers, and they dropped quite a ways down on the track here. So good job on them recovering back up into P4s here. Same for Alexander Van der Wood here, who has unfortunately not gone. And in fact, the gap is increasing quite a lot here with Alexander Van der Wood here. So I'm not sure if there's some glitch or something else happening there, but yeah. But what was I trying to say? I lost my train of thought at the moment. I think we're getting another donation coming in here, so if I have a quick refresh on my page here, there's nothing here so far, but it's looking alarmingly like you're going to be dying of dehydration, Kady. I'm sorry.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, it's if I don't get it in the next 10 minutes, or if I don't drink in the next 6 minutes and 35 seconds, I will die, and your death will be on my hands.
Yeah, not guilt tripping at all here in the chat or in the commentary booth or anything else here. But yeah, if I'm gonna have another look here, yeah, that is actually a drive-through penalty for Alexander Wood here in that number 38 car of the Bentley. So another track noise violation, I believe, and that's gonna be quite unfortunate for them. But I don't think it's gonna be affecting their position too much, though. There's actually Saber Kitsune right behind them, only 30 seconds behind. So I think they might lose their P6 in the end. That is quite unfortunate on the dying minutes of the race here. But that's racing. You only have those 3 track limits warnings here, and they use them up.
I mean, they're a resource, might as well use them, especially when you're getting towards the end here. You're no longer, like, all that worried about you know, getting all the way over to where you start getting penalties for that stuff. But yeah, there is definitely, Sadcat is absolutely catching up to the back of Jordan Johnson here. This might get done fairly quickly, given the pace difference between these two. Jordan on the last lap doing a 2:42. That must have been some kind of mistake that they made at some point in the lap. But Sadcat easily at least 9 seconds faster on the last lap. So I have to imagine this is probably going to happen
I
fairly
mean,
quickly.
they're still driving on slicks, remember? So I think that's going to be the biggest contributor.
Yeah, no, actually. And I can't tell if it's harder to tell at night when it's raining, but I don't think it is.
I mean, if I'm looking at the weather app, it says that it's going to be pretty raining, actually pretty heavy rain at the moment. So I think if we were to go an onboard view here, we might see the droplets of rain splashing on the windscreen here. But we're going to be watching a rear wing view of Jordan Johnson's Red Bull racing car there, being chased by Sadcat in that Lamborghini. So that's going to be a very late position swap here for the Lamborghini here. Just Jordan Johnson just trying to keep that car on the road at this point. You're just struggling for traction in every single corner here. You can see just corner after corner just how much more grip the Lamborghini Huracan has behind them, and they're already touching their bumper after just a couple more corners here. That's probably going to be a pretty easy pass there, unless they try to make a very brave defense going up after Stabilo. But no, it's going to be a big slide here on the Stabilo exit here, and there's not going to be any chance for Jordan Johnson to try and carry that speed here. Again, another slide going on the exit of Stabilo 2 here, and that's going to be position lost and for Jordan Johnson and a position gain for Sadcat up into P8. So good job for them, and that's, I do believe, Sadcat's also one of our solo drivers, so it's literally everybody from P2 into P8 are solo drives.
Jeez, wow, I actually didn't even realize that. I felt like there was at least, there was one team, maybe in Jordan, going around at Blanchemont there. That's what the slicks will do to you, so that'll be, that looked like a lapped car there, so not another loss of position, it looks like. The next car over to them is still quite far away, about 36 seconds away. So they're not in any danger of losing any more positions, but they're having their own fun. They're still staying out. It's not like they're going to come back in at this point. I mean, there is definitely, if they were to pit now, they would definitely be losing that position. So this is their best chance at staying in the top 10 at this point, or at least staying in P9. They would lose one position, probably not two.
Absolutely, for sure. Alexander Van der Wood has also finished serving their drive-through penalty. They have now lost the position to Saber Kitsune here. But the lap time, I'm going to keep an eye on the lap time here. They might have like a really huge, brave climb up the field in the last 3 minutes. to gain 15 seconds, 40 seconds. I don't know. I just want something to happen at this point. We've been here for 7 hours in total. I think we are maybe not tired, but I think we're running out of steam and running out of ideas. That's what's happening here. 2 minutes, 50 seconds left to go here, Robbie Kady. I think there's going to be at max probably 2 or 3 laps here. We're going to be soon to white flag for sure.
I won't drink water unless somebody else donates the next 2 minutes and 39 seconds, by the way.
Give us money! Kady needs to drink, otherwise she's going to die! Come on!
It will happen.
Oh,
No,
I think I need to start
happen.
writing obituary here at this point.
Well,
Here lies
I mean,
Kady. She didn't drink and she died it. Rest
and
in
then she
peace.
died it.
Yeah.
It happens to the best of us. It really does. You know, it's tough out there, especially when you when you're an ADHD girly like me and you just don't pay attention to what your body is telling you.
Yeah, I mean, I realize that. I mean, I have many days here where I just end up sitting on the computer and, oh, whoops, 7 hours have passed by. Why am I feeling very weak and woozy?
And not because you're doing a 7-hour sim race.
No. I just end up gaming or just making liveries on my team here, so I can very much relate to that. So good that we tried to remind everybody to just hydrate here. Everybody in the chat as well should probably hydrate as well here. Get to themselves some nice last drink of water here. And I think all of our drivers are probably going to be needing a drink of water as well, despite the fact that it's been pouring rain almost the entire race there. I don't think anybody has had the idea of just opening up the door and just sticking their head out to try and get some water that way.
Yeah, going dog mode on it.
Yeah, no. I think most of our drivers are not trucks at that, so it's going to be the
BMW.
426 car again spinning around all the extra bunch of here. I think their paint is almost over. Oh, it's going to be them hitting the tire barriers as well with only a couple of laps left to go here. But yeah, they are quite a ways down there. They're sitting on lap 104 compared to the 716 McLaren sitting at lap 139 here, so literally 30 laps down from the lead car there. But props to them for still trying to drive there. White flag, we're almost at the end. We're almost there.
139 laps of Spa-Francorchamps. Let's take a look on board for the final lap. We will watch RK, hopefully, unless something goes disastrously horribly wrong, cross the line as the leader, going through just lots of speed, having to get blood off here. Still at this point with the track being the way that it is. Yeah, it never really quite dried off, did it? I mean, there's still kind of that rain coming down and that wiper is still going, so you know, definitely there's quite a bit of moisture still on the track and in the air. So no, never really got to that dry weather running like maybe we thought that we were at one point during this race. But you know, of course, we only see 30 minutes into the future. And that is the way that that's the way that everything works for you, actually, Denak. I've heard.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very limited skill set I have here, only seeing 30 minutes ahead in a single game in a single race session here. But maybe I can try to hone my skills here. Maybe that'll be useful in some other huge, other applications here. But going with Robbie Kady still now going down pool hunting. There's a lapped car ahead of them, I believe, but that's not really giving them much hassle here. And it's definitely nighttime now here. They need those high beams on here to see where they are going here. And good thing that finally have those wipers going on as well. We saw a lot of cars that had no wipers on here. Now I was surprised they were able to see where they were going with the huge splashes of water on their windshields.
I can't imagine they were doing very well. And yeah, I have to imagine once it's sort of like ticked over to nighttime, hopefully not too many cars having the unpleasant surprise of seeing or trying to turn their headlights on and realizing that they didn't have headlights from you know, whatever damage that they had incurred earlier during sort of the daytime stints. Last couple of corners now here for Robbie Kady. The last big test of grip and spinning coming up here in Blanchimont. Looks like they're just going to lift off as much as they possibly can. That looked nice and clean there. Not trying to set any kind of fastest lap or anything like that. Not that they probably would anyway, given how wet the track is. Final braking zone. We're going through the bus stop now, and that is going to be the last hurdle conquered. RK and Parker Olsen are your winners for the Simufur 6 hours of Spa for charity. They crossed the line, and we'll have to wait another 42 seconds for somebody else to cross the line.
Yeah, if we want to talk about dominance, that was absolutely dominance from the 716 Game Racing car here, so big congratulations to them. Despite them having a couple of incidents, a couple of crashes, and a couple of spins, I believe, they still managed to claw their way back up to the field here with just pure raw speed. And But somebody else who has been working a lot to get their car up into the position they wanted, that's going to be Oras Wolfs here in P2, all the way up from P5, I believe that's where they started. So pretty good drive up to them into pole position here. Not too far off from Robbie Kelly and Parker also there in the end. That's going to be them crossing the finish line in P2. And that's going to be, actually that was Christian Clippert a lap down already. So that's actually only Robbie Kelly and Oras Wolfs in the lead lap here. Christian Clippert finishing P3 ahead of Oras Wolfs here because they were a lap down here. So quite a dominant drive pattern. That's going to be Vossi Dickus finishing the race in P4. Now we're going to be watching Inigo Lopez here, one of the finer cars here on the track here, finishing P5. We also had Jordan Johnson, JPEG, Fox, Sosh Dragon, Daniel Taberner's teams here also crossing the finish line in 9, 10, 11, and 12. And we just had a donation. Charter donated £42 to us. So Kady, you can drink water. Let's go.
Thank you. I would like to thank the Academy and also that 42 pounds for getting me to actually get up and get a drink of water, even though it is already the end of the stream and it doesn't really matter anymore.
I also love it how we had more excitement for you getting a glass of water than for RK in the 716 car winning the race here at the end of a 6-hour.
Who is the real winner here?
Exactly.
I think it might have been me.
We're commentating for the things that matter here, but that's going to be Inigo Lopez crossing the finish line in P5 here. A really good drive from them as well to get those positions here. I think there's only one car left on the track. That's going to be Sadka. That finished just barely ahead of Robbie Kelly in that car. So they're going to have to do one last lap around the track here, all alone here. And I think Sadka does deserve a big props to them as well, getting up 14 positions from where they began here. Also going past an esports level driver. So I think there's definitely many things that they can be proud about.
Yeah, literally better than an esports driver. Maybe Sadka should consider entering into the Coke iRacing series or any of those other sort of IMSA esports. I feel like they have a future there.
Very much indeed. That's going to be Sadkit over the finish line, finishing our race here. And we have made it 150% of our donation goal here. £1,500 goes to a very good charitable fund here. So a huge success for everybody. So thank you again, everybody, for donating here. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, everybody, for supporting here. And thank you for all the drivers for supporting us and just driving through this very fun 6-hour race.
But we're really just trying to wrap this up as fast as we can, aren't we?
I mean, I ran out of sleep like 30 minutes ago and stuff to talk about here, so I'm just trying to keep things going here. But, I mean, do you have anything else to say?
I love this community. This felt like I know that it's already 2026. This really felt like the sort of the finale of 2025 to me. We have Season 8 coming up. We have What If 1 coming up. We have a whole bunch of other stuff, I'm sure, coming up later on in the year. 2026 is going to be an incredible year for Simufur. I already know it. And thank you all for being here to kick it off and to be part of it.
Yeah, thank you everybody for being here. There's going to be lots more broadcasts, and there's also going to be potentially broadcasts for this 8th season of our GT3 series here, so stay tuned for that. Subscribe to this YouTube channel if you have not done already, and also just a big thank you again for Kady and also for Wolfin Ravenloft earlier for covering over
thank you,
the
Wolfin.
commentary booth earlier here. So yeah, big thank you to everybody, and yeah, I don't think there's really much else for me to say here or anybody else to say here. So I think if Paliku'i there in the background just feels we're done, we can just probably cut back to the end of this broadcast here. So thank you, everybody. See you soon.
Good night.